Hello and welcome in to NECC. We have the beautiful thing that is Nationals being brought to you today. We're starting off, of course, in Rocket League with the Champions Division. Super excited to bring it to you. We're going Davenport against Sac State, and I am phenomenally excited to go ahead and welcome back Fiat Color whenever that beautiful camera decides to work, but I'm pretty sure his mic is still here. So, Fiat, how are you doing today, man? And we have lost Fiat.
We are good.
Oh, yes, he's back, baby. He's back.
Yeah, we're figuring it out. You know, something is unplugged, but eventually we'll come back in here in just a second.
This is absolutely beautiful. We're going to go ahead and get a gander at the rosters real quick while Fiat gets that beautiful camera and that beautiful mug of his back on screen. Davenport University obviously coming in from the Legends. They were not making playoffs in that division, so they get the opportunity to play in Champions Nationals. We're going to have Lobie, Byra, and Exiled running out today for that roster. The other side.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting matchup, especially here in the Champions Division, going into the quarterfinals. Getting a look at Sac State here, though. You're going to have Young Ube, Mini, and Spentaci. They are no strangers to the spotlight here on the NECC mainstream. But in Nationals, you know, it's a bit of a higher pressure situation, you know. It's a bit of a different mindset going into this game. But Sac State, they've shown time and time again that they deserve to be here and that they are a confident matchup. But game number one, Davenport University, Sac State Green. Who will take it and who will move on to the semifinals?
It's a great question, and looking like it's going to be Sac State taking the early pressure here. Just a reminder for everybody watching, Sac State Green was the #1 team in spring for the Champions Division, so definitely excited to see them coming up against a Legends team. May have a little bit more pace, but maybe Sac State's ability here and knowing that they've won this division before can kind of bring them that success, as this is going to be carried down over into the corner. Another touch going to be just lopped up into the corner. It's going to be Byra beating out one here for Davenport. Going to throw this all the way down the pitch. However, it's going to be stopped right at the goal line, picked up. And what I really like, what I'm seeing right now, Aiden, out of Sac State, is the fact that they are really looking for possession here for the most part in the midfield.
Definitely. Just trying to feel out both your opponents has been kind of how Sac State has played this entire season. Not trying too hard or going too fast in the first game. Just taking your time and taking control. But now that's Byra up in the air almost with the double tap opportunity. But sent off of the backboard. Another chance though here for Davenport. Byra again in the air. Might have a center. It's going to be a bit low. And a high hit from Spentaci. Met in the air by Mini as well. And now floating up in the air. Young Ube gets a hit towards net. But saved by Bolt up into the corner.
This is going to be dangerous right here. Back post shot. It's going to be off the post and in. And Sac State is going to open up the scoring here in this best of 7 series. Great drop down pass and even better placement by Mini.
Yeah, the placement was perfect right there. Top left with such a fast shot. Almost impossible unless you're just a little bit far back as third man. But Sac State now with the first goal of this series, and it might be a second opportunity, and it is Mini from the midfield. A long shot off the kickoff. And now Sac State leading with 2 here. And you got to think that's just a perfect play. Perfectly executed off the kickoff.
I mean, it's genius, though. The man that's cheating leaves the ball knowing that it's behind them and instantly goes for a bump, so there can be no challenge on the shot. And it's my pet peeve of Rocket League. If you've ever watched me broadcast anything, whenever you are cheating up that aggressively, there is no reason to not turn backwards and go back towards your net after you grab that corner boost. It's one of those mistakes that you see teams at every single level of play continue to make, as this is just a beautiful drop down once again. Mini has a hat trick.
Oh, and it was just a little bit of a mistake off that backboard there, Byra. Just a bit of a pass straight to Mini, just a bit too far out, and just a beautiful passing play. That aggression from Sac State so early on in game 1 has really rewarded them so far with that hat trick coming out from Mini, of course, as you said. But now they're still looking to keep up that pressure, still taking their time, but eventually they're able to crack down the defense of Davenport. Now looking for this breakout, a little bit of an air dribble coming out. Young Ube gets a good clear high, has a second touch too. Bolty low hit and it's rolling, but X able to get a decent enough 50. Another follow coming out from Davenport, high up in the air. Byra, not a control touch. Bolty's going to hit that high, and now with the backboard, X not able to make contact. It's just floating in the Sac State corner. Almost center again, but now up high in the air. Can they get a shot? Backboard, Bolty, double, maybe past mid, but it's going to be off center.
Who can stop Mini at this point? Got registered for that save as well. Doing everything on the pitch right now for Sac State. Obviously, his team's doing a good job setting him up. However, he's been able to go ahead and get those touches. Here's a lot of space given up by Davenport. How is nobody on that ball? Great flick. Looking for the pass over the mid. Going to drop straight down in front of net. Do you have the read? No, off the backboard once again. And a great job by Ube here. Just to go ahead, play a little bit further back. That was almost on target. Great recovery by Ube here. Shot going to be just wide. And Sac State, they're going to have to relieve some pressure here because Davenport has turned on the Jets here in the second half of this game.
Credit where credit is due. Davenport's counterattack here is very, very threatening. That's a light touch towards the net. Sac State has to be careful here. Dribble towards the left side of the field, but Bolte still has this ball. Going to be up in the air, 50, floating high. Mini able to get a good touch to the left ball, but it's met by Byra there. And now another hit. Sac State trying to turn the tides right here. It's in the Davenport corner. Anyone to follow up? Spentaci, not a great controlled hit. Tries to hit it out mid. Now a 50, going to spill out high. Young Ube maybe with the shot. Does he have the flip reset? No. Men in the air. X able to get the save.
I mean, it was a great job by the teammate there on the top, trying to really just go ahead and get that a tap down. Is X looking for a teammate here? Back down to him. Oh my! Ooh. That's a beautiful passing play right there, and Byra is going to get the reward of it. It's a great pre-jump fake here, just hanging up in the air, causing that plausible deniability. But that looks like basically Season 5 a lot on that pass.
Oh my goodness, and it was just on top of his car as well. It was so fast, the defenders didn't even get a chance to read that play. Goes in, and now Davenport only trailing by 2 with 1:25 left on the clock. That's going to float in. It's only going to be a 1-goal lead. Open net for Byra. Slots it in with a good banger off the kickoff, and now within 1, Davenport ready to strike.
X was so speedy to that ball right there. That's all him, that whole creative play to go ahead, tap it off the side, get the read immediately, beat out the defender, and guess what? It's off a kickoff, so you know nobody's back after you beat the third man. Easy pickings for Davenport there. They've seemed to have weathered the storm and started generating some offense of their own.
Ooh, this is a quick play for Sac State. Bolte has a good control touch and now has a bit of a dribble, pushing this down the field again. Spentaci just puts it in the corner. They're trying to play it safe, getting some time, but zero boost. Probably not going to be able to keep up with this ball. X able to get possession up there in the air dribble, but it's shut down by young Ube, and now Sac State having to figure out what has changed in this Davenport University plan. Looks like they're playing solid defense as well, but as soon as I say that, myth coming out. Bolte able to get a safe touch in the corner, but Davenport, 44 seconds left.
Oh, Mally, that whifty was just terrifying with nobody else in net. But thankfully for Davenport, Sac State had nobody to take advantage of that wide open ball, as this is going to be a miss off the corner. Some possession here once again. Decent 50-50 to keep this in the midfield. It's going to be another win here for Sac State, who's just trying to bleed time off the clock. Another touch. It's going to make it that much difficult. Starting from square one once again is Davenport trying to tie this game up. Byra getting removed from action. Great possession, great passes down the pitch. However, just not able to connect.
And that demo from Spentaci just released so much pressure, and now it's going back down the Davenport side. 8 seconds left, and now they have to push down the field as fast as they can. Bolte with full boost, gonna pass this to Byra, but it's shut down immediately by Spentaci, and now banger clears. This is gonna be their last chance to score, but Sac State puts it down and will take game 1 of this best of 7.
Definitely feel good if you're Sac State there, but you got a couple of free ones, and I think the big problem with that is we talk about Davenport. They looked super strong there. The possession was definitely in their favor the second half. They were able to get 2 goals, almost complete the comeback, and it's going to be one of those things that we can continue to see them try to progress that offense, because they did have some phenomenal plays. And I'm going to be honest with you, we have a lot of Rocket League coming to you for the rest of the day. That pass off the ceiling might be the best play you see today.
I mean, it was executed perfectly. The communication needed to execute a play like that when the counter is moving so fast. You need to have it pitch perfect, and that was just the play that was really about to turn that momentum. Davenport is still well within being able to take this series with Sac State, but it felt like Sac State was just able to find their footing just a bit earlier than Davenport in that game 1, but they're probably going to try to keep up that momentum going into game 2.
I mean, it was 2 unanswered goals in favor of Davenport after the first 3 were scored, of course, by Sac State. They're going to want to get off to a quick start. I'm kind of really looking at this, and it looks pretty much even, right? Like, we've seen good bouts of pressure. We've seen good demolition plays. We've seen that phenomenal pass coming out of Davenport. I feel like these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think we're going to have a long series in front of us.
definitely evenly matched. And, you know, it's just their play styles, the two that are both matched, because they're a bit different, but still have a lot of similarities, especially when it comes to that rotation and especially that pacing. They both are very high-skilled, high-speed teams, you know, using a lot of boosts on the field to get to places quicker, you know, and take 50s faster than most normal teams. And you can see that in both of their play styles, but each team, it has their own little twist to it, especially, you know, you saw that passing play coming out from Davenport, but the demos also coming out from Sac State that were working well in their favor to open up some of that space in the midfield.
Yeah, and a lot of that was done off of kickoff, right? So I want to see if they're cooking up anything else. Are we going to see some Spanish kickoffs? Are we going to see some other things that maybe just kind of throw off Davenport? Because I don't really think a lot of teams utilize kickoffs correctly, and the sheer fact that it is the only set play that you could potentially have in Rocket League. Everything else is flow of the game. And so when we go and look at it, it's so interesting to see teams kind of operate in that different capacity.
Definitely here, but in game number 2, it's going to be an instant response shot quickly from X here now, but with Sac State has the first game of the series. Davenport now looking to tie this up here. That's going to be a little bit of a slow 50. Bolte and Young Ube on the right side of the field, but Mini picks it up in the air. X shutting that down immediately, and Davenport with a little bit of space to work with early game here. Nothing too crazy going on. Mini trying to take this up to the sidewall. Pinch, maybe midfield a bit slow. X fakes out too right there. Now a little bit of possession in the air. It's going to be cleared right back to Davenport's net.
Yeah, it's one of those things right now where we're kind of seeing the Juggernauts try to go back and forth. That's a great first touch. Great center as well here. Ube already up. Mini delivers the strike. 1-0 Sac State.
Oh, and what even happened? Just that mid-play, the demos, the chaos, and the confusion works out perfectly for Sac State, and a banger coming out from Mini, the sharpshooters so far for Sac State here in games 1 and 2. First game, 1-goal lead here in game 2 for Sac State.
I wish I could say I was surprised. Oh, well, that's a great pass. And again, it's a Davenport University goal off of a kickoff. And all it takes is beating out the third person here in the rotation. Byra, great pass. Finds Bolte. We're notched up at once.
And it was just, again, it's that communication, that trust in your teammate to give you that pass is so important. Davenport has done it so beautifully, completely perfect, and it's worked out almost every single time you see them go for those passing plays. But now they're passing down the field again. This is going to be a 50 Mini, able to get a hit to the sideball, but Bolte's trying to pick it up here in the corner center. Possible shot, not on target though, not able to make contact. Bolte trying to keep this in still for Davenport. X has a shot, but it's going to be far right, saved by Spentaci on the left. Byra keeping it in this Sac State box, and a little bit of an awkward touch, but Spentaci's going to be able to make contact, put that towards net. But that was close, almost a pinch, and X able to keep it out of Davenport's net.
And they're able to keep it out for now. We're going to see how long they can hold on. Passing play looking for everybody's going to be caught out here. One alone in the backfield. Drop down pass can be cut off by Ube as they continue to try to press this issue. There's a redirect. Oh my, just off target. Oh my, Ube got credited with that shot. That's a huge flip reset as well. On net, it's going to just trickle on in. Davenport has an answer from almost a goal to a goal for the other side.
Wow, the instant bait and switch, Davenport University, and that's just an amazing play from X, just to fake out those two defenders with the flip reset, make it so dangerous, that speed, that power that he could have gotten, but the fake works out even more beautifully, and now Davenport University are retaking the lead here in game number 2, and it's back in Sac State's area, going to be floating back towards Davenport University. Byra taking the slow, though, in the corner, trying to get the air dribble, another passing play coming out. Bolt has a good high hit, hits off the roof, flip reset, maybe over one, gets the 52, have to go. Mini credited with the save there. Should do enough for Davenport. 50 in front of their box as well. And now back on the defensive. Sac State not giving up yet.
They're definitely not going to give up just yet. I don't know how Byra still has a flip there. Redirect opportunity. We're starting to see a little panic defense come here out of Sac State. A lot of double commits near the net. They're going to need to clean that up because we've seen the reason that Davenport's been able to score these 2 goals, other than the kickoff one, has really been just that boost pressure that they've caused. The lack of resources for Sac State themselves. That one's actually going to be a little cheeky chip shot. It's going to be denied by X, who's looking to potentially get a pass once again. Mini not able to get to it, but 2:13 remain. Davenport stays on top for now.
That's a good 50 in the corner. Byra has a bit of possession, gets it around one defender. 0 boost, though, for Sac State. hard to find those resources, as you said. Spentachi, though, gets a good clear to the left side. Floating in the corner, Bolty comes out from the sky, able to get a hit, but it's rolling back towards the net. Byra, awkward situation, but a beautiful 50 comes out of it. Mini credited with the shot, not enough, and now Bolty has a bit of possession. Full boost 50 goes rolling up the corner for Sac State. In the air, though, Mini trying to take possession, maybe a pass, shut down. Davenport pressing on with that pressure in the midfield, but it's going towards their net, almost back on target, and it is back and forth for both of these teams.
I don't know how Spentachi gets that save. He had no boost at all. Pass, midfield, denied. X going to be there with the demolition to try to switch the field. We're going to see that beautiful remains of the Fennec there that are gone. Here's a chance for a counterattack. It's not going to connect as this is going to be pushed out into the corner once again. We're not seeing really any of that dynamic passing that we saw out of Sac State, or those opportunities. They haven't been found just yet. One's going to leave it here, going to be a little bit awkward. So we have one up. That's a pinch directly on net. Oh my, okay, Byra, very unexpected, but able to recover and make the save, followed by another pitch and another push down the pitch as Sac State still needs one, and they only have a minute to do it with.
Reset from X, maybe the pass, one contact for Sac State, though, to go. A good touch from Byra, but it's right into the hands of Spentachi, who clears that away. Bolty able to get another powerful touch back towards that Sac State, but young Ube now picking it up. Good hit into the corner, still in that Sac State. They have the pressure. Davenport still pressing on. Open net 2 for X, is going to get the backflip, though, and shot on target. Davenport University now lead by 2.
It's just, again, defensive double commits are going to be the death of Sac State right now. And I mean, I understand that's a Fields backflip potentially saved, but I mean, you have the whole net to shoot out there. You can fake it. You can go ahead and send it far post. You have so many options there. It's just a terrible situation to be in, but it comes off of another defensive double commit here for Sac State, and they're really going to have to take a chill pill if they want to survive this series, because it looks like Davenport's kind of figured it out a little bit.
They really have, honestly. They found their footing. They see what pressure is working against that Sac State defense, against that rotation, more particularly, and they are just taking shot after shot at the net, and it is working. Mini, though, a little bit of time to shine, gets that double tap, though. 4 seconds left on the clock. Still definitely possible for Sac State here, although they are going to need a bit of a silly-looking kick, though, to get something going here. Great shot, great double coming in from Mini.
And great boost control there, too, to only have to use, you know, a smidge just to get realigned to that ball. It was a great first touch. Here comes the kickoff that you were discussing. It's going to be a fake. Looking over the top. Here's the opportunity. Drop down pass. Down in front. Off the crossbar and out. Somehow saved by X. And Davenport survives the kickoff shenanigans.
What a banger. That was going so fast. I thought it was going to break the crossbar at that pace. Jeez, and that was a close shot and a well-executed kickoff strategy, too, from Sac State, even though it wasn't being able to get converted right there. Still a good try. Davenport hold on and get game number 2 to their name. A tie series here for both of these universities.
I think the interesting thing to note there is that Davenport actually won that game getting outshot. Sac State had the majority of the shots, the majority of the pressure, but we always have this quality over quantity argument when it comes to Rocket League. You can throw pot shots at net all day, but at this level, they're going to be saved almost every single time. The difference is Davenport was always able to draw that second defender out and make it that much easier for them to score in 1v1 and 1v2 situations, instead of it just being, okay, I'm here, I'm going to take a shot, we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. It's really that uniqueness factor coming out from Davenport that has been the difference maker so far in this series. You can just tell that they're feeling confident, and then they're just letting those plays flow evenly and freely as all they need to do. You know, just making those plays, being creative, thinking out of the box has really shown up for them so far in this series. They're able to rebound off of that loss from game 1 even stronger than ever right now.
They are looking stronger than ever. However, this is a 7-game series. It's going to be a long one, so I'm interested to see how this game 3 is going to shake out, because once you get 2, the series is kind of really started, right? Like, this is a best of 5 now. You're going to be a little bit slower to it. That's a nice little kind of glancing blow, but the ball is just going to be loitering around here in the corner. Not the best touch coming out from Davenport. This is going to be pushed down the pitch. 1v1 situation going to be denied by Bolty, who's actually going to take possession of this ball in the midfield as well. Demo attempt going to be denied. The backside demo is going to be found, however. X missed the first time, but he was not okay with just having one. So it's going to be a double commit directly on the net, off the crossbar somehow. Shot going to be there, off the own post. Bolty somehow gets a save. You have to start denying this boost, though, and then we can start seeing potentially that breakdown of Davenport's defense if they're not able to secure any resources. This shot is going to be just wide.
Sac State, there's the shot again, saved though off the crossbar. X gets a good touch right there. Davenport University struggling to get this off their side, but here's a little bit of a breakout. Bolty with the fake under one, but it's met right back from the defender from Sac State right there. Davenport University, though, out of their box now. X has the opportunity. That's a high hit floating back into the corner for Sac State. Anyone going to turn there? No. Davenport hasn't sent anyone for this ball. And now Spentachi's going to say, I'm going to take that shot himself. Saved, though, by Byra. Davenport University back on defense again. Another great clear, but another great response from Sac State.
Yeah, nobody there to really follow up, though. Even better pitch. Ube is going to have to go ahead and get around this one. Actually going to leave it for Mini. Smart decision there to try to keep it out of midfield. This is going to be a crazy read. Yeah, that's got way too much pace. I'm sorry. J-Naps ain't reading that one even. It doesn't matter. This one's going to be shot all the way down the opposite side of the pitch once again. Bounce going to be towards the midfield. Byra's going to beat one out as this comes back over the top. It's going to be a touch. No, it's just going to be a ball lingering around and loitering in the midfield once again as Byra's going to have to squishy save an own goal potentially. A little bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah, that was a bit scary. I mean, you saw there was a little bit of a demo threat coming out from Sac State, but nothing too much to worry about. So the squishy making it a bit harder on yourself, and as long as it doesn't go in, it doesn't really matter. But now Spentachi trying to put it in himself. That's a pinch. Byra puts that in the corner, and Bolty picks that up right there now in the air. Has a bit of possession here and a little bit of boost to work with. Gets it around one, though, and that's going to be shut down against by Spentachi. Powerful clears coming out from Sac State, just keeping on that pressure, keeping Davenport on their own side. Almost a double tap opportunity there, but a bit off, and now Sac State trying to find a good play, trying to break down that defense one by one, but Davenport still holding strong right here. Just a bit of divide and conquer, and it's working out well for them.
It's working out great. They're able to secure boosts. They're able to continue getting these bumps and demos and kind of just disrupt the rotation, but this midfield pass is going to be connected on. Bolty's shot just off target. Another one, follow up. X gonna give it to you. Davenport up 1-0.
Oh, and just a quality play coming out from Bolty. That double tap, that pressure, and almost putting that on net made it so awkward for both of those defenders. And a beautiful finish coming out from X. And now Davenport lead by one with 2 minutes left here in game 3. Kickoff going to be going far to the right, rolling up the wall. Spentachi gets the first touch now up in the air. Might have a bit of a fake, tries to get it around one. It's a bit too high off the crossbar. 50. X able to get a good touch right there. And now bounce still high in front of the Davenport box. Bolty able to get a last second touch in the corner and another beautiful clear, and now it's back down to the orange side.
X looking for another center, actually going to receive it. Luckily enough, one is going to be there. Counterattack opportunity here for Sac State. It's going to be over the top, denied in the midfield immediately. Do you have a second touch here? You do. Over to the corner. X waiting patiently. Flip of pitch. I mean, we're seeing these touches go all the way around as X gets a nice couple. Not going to find much more as this one's going to be rocking it into the corner once again. Sac State really hasn't had that dynamic offense that we've seen at all. Is Spentachi going to have a shot, going to be just wide once again? It's going to be cleared hard the other way, double commit, but Davenport keeps it out of their net, and if you're not doubling, you're not trying.
That is the start of a very dangerous play there for Sac State. They almost got that pass. A bit of a whiff on that side, but it shouldn't be too dangerous for them. But that pass still strong, and now they're going to have to play on defense for a bit because of it. Bolty now has a bit of possession, tries to get that skim, isn't able to get it off, though. A clear opportunity, almost a pass to Mini. Not able to make contact, though, flying a bit too far. Sac State, though, trying to keep it in. X, great 50, and now possession hits that down for the pass. The dunk almost back into his teammate, but the shot a bit too slow. Bolty now needs to follow up, saved again by Spentachi, and now Sac State with a little bit of pressure of their own. Shot on target, and Young Ube slots it in, ties it up with only 36 left.
Young Ube, look at that pre-flip dunk though. Like, that is crazy from Spentachi, and then gets the bump with no boost. Just continues his momentum all the way through after getting the dunk and opens up the net for Sac State. We said we hadn't really seen that dynamicism of their offense here in game number 3. Well, they just brought it as the flick is going to be denied. Ube once again making plays out here. Not a lot of boost to work with as this is going to stay in the midfield. Over one, Byra, shot, far post, going to be denied.
Close opportunities and demos coming out from both sides. 17 seconds left and a lot of pressure. Spentachi gets Bolty off the field, and that's a high hit. That's going floating down. Maybe a shot, but it's saved last second for Davenport. 8 seconds left here now. That's a clear from Byron. A pass, a shot, and it's in from X, and X with the beautiful pass. Gets it around the defender with only 6 seconds left.
I'm flabbergasted right now. I thought Spentachi certainly had the beat there, and X came flying out of nowhere off of the screen, finds the redirect, and as soon as Sac State gets any momentum, it is instantly denied by Davenport. We've seen kickoff shenanigans before, though. Almost had a last-second goal in game number 2. Tap out to the midfield. Byra, a ton of boost to work with, going to take that 50, shove it down into the ground, and Davenport's going to take a 2-1 lead in this series.
Wow, and that was a close one for both of those teams, too. You thought Davenport being on defense for so long was eventually going to catch up to them, but they played it well and very confidently were able to keep up those rotations calmly and able to pick up boost when need be. But that was a close game. But that shot from X, honestly, reading that pass, that was an insane play right there.
I mean, there was a lot of pace on that pass, and that's really what separates the best of the best from Rocket League, right? Like, you basically have to pre-jump that, or you have to have your speed right just to have a chance to catch up to a ball like that that's rocketed off the sidewall. And X has been that player. Great game 3, really kind of defining it for the most part with both the goals that they were able to get. X can give it to you. What can I say? I mean, it's a boomer reference, but we're out here, man. We're out here.
It's not that old of a reference, surely. I don't even know when that song came out, actually. Probably
it's over 20 years
90s,
ago, bro.
Right?
It's over 20
years ago.
20
years? Wow, that is crazy.
Late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, that's crazy. That song's older than I am, which is kind of crazy to think about. But what's even more crazy to think about is just how Davenport has really held it down here with that momentum, getting that lead. You know, losing that game 1 was a bit rough. They looked a bit shaky, you know, felt like they weren't moving at that same pace. But these last 2 games, it just feels like they're moving fast and fluidly. It's like blink and you will miss it. And it feels like Sac State nearly missing it right there. But game number 4, and that's a shot on target immediately. Not on, though, off the crossbar.
Another fake kickoff coming out from Sac State. They're getting a little creative there. I don't want to say they listened to me, but I definitely appreciate seeing that. Nice little pre-flip here across the pitch. Just too much mustard on that one. Nice bump going to come out as well. Maybe free up some space here in the midfield, but a double commit again. Going to open this wide up. Right down in front. It's going to be there. And the follow-up from X. There was demolitions everywhere. There was chaos. And somehow, some way, Davenport's going to find another early goal.
My goodness, explosion after explosion. I'm shocked that you're even able to see where the ball is with all the smoke on the field. But Davenport, off of a good play, take the lead here in game number 4. 4:30 though left on the clock, and that's a major clear for Sac State. Back to the Davenport corner. No one makes contact with, though. It's Mini who tries to hit it off the backboard. X with 0 boost, but gets a safe enough touch. Still going to be floating onto their side, but that's a good clear. Byra has the double, might have the possession with almost, but a light little touch for Mini there. Going to keep them out of trouble.
I think the big thing that we've kind of seen Davenport do, though, is completely shut down Mini on offense. We saw how much control Mini had over in game number 1 for Sac State. Mini has basically been an afterthought in the next 2 games, so they're doing a great job, and that's an even better shot. And oh my, I would be heartbroken. That angle was ridiculous. Brought out the protractor and just couldn't get it done off the crossbar.
Oh, that was so close, but it's that type of quality pressure that Davenport has really shown that they have so far, and that's a clear off of the 50. Bolte credited, and now a 2-goal lead for Davenport, looking stronger than ever, and all 3 defenders, Sac State, no one was able to get a touch on that ball. 3:40 left on the clock, but Davenport have this game number 4 in their hands.
I feel like Sac State is starting to let the pressure of the series get to them a little bit, because we're seeing some defensive mistakes that we haven't really seen out of them just yet. We've seen some panic double commits, and that's kind of to be expected, but we haven't seen the triple commits like they previously had, as this one's just going to be another free goal for Davenport. Nobody able to rotate back there as the third is beat out in rotation again, and it's just a case of kind of being in the wrong position. We saw in the last goal, Fiat, like it was 3 people occupying the exact same space on the pitch, right? And this one, you have the third being ultra aggressive. And I understand that it's a 2-0 lead and you're trying to get something back, but you still have more than half a game left. There's no reason to be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it just yet.
Exactly. I mean, you do just want to play a bit more patient. You know that these possessions haven't gone your way, so you just want to try and fake out this Davenport offense. You want to just try and bait them, waste their resources, and then turn on that counterattack. It feels like that third man is just a bit too antsy to get that play into the net right there. But if they just have a little bit more time, they're going to see that they'll have a little bit more possession there as well. Mini, full boost, but isn't able to make contact. That's floating towards the net. Bolte able to get a good clear out to the side, while Spentaci Pentatchi tries to keep this play alive, but it's going to be Byra in the air with a little bit of possession. Gets it around one, and now back into the corner. Pinch out mid. No one there for the follow-up, but Sac State Green, not the best possession that they could have right there, but it will work for now.
Will work for now. A little miscommunication. Nice flick, though. Is this one going to find the net? It is. Ube gets enough on that kind of side flick. That was actually across the body. Very difficult to read these. Catches it and immediately just puts it over the top. Bolty's not prepared, and Byra, you can't give a much better effort than that to try to get that save. Just unfortunately trickles in.
The adaptability coming out from Sac State there is really exactly what they needed. That unpredictability from just not being able to read. That's almost a shot on net, but it's rolling a bit too low, and now Byra with a possession on the wall again, pinches out mid. Davenport University just keeping on the pressure. It feels like they just have those first touches, those major clears that are working just a bit more in their favor so far. That's a high hit. Pentatchi able to go with his teammate, but it's again downfield. Now Sac State back on the defensive. A little bit of a clear though towards the midfield.
I think the interesting thing to note, too, is both games that Davenport has won so far in this series, they've actually been outshot by Sac State. So it's a little bit of letting Sac State kind of ruin themselves, right? They know they're aggressive. They know they want to be offensive, push the pace, be able to secure boost. And we haven't really seen them do that well, as you see Ube here. No boost in the corner. Going to have to chase this down, but nobody's going to be able to follow up this ball. So these long clears aren't really beneficial because there's no defensive passing. There's no way to get pace. There's no way to get danger on it. Sac State doing what they can, but again, two people occupying the same space. Shot's going to be wide, and it's going to be a total reset once again.
Sac State looking though, pressure shot. Bolty able to get that good save. A beautiful read coming out from Davenport right there. And now back again in their corner. Sac State just hasn't really been able to find that play that was going to work for them here. And now Byra trying to find a double. That's a great clear from young Ube, and Pentatchi gets another hit towards the corner, trying to find something other than a rolled up pass, but it's just not working. X gets a good read off of that dribble. A pinch towards the field. Byra tries to get that center. Ooh, and a good touch from Midi actually to send that out to the right side.
It's a good touch, but it's a miscommunication again because it's a double commit. The 50-50 going to leave this one dangerous. Shot on target, back post. X is going to find it. 4-1 Davenport, and they're looking to run away potentially with this series.
It felt like that was Bolty's plan all along, was just to get that ball off of that defense. And again, it's as you said, just let them make their own mistakes, you know, just let them play their own game, because you know Davenport is feeling confident here. They don't have to worry too much about their own team chemistry. It's just now they're focusing on when Sac State has made those errors and how to capitalize upon them fast. But this is still in front of their net. Good pinch out, high hit, floating again, but Byra has a good touch to that side while trying to get the pinch right here. Not a great touch pass, middle shot possible, but met by X in the midfield.
X is doing a great job of just kind of shutting down that pressure, as this shot might be on target, going to be just wide. There's a follow-up from Minnie. Said we hadn't really heard a lot from him so far in games 2 and 3. Well, there's Minnie there to cut the lead to 2.
Great play coming out, and it was just a fast moving play. Davenport just wasn't able to recover on that time, but both of these teams still hungry for this game 4 win right here. That's a kickoff that's rolling towards the right side, but Mini now with the possession. Ube going for the bump, trying to get physical here. It's worked for Sac State in the past, but it's not going to work there. Byra able to get a good clear out with Bolty and a pinch back towards the net. X, that's almost over him, but it's a shot opportunity. Backboard shot, double in. Are you? What did I just watch? That is the play of the year right there.
Byra? Hello? Sir, that's not legal in like 17 states. We need to check up. Where's Davenport located again? Because you can't do that
check
to people.
This man's PC.
They have families, bro. They have families. And there's another instance of somebody cheating up hard and somebody going ahead and going, you know what? I'm going to turn up on the side or on the corner boost, and oh shoot, it's in our net.
Yeah, that's kind of just how kickoffs feel sometimes, you know. Sometimes just go straight in your net, you just don't get lucky, and it doesn't work out, but you'll always a free kickoff goal when it presents itself. 8 seconds left. Sac State need 2 right here, but with that bounce, it's going to be too awkward for them to get it. Davenport able to take it to match point for them, and now just one more needed to keep their hopes alive in the NECC Nationals.
I'm loving this right now from Davenport. I believe if we're going to go ahead and look, yep, still outshot. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Davenport is putting the quality shots on. They're taking advantage of the Sac State Green defensive breakdowns. Those little double commits that you're seeing, it just continues to bite them in the behind. And it's one of those things that, like, I don't want to sound like I'm harping on Sac State. They're playing great. They had great opportunities in that game, and they're continuing to put on more pressure and more shots than Davenport is. But at the end of the day, if you're not keeping that rotation clean, there's going to be cracks to be found, and Davenport is just executing on every single one that they find.
Yeah, and it comes back to that conversation of quality over quantity. You can just keep chipping it at the net, but if it's not a quality shot, if it's not going to scare the defenders, you're not going to get those mistakes, those opportunities to really score those easier open net shots, because it feels like Davenport really just hasn't given them anything. Anytime Sac State has been able to score, it's been either off of that like misplay, or they've just been able to get a possession and keep up that pressure long enough to waste Davenport's resources, but it just hasn't been enough. Davenport is just finding those clears, looking confident, and just playing strong right now.
They certainly are, and like I'm not trying to dismiss any of Sac shots. They had like 4 that were saved off the post in game number 3 and game number 4 combined. Like, these are good shots that they're putting on. It's just Davenport hasn't double committed. They haven't put themselves in a situation to have to scramble on defense. There's always somebody back. There's always someone in the proper position, and until you're able to break that down, it's going to be hard to win games.
Absolutely here, but now they know they have to win this next one or it's their playoffs away from them. Young Ube now up in the air early on in this game, and a clear from Davenport back into the Sac State corner. A bit of boomer ball right here, but here's some possession. X gets a good hit on that sidle right there, and that pinches out mid. 2 up for this. Byra gets a decent enough 50, not cleared out immediately. Spentaci takes a bit of a slower touch towards the sidewall, and it's X again on the right wall, meeting him for the pressure. Davenport now slowly pressing on, but Young Ube, good hit. X again picking up that rebound, just playing that midfield perfectly.
They're just applying that lockdown pressure. Here's the drop down, the pre-flip, not going to be found. Shot going to be just wide. X, great placement just off target, and here's a counterattack opportunity. But Sac State doesn't have any boost to take advantage of once again, so the ball is going to be nailed down in this orange half. Air dribble, not going to be found. Looking for a bump, maybe a demo, not going to be able to find it. There's a little touch over the top. Oh my, that's just going to trickle in for Spentaci. And hey, Sac State, it may not be pretty, but it's a lead, and you'll take that for sure.
It's a pretty creative play. I mean, yeah, the 2 defenders were right next to there, but Spentaci taking that high hit to bounce it up and make it look like it might not necessarily be on net immediately really fakes out that last defender who is going for boost, and it works out perfectly for Sac State. That's a demo. Young Ube puts it back into the corner. A lot of pressure here for Davenport. Pass, middle shot, shut down by Mini, and a great save again. Young Ube 0 boost and hits it high, but Byer's going to have possession up in the air. Mini trying to meet him, but it's under him, and now X able to get the hit into the corner, pass back in front of the net. Young Ube has a bit of possession and a bit of time right here to work with.
Yeah, this is great right here. Good demo attempt going to come out as well. Not going to be found. Minnie's going to go ahead and clear this, and oh my, the 3rd in rotation might be the bugaboo again, but it's not going to be. Denied by Sac State. They stay alive for now. It's going to be an air dribble over the top, beating one, going to get a dunk on another. Not a lot of boost here for Minnie. They're going to have to see what they can work with. What a great flick over the top. Ube doesn't have anything, decides to jump forward anyway. And oh my, what is this pinch?
Oh, that went flying across the field. What power. I mean, that's crazy, honestly, to get it, especially off that angle. That's a great angle, though, coming out from Mini. Saved by Byra, luckily, but now Davenport with a bit of time of their own. Bolte now, first man trying to get the double tap, almost nearly gets that angle. A tough squeeze. Now a double commit from Davenport, stalling out this offensive play again. A flick over one, and now Davenport trying to slowly push it down the field again for get their second X off the backboard, ready for any and every play that they can get.
That 50 is going to be a little awkward here for Sac State as well. It's going to be a good job here to at least keep it trapped in the corner. Good bump coming out as well. Shot going to be there. Second bump on the net. Squishy save opportunity. Oh my! Throw 3 at it. It works. Who cares? Sac State somehow still keeps their lead here. Tap to the midfield. Going to be immediately met by two members. Is anybody going to be there for the shot? Shot on net going to be denied by Byra, and into the chaos we go of game number 5.
You know what they say, triple the commit, triple the success, and it barely worked out right there. But Sac State still holding on to the lead right here in game number 5, but that's the demo, and X is going to take it away as soon as I say that. A beautiful play coming out right here. No one on Sac State expecting it. Mini, 0 boost, just not able to get it, and now a perfect shot. Davenport tying it up here.
The first caster curse of, I'm sure, what are going to be many today on the broadcast. Definitely excited to be bringing y'all, of course, more Rocket League action as this one trickles just off target. X looking to go ahead and take control. Going to have a flip reset on this as well. Uses it, tries to get it over to Byra. Going to be denied in the midfield. Bolty, little aggressive posturing right there might lead to demise. Pass to the midfield. Nobody there to receive, and it's just those little communication errors that we continue to see from Sac State. Been the differences in these games. It's going to make it dangerous, as Mini has a lot of boost to work with, but is last back going to be absolutely shut down as well, and a double commit. Going to go ahead and deny the rotation once again from Sac State to be as clean as they'd like.
Shutting that down, that's in the air. Byra almost gets a 50, but it's rolling back towards the left. Now another 50 going towards the field. Mini with a shot on target, saved by Bolty, just not fast enough. Bolty able to get another possession though, a hit, a passing play, shot on target! Oh my goodness! X, the dot pass straight on top of his car, and Bolty able to take the lead with only a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, Davenport, the 1-2-1 coming out in 88 miles an hour. I'm sorry, you're not saving that. I don't care what rank you are. I don't care if you're SSL. I don't know if they make a new rank and you're beyond SSL. Like 88 miles an hour with that kind of placement is darn near impossible. And here's another double commit coming out of Sac State, going to leave a lot of space open. Fortunately enough, Davenport back getting boost, but they realize we only have 50 seconds left to bleed until this game and this series are over, and our playoff chances are still alive.
Sac State, they still want to go the distance here, though. Shut down in the midfield. Only need one more goal, but Byra's pressing down the field towards their net. That's a good 50. Picked up by Mini. Tries to get the flick. Takes a 50 instead, and that bounces up left. A good touch there from Bolty to get possession, and now Demo's coming out from X. Has a bit of an open net, but it's going to be saved by Mini just in the nick of time. The Demos, the physicality are coming out here, but only 15 seconds left to work with. This is going to be difficult. Byra able to get a touch, and hits the dunk, the 50 able to get there, and now high hit, 8 seconds left. What can they do with this ball that's going to be rolling back towards the side? But X has all the time in the world to just stall this play out. 50 on the net, and he gets it on target with no time to spare, and Davenport University now have to face the dreaded overtime.
X had so much time, and you see as soon as that ball does not catch on his hood as he tries to bring it high, it's just immediate panic. I can't say I blame the man, but those mistakes are always just the tiniest fractions with how good these teams are here in the Champions Division of NECC. You cannot be making mistakes like that in 0 seconds because you're giving life back to Sac State. We're going to see if they're going to be able to take advantage of it. Double commit on the defensive end, going to get a strong clear out this way. Ceiling challenge, Ube, shot, gonna be denied just off the crossbar, but here's the pressure, here's the opportunity, it's just wide again. Fiat, they're so close, yet they're so far away.
Oh, you think they're just gonna get it, but then it's just slightly off and rolls up the post, and your heart just breaks now. But they're still pressing on, good pressure, and it's a shot. It's 50 Max, able to get touch with 0 boost, and now Byra tries to clear it out. Mini wants to keep this in, has some time, off the ceiling, high hit, it's rolling too fast. It's gonna be saved by X though here on the sidewall. Needs to take the 50, but has the time, has the demo, has the net, and has the game, and Davenport will take it!
From 3-0 in game number 1, going all the way down, and then Davenport scores 2 unanswered there, loses game 1, and just runs away with this series. And it's again, I'm pretty sure Sac State outshot Davenport here again. I'm pretty sure every single game so far today. We're not going to get the full statistical picture, unfortunately. But looking at this right now, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say probably that Sac State was still out shooting them, or at least putting more shots towards the net than Davenport, but man, was that a crazy last game to finish off, especially for Sac State. That 0-second goal was a thing of beauty right there. I didn't even see that shot was possible. I thought any 50 was just going to bounce too high, but somehow a perfect top left goal gets synced in, and they keep it in overtime, and that is not anything to be ashamed of. That was a beautiful play from Sac State.
It certainly was. It's just unfortunate, and that's how it always works in Rocket League, right? Like, you score at 0 seconds, and then something disastrous happens, like that demo play right there in a 2v1. Justin getting the 0-second goal, and then the team bump in between Fireburner and Garrett. Like, it's just, it always seems like disaster. You bring yourself back from the brink of death and then just immediately get shut down. It's always so disappointing. But Sac State definitely not going to be mad about this season. Obviously, in spring, they took the #1 overall seed in this champions division. Unfortunately, you run into a team that was in Legends, right, and didn't make playoffs, and there's just that small bit of separation that we saw continue to pop out. Also, Davenport's going to be playing the winner of Carthage Firebirds Red and Robert Morris University, so definitely excited to get on with that and see how this progresses. But I believe we're going to be taking a quick break. So, Fiat, any last thoughts about this series before we take a breather?
Don't go anywhere. We have even more Rocket League action coming your way, but we will be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to the NECC Network, where we saw Davenport take the 4-1 victory and move on to the next round. The semifinal is a very special place to be in the Nationals here on the NECC channel. Fiat, you're returning from the last series, and I'm excited to be able to join you here for the upcoming one as well. How have things been with you, man?
It's been pretty good. We've just been vibing, watching some great Rocket League games here on NECC. As you said, we just saw Davenport take on Sac State Green, where they got that win 4-1, especially in that Game 5. That was an overtime clanger. Great game so far, but we still got some more coming. We got Mount Aloysius going against Juniata College. That's bound to be a strong matchup. We've seen both of them before. Getting a look at that Mount Aloysius roster, you're going to get Zekers, Ropus, and Sib, I believe is how you pronounce that one. But Barely, yeah, talk to me. You've seen some of these teams before. What are you thinking this matchup's going to look like?
Well, they're not just these two teams that are my favorite to pronounce, but also my favorite teams to watch as well. Both of these teams go way back in the NECC, and that Mount Aloysius team is just a force to be reckoned with. But if there's a team across the way that can challenge them, it would be this Juniata team. I already messed it up, and we've practiced it 70 times. But Holland, Jokin, and Mizuki gonna round out this roster. I also love the fact that they have 2 names per player, because that's exactly how you get it done. Is more teams the better, or more names the better.
Exactly, if you just keep throwing words in there, eventually someone's going to get distracted. And even open net usually happens in most of my games, but I'm usually the one getting distracted. But Juniata College, looking at their season, right? Spring 2024, right? They went 5-2 and got the first place playoff finish, and back in fall going 3-3 with the 5th to 8th. And now looking to solidify their record, trying to find their place here in the NECC Nationals history. We're getting off with game number 1, Mount Aloysius Juniata College. Let's get straight into it.
Getting into the players are so ready to hop in. We'll see if they have that same prowess on the pitch. Right now, you've got Chaser chasing this one down to the corner. He'll go quick stop and start, and it's a great pass over to Ren. And a quick start off the bat. This team came out with a mission, and Juniata off to that quick start.
Beautiful passing plays immediately. Just seeing that possession, even though you were 0 boost, they weren't afraid to get a bit close to take that risky play, and it works out for them. Juniata able to get the first goal of this series so far, but now Chaser's going to be up the air with a little bit of possession. Gets it around 1. That's hit off the backboard shot opportunity, possibly, but it's saved last second there. Sib able to make a good touch. Ren, though, has possession. Sib, that's not the best touch. It's floating high in the air. Fake, almost a dunk, but Ropus able to make contact in front of the net.
Sib was in an awkward spot there. That touch just allowed enough time for the teammates to rotate around, so you'd like to get more on it, but you definitely appreciate the fact that you're able to get out without harm being done. But Juniata continues to make it very difficult for Mount Aloysius to anything. That's a good flick, though, to try to get them going, but answered immediately by the defense of Juniata. And now Chaser out as well. Uses the back ball, kind of got bumped off by his own man, and that allows Mount Aloysius and their defense to swing around and gain possession.
Now floating on their corner. There's some physicality coming out from Juniata right here. A 50 and another demo coming out. Chaser trying to put this shot on net. Another bump. A huge physical play. Juniata now has a bit of pressure. Tries to pass this mid. A 50 with Sib. Gonna bounce high into the corner for Mount Aloysius. And now Zekers on the sidewall, but doesn't go for the ball yet. Ren comes and swoops that into the backboard. Zekers, light touch, but gets it around 1. Unknown route. Gets the clear towards the left side.
And a good pass down again. Look as they 1, 2, 3, 4. An opportunity there. Ren able to touch it away, and though his shot is taken, Juniata was ready on the mark. Nobody back here from Mount Aloysius. A chance in transition, but just a little bit off the mark. Ren gonna try to direct it on. Nonetheless, they had that flip in their back pocket to try to use it and redirect it onto net, but Mount Aloysius up for the challenge.
Floating high here. There's unknown route. Trying to get that shot on net. Just goes a bit too low and not on target. 50 pressure coming out again from Juniata. Sib not able to make contact, and now that's a clear back down to the Mount Aloysius side. Zekers on the backboard tries to get the save. Good 50 shot. Rebound almost on target. Here's that follow-up, but it's not going to be there either. Sib gets a good dribble. Zekers now has a bit of time with 50 coming in quick from Ren. Luckily, Mount Aloysius come out unscathed on that one.
No panic here from the Mounties as Mount Aloysius were able to fight off a couple of opportunities. Junieta's been doing a great job positionally. We'll also have another shot on target credited. Although that one not a grade A. That was Sib able to just swing around easily to get it, but the continued pressure, more importantly, it's been very difficult for them to try to get to. You saw Zekers eyeballing Sib, but the pass was a little bit too far. Mount Aloysius, if they're able to nail these passes down, they're going to be a completely different and dangerous team, but Junieta is still not letting off the gas pedal either.
In Ren, that's a good swoop in to take possession right there off the ceiling. Doesn't get the contact though. Still good pressure for Junieta. Demos from physicality coming out. There's one for Chaser. Gets Zekers off the field. And now a little bit of a play. Ren off the ceiling. Maybe shot on target. And it is off in a beautiful shot. And now Junieta leading by 2.
Ran up to the ceiling with that one and just had so much confidence to bring it back down. In fact, that original touch might have been a little bit higher than, some players would say that they like their setup to be, but didn't really handcuff them at all as they were able to just jump off that ceiling and touch it right off the bat and aim it on target. And that's what you can do when you free up space, have that open net in order to work with. Sometimes you can just use your mechanics to your advantage and easily tap that one in. And Junieta able to be the opportunistic team out of the 2 right now. Mount Aloysius has been doing big things on defense, but once the cracks start to open up a little bit more, it's been Junieta the entire time being able to take advantage of it.
Exactly. I mean, Mount Aloysius had a hard time breaking out, but Sib found the shot eventually, and that's a good play finding that counterattack, and it just gets it around 1. The demo from that second man on 0 boost is exactly what Mount Aloysius need, and now with a minute left, only 1 goal needed. Certainly still within grasp here in game 1, but it's a best-of-7 series. It is a long fight ahead for both of these teams.
A 1 back here from Mount Aloysius as well on purpose, back to where Zekers was waiting for. He tried the solo play, but it was answered by Junieta. There's Sib in the corner being challenged himself. Now look out in transition. Great read from Rem to get up because Sib finally landed a great pass from Mount Aloysius' defensive line from Zekers. But when you read the play to that degree, that can be frustrating. That said, they still have to be careful. This will be off that side wall, an opportunity for Junieta, but this one still point rings high. Junieta able to turn it directly back in. Ren holds. Went up first as a fake. Sib right back on it. And they need to move forward here with 18 seconds left. A couple of touches, but this one will just fall up and over. Rubis tried to tap it in. Ren should be able to tack this over to the sidewall. And with 10 seconds left, need to kill more time. Up in the air, it'll go yet again, but this one relatively free. Shot taken, and Sib will need to keep this up in the air if they want anything to do with this game. Still hangs up, and over to the sidewall. Zekers a great job to keep it up, but it'll be Junieta who takes game number 1 as Chiefs are able to kill it to the ground.
A close game for both of these teams. Definitely a shootout here in game number 1 series. Junieta just able to get the edge, and look at all of those shots. 8-5-2 compared to the 5 on Mount Aloysius. You can just tell Junieta was feeling comfortable on the blue side right there. That pressure really did a lot for them. Ren, the MVP there with 2 goals and 3 saved. Phenomenal performance from everyone on Junieta.
Crazy to think that Junieta was out shooting Mount Aloysius by the count of 15-5. A 10-shot differential. It felt that way to some degree, that they were out shooting them, but the scoreboard was still that close, and that just means that Mount Aloysius was being had a strong defense number 1, but then was able to transition, at least, be able to keep them at bay whenever those shots were coming on. So credit their defense for being where they need to be, but the bend but don't break attitude might get you through round 1. They need to make some big adjustments in order to put on more shots and eliminate the opportunity to take shots, like we saw a lot from Junieta.
Yeah, and you could tell that both of these teams aren't necessarily living up to both of their full potentials in this game one, trying to take it a bit slower, feel, how those defensive rotations are going to feel how that offensive plays, those passing plays that are coming out from Junietta are going to feel, and how to defend against those. And Mount Aloysius had a decent enough plan, but it was really just breaking out of their own box that they struggled with. It felt like they were on defense for so long, and even when they had the clear, that second and third man, they had no boost. They were completely starred, and Junietta just very good consumption of resources, being very conservative with their play, not taking too many risks, but still going for those hard shots.
Yeah, the pass or the shots count was absolutely unreal, but the fact that they were able to take that many was just because they were able to find little cracks behind Mount Aloysius to at least get a shot off, and they weren't exactly the strongest of shots all of the time, but they do things like this. They're able to work it around the defense, make it awkward. This is Mount Aloysius' turn to step up and take a lead. They're up 1-0.
And there are those plays that you were looking for. That change of pace has worked well so far here in game number 2 for Mount Aloysius, getting that first goal. But with 4:35, still a lot of game left on the clock, a lot of clock left to kill. A bit of a team up coming out here from both of Mount Aloysius. That's a bit of a mistake. That's going to be a free bang for Junietta. Rupus, though, able to make contact in the corner. It's an awkward touch, but it was very important to get. And now, clear opportunity. Mount Aloysius, chance number 2. Goal almost goes in, but Ren with the side flip and gets the save.
And now look at him in transition, try the flip. Reset waits in patience for the demo to come out in front on their end. So Ren was able to fight off a bump demo attempt of his own and then goes coast to coast and brings it back down with absolute patience to let Chaser get out in front, and we're dead even.
Wow, that was a perfect play. Just trusting your teammates to just get that demo, and the demo coming out so perfectly there. Mount Aloysius had no time to respond, but here's a response. Sid puts in the second goal, and now Mount Aloysius coming back. It's a bit of a shootout here again here in game 2, but only 4:09 left on the clock. Junietta looking for one more.
Sib jumped out incredibly quickly, almost a little bit too quickly, but the perfect timing to get off and read the play in a fashion that was excellent off that kickoff on the left side in order to beat out the other challenger, because Junietta had similar ideas off that kickoff, but their pace, their reads just a touch faster, and those split seconds matter here at this level, especially when you get into these second and third rounds here, Fiat.
Ooh, shot coming out. Rupus almost gets that, but gets blocked. And now an immediate response coming out from Ren. Zeker is able to get a good safe touch into the corner. Pinch coming out, rolling up. Rupus, though, picking up that rebound. Gets it around one defender. High hit into the corner. 2 jump from Mount Aloysius, but it is fine right there. Zen, or Ren, actually. Not Zen, but it looks like he's playing like it almost right there. Makes the contact, and now Junietta back on defense.
And unknown routes. Kind of loose play out to the center field, and that allowed Mount Aloysius to get another shot. By the way, they've already tied that shot count. Look at Ren! Oh, and dirty goal! As he gets up and ties it at 2 from his own end. You said Ren looking like Zen. Check that out. Oh my goodness, the read off the ceiling is unbelievable.
Oh my, that is a weird shot. That is crazy to put in, especially having that awareness. That's even a possible hit. And now Junietta, the beautiful response to tie up this game. They have another opportunity, but it's met immediately. Rupus gets bumped. Ren passing this left side, shut down again by Rupus. Now, shot opportunity. It's going to be back in the Junietta corner. Bit slower now. Ren has full boost, trying to take a 50 here, playing this slow. Zekers hasn't committed, but there he has to go into the air. Sib able to get a good rebound touch off the backboard. Good contact hit right. Demo's coming out from Mount Aloysius. 50 floating in front of their net, though, and now back into the corner. Zekers, good control touch. Maybe over 1, maybe over 2, but it's shut down immediately again by Ren.
Ren has been the driving force behind Junietta, and it needs to continue, and it does, with another giant save. And now in transition, nobody back. Sim can't get there. The speed from Ren as he puts this team on his back currently. And now the 3-2 lead after Mount Aloysius had taken a lead of their own for the first time in the series. Junietta, leave it up to Ren to give you an answer.
Ren looking like Zen again. Now Junietta with the 1 goal lead. 2:24 left here on this clock. That's rolling high. Sib able to get a quick touch off the roof. Met again. Ren is just there for everything, shutting it down. This high pressure offense from Junietta, exactly what you want to see. But now they're stuck a little bit in their corner. A decent hit towards again, and now back pinch midfield. Is it over one? Rupus able to get a good turn there, keeping it in the corner. Now trying to push it back downfield. Maybe gets it over one. Chaser shuts that down. A high hit again. Maybe a center coming out. Is anyone there? No. Mount Aloysius luckily survive, and now a beautiful clear off the backboard. Wow, I thought that was about to be a psycho.
I mean, it was a psycho touch, right? And was directed towards the other end. Here's Red again. Look out, double touch. He's got this read, but Zekers has the shield off, as they really need to come out big with a big save. Able to at least do that, and now Ren still had boost in the tank, somehow conserved enough to make it difficult here. But Zekers with an excellent touch again, as this one will find its way past Chaser, but unknown routes. Now going to step into it. This one off the ceiling, back down, and Sib will get to it before Chaser can.
Light touch, Sib's chasing down Ren, trying to get them off the field. Mount Aloysius pushing this back into the Junietta corner. Good hit again from Ren, though. Clear, and it's Sib now, trying to get possession, trying to put shots on, but Junietta's defense not letting go so easily. Double commit there, but it shouldn't mean too much unless that demo comes out. Rupus now gives some space here for Sib. Sib gets the high hit shot coming out, and Zeker is able to get the rebound, puts it in, ties it up.
All about Sib following this one. Typically, players would be timid, but he realized he had 100 in the tank and was able to use a touch after getting to the back wall of your opponent in order to direct it down into dangerous territory. And Mount Aloysius, no hesitation to jump up from Zekers in order to get the job done. Clinical, and another opportunity here. A little wide, Sib to follow up on it, but the pop chased away by Chaser. Zekers will get it done for Mount Aloysius. In a matter of 12 seconds, they're back on top.
Wow, what a play. That was a great save coming out from Chaser, but it's not enough. The banger follow-up from Zekers, and that's a great play, especially from that third man to commit, to see that opportunity to get the goal. Even when you're tied up right there, it can be scary to fully commit on those types of plays. Zekers able to get a good save into the corner right there. Mount Aloysius, though, now have the lead. 30 seconds left. Bump coming out, and Red takes it right back, and we have a tie game yet again.
Of course we do. And why not be Ren to be right in the exact spot? And yes, Chaser freed that up with the bump, but you know, you see Ren do big things. You expect maybe he goes back to the air in that situation, but sometimes he can just keep it simple. That's why and how you get to the level of being such a strong leader for Junietta.
That's a good hit. Ren's going to get a powerful touch and gets it around another one, too. Unknown route. Not able to get the turn there. 0 boost, and now Zekers with a little bit of a catch here. Gets it around one again, but Ren there with the follow-up. Rupus able to get a touch, but it's floating in front of the net, and the pass from Chaser is perfect right there, and oh my goodness, Junietta have taken back the lead. I mean, wow, what a back and forth so far.
Chaser, the name is so appropriate. Chasing down bumps early to allow that to develop and give him space to recognize that maybe an extra touch is needed, and fought that out. And Junietta, just as quick as Mount Aloysius, were able to take the lead. It's Junietta who is able to take it directly back, and a chance to close out here in 2. They put it to the ground. What a comeback effort here. And Junietta, led by Ran in such big moments there, fight off the charge from the Mounties and make it 2-0 in the series.
Wow, 1,000 for Ren coming out there. 5 goals, 8 shots, 3 saves. The hard carry coming out. I mean, exactly what you want to see. And it looks like Mount Aloysius is going to be calling a timeout here, which, honestly, after a performance like that from Ren, I definitely agree with that decision. You have to figure out how to shut down that guy on the field.
I'll tell you what, the 10 shots is a lot better, feels a lot better from Mount Aloysius, but when you have Ren, who it only takes 4 shots to put in 3 and cause all sorts of chaos on the other side, yes, you definitely need to strategize around how do we take Ren off the field. It's not to disrespect Ren's teammates. Chaser's been dominant when it comes to the bumps and demos that Ren relies on in order to create this space where he can do these big things from a 2K perspective on rank-wise. And then the rest of them following suit as well to just be the 3 that they need to be in order to allow Ren to pop off. This team's been absolutely outstanding. Mount Aloysius, credit them for keeping it close, but Juniata, they're in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like Mount Aloysius has just been a bit inconsistent so far in the series. At one time, they're just looking really, really strong. They're putting on a lot of shots, a lot of pressure. Everything's moving slowly, moving very well. But then they get the lead, and now 2 goals immediately scored back from Juniata. And Mount Aloysius has a bit of a task ahead of them in order to figure that out in such a small time frame. Hopefully this timeout will be able to help them there. But it's a best-of-7 series. They still definitely have a chance to take this. Being down 2 in a best-of-7 series is never really the end of the world.
It's not. It's really not. And well, you know, sometimes we will use this time, like in the 2 minutes, to be like, "All right, Fiat, what are they telling their team right now as far as what we need to do in order to get the job done?" Well, score goals is what our producer says, and I agree with that. But bump Ren and get him out of the way. My goodness, this man is on a mission, and he continues to shine all the time, and that's easier said than done because of his speed. I mean, he'll hit a wave dash, and you're trying to demo him. You're like, where'd he go? This man is on fire, and he continues to just be the difference maker for this squad.
I know, and he just like sees space that no one else on the field has seen just yet and takes it. You know, just seeing those opportunities before they start evolving is something that Red has done so beautifully, so well, so far into this series. The question now is, are they going to be able to keep up that momentum? You know, this timeout, right, might be enough to throw them off. You know, just taking that break, just taking them away from the game and making them a bit less warm. That might be the strategy that Mount Aloysius is going for, or maybe they're just trying to regain their mental, just trying to keep going in, which is also a very legitimate method.
It is, yep. They need to become the Mounties, jump on the train and ride it into this next game with a passion. Otherwise, you go down 3-0, and we've seen how difficult it can be to dig out of this one. I do believe in this squad. They were able to answer the Juniata side at multiple times and multiple occasions, and just stay on that gas pedal, get going, not play timid just because you've been beat to a couple of challenges. They'll look to get back to it here. So game number 3 now. A chance to go to match point here at this point. We'll see if they get it done here. Mount Aloysius, a chance to try to respond. They looked a lot better in the shot column for Fiat. Those got to translate to goals at some point.
Exactly. Almost an opportunity there. A little bit of a hit, a redirect back towards the Juniata side. Ren, no boost here. Neither does his teammate have it. Rupus now with a bit of possession here on the dribble. Tries to get it around 1. Pass, shot, target, saved by Ren. Another one, follow-up saved again. And now Mount Aloysius get it for a 3rd try right here. Rupus goes for the bump on Ren, isn't able to get it. Zekers, great hit towards the midfield, unknown route on the right side, getting a good hit back, pass infield again, shot Rupus, not able to put it on, but Mount Aloysius is coming out, shots fired immediately for this team.
Let's put shots back on. I would like that drop pass too. Rupus was storming in towards the box, and you just tap it away from any defenders and keep it away from Ren as long as you can. Here's Sid, back to back wall, tapped in. The double touch is delicious for Mount Aloysius.
What a slot. That double tap is a thing of beauty. You just can't read it. You can't ask for anything better right there. Mount Aloysius, the immediate response here in game number 3, looking stronger now. And off the kickoff, that's a good hit. Demo's coming out, though. Sib has a bit of possession here, trying to get it around 1. Fake takes the 50. It's Rupus who picks this up here. Left hit. No one makes contact right there. Floats back out to the midfield. Shot. Redirect. Oh my goodness, this guy is different.
Rupus tried to set it up for a teammate. They bailed off it, and Ren was in the right place, right time, and doink, just off the hood of the car. Don't even need to do anything else. And that takes just as much focus to realize that you're in a spot where you don't have to jump, even as much as it does to maybe get a flip reset. To get that exact angle off of a doink is pretty difficult to do. And Ren was able to do that with ease, make it look incredibly easy. And before you know it, you blink, Mount Aloysius, no matter what they do, Ren has had an answer every time.
Get back into the corner right there, and a hit out middle pass. Sib able to get a clear right here. Ren taking that light touch, and Junietta now a bit on their side, taking some time to get it back down the field. Mount Aloysius, though, had enough time to catch up right there, trying to keep up this pressure, just want to keep this ball on their side. Defense has not been the strongest point for this team, but definitely it's going to have to be shot off the crossbar. Chaser nearly puts that one in, but Junietta now has a bit of an opportunity here. Zekers gets it over one, but Ren keeps it in.
And a couple of touches there and played it back. The back pass intentionally to a target. Rupus, a no-look pass, and nobody was there, and Chaser gonna clean that up all the time. A bit of a blunder here for Mount Aloysius. And I mean, Rupus wanted to get to it a little bit earlier to send it down the pitch, just a bit mistimed, and it'll cost him.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate play, you know. You just have to keep a bit better control right there in order to prevent that. Really not necessarily anyone's fault. It was very good pressure from Junietta. They've been able to keep that in, and Ren puts in the second one for himself. Third one for Junietta, taking that lead immediately. Mount Aloysius having a hard time retaining that lead. Junietta just feels like they respond instantly as soon as they get this goal scored.
That's absolute facts. Not to mention Mount Aloysius just diving at everything at this point. They know that they've been beat to a lot of it, and even when they were able to change strategies and take a 2-minute timeout, it looked better. And they took the lead early in this one. Flashback 2 minutes ago. And since then, Junietta, they're going to find creative ways around you. Ren's going to find a way to get things done. And another example of just that, here's Zekers trying to bring in a Musty to maybe switch up the pace here. But mechanics, if you try to play the mechanic game, I mean, that's going to fall into the hands of Ren and Junietta all day long.
And Aloysius, good clear from Sib, up in the air, has a bit of time to work with here. Gets it around one, actually. Going to have to be a 50. Doesn't get it. Ren able to get the beat. Has the shot on net. Zekers has no boost, but gets to it in time. Demo, though, and it's floating at the net, and Ren puts it in. Mount Aloysius so close to getting it out, but Junietta just one step ahead every single time right here, and that is a really unfortunate pump.
That is, I mean, that describes the entirety of this match. The amount of hearts and the amount of effort that Mount Aloysius has had to put into this game has been absolutely respectful. They've been giving it their entirety of their heart and soul. And Junietta still finds ways around it. I mean, Rupus was very close to being able to fight off that bump and still get across to get a bump. And yet still, at the end of the day, it's not enough to fight off the simple bump strategy that that Junietta's come in with and has been able to execute against the Mounties since the get-go. And it can be very frustrating to try to break out of this mentality now, especially when it's edging closer and closer to perhaps a 3-0 count in this best-of-7.
Out on the corner again. Mount Aloysius still needs to find their footing on offense so far. It feels like they really haven't had a lot of time here in this midfield, but they do have some time right here. Shot, Ren able to get the pinch to the corner, but Mount Aloysius, their pressure is mounting right here. They have an opportunity, but as soon as I say that, there's caster curse number 2. Unknown round makes me eat my words, and now the 5th goal here for Junietta.
And eventually you break down, right? You get a little bit frustrated over time, and that's what's going to come of it. You try to at least push forward, and too much will be the trick, especially a minute and a half left, and you haven't been able to put a whole lot of goals on the board. Granted, last game they were able to put up 4 of their own, and still Junietta has been averaging 5 goals a game. How do you go up against an offense this dynamic? And it's very, very difficult to try to come up with anything. But Sib will have that opportunity, but the shot going to go a little bit wide. Follow-up, and yet another big read here from Unknown Routes. No matter what Mount Aloysius tries to do in this series, Junietta, it just seems to be one step ahead.
Less than a minute left in this game. Shot almost on target for Sib. And now Junietta just needs to play instinctually here. Just needs to keep that lead. And it looks like they will do that. Off the own goal, Unknown Route credited and gets that. And it is just so tough to come back from a situation like this when you're in Mount Aloysius' position, right? It can be difficult to break out of like that demos, right? It can be difficult to really break out of the box when it feels like any adaptations you make just kind of feel like they don't really have much impact on the end of this game. But Junietta, with the Brazil, Unknown Route has secured them in game number 3.
Yeah, south of the border. into South America is where they will live here with the Brazil. Juniueta was after one thing once they got to that 6-1 mark, and they were able to accomplish it with still 21 seconds left on the board. Ren will actually break that, says, hey, let's just keep on going, not give Mount Aloysius a chance to breathe. It's more important that you get the victory than it is the Brazil, and not only that, but getting the momentum rolling into the next game too, not allowing Mount Aloysius to even breathe, and they've done a great job of it. They'll roll into this next game at match points. Well-deserved, dominant effort so far, and I can guarantee you one thing, Fiat, it's that shot differential that we saw decrease. Well, it's well up there now, 9-1 here for Juniueta.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's going to be a bit different stats with a game like this, you know, pretty high scoring. You tend to see a little bit of variations, but Juniueta, wow, just dominant performance, honestly, coming out from this team. They've looked so good. They've played very good this season, you know, bouncing back from that 3-3 regular season back in the fall right there, and there's that 10th goal. And it just looks like they've been preparing for this their entire lives. It feels like Ren is on top of his game, you know, Chaser is giving those openings, the third man is always back, ready, reading that defense, and it just feels like everyone, especially on this roster, is so involved, and that is the big difference maker here in this series.
Good look on Ren. Good look at Ren, rather. The dominant force for Juniueta. One of the reasons why they're able to put 10 goals on the board here in this game, number 2. And not only that, they want to look for 11 too. They'll still keep the ball in the air. In fact, Ren's got another flip and will do that. No, a little bit wide. I'm still cheering for it. I don't care. Juniueta just took this game, took this series to a whole different gear. And Mount Aloysius now, it doesn't matter that it was 10-1. It's just one loss at the end of the day, regardless of where it ended up. You know that the task at hand is a reverse sweep, which in the best of 7, to be frank here, Fiat doesn't happen quite often.
Yeah, and especially after games like that, 10-1 losses, it can be kind of hard to, you know, perform that reverse sweep. But in Rocket League, you know, you never know what's going to happen. I know Mount Aloysius is still trying to get this because they know it's their playoff hopes alive. They know that this is their only chance. And I hope to see, especially going to this game 4, a lot more creativity in their plays. You want to see some demos. You want to see some passing plays, even some solo plays, getting a bit zesty, you know, up in the air. That would work out too. Just putting on that pressure and scaring those defenders is really what Mount Aloysius needs, but it just feels like every shot that they've taken so far just really hasn't put on a lot of risk towards Mount Aloysius.
Yeah, it's a puzzle that they haven't been able to calculate here, which is, you know, you give Ren space, of course he's going to create incredible plays, so they try to jump out and challenge him, but when you do that, he uses his speed to simply just bounce and dance around you, and then create the next play off of his own car. So it's danged if you do, danged if you don't, and yeah. They haven't been able to piece it together. It's such a difficult thing, but it's all about the switch up. We see it a lot in other titles like Smash Bros. and elsewhere. They need to at least give them a little bit of balance both ways to keep them at bay, but that's easier said than done, like I've seen it all series long. Game number 4, a chance for the sweep as Juniueta try to grab out the brooms, and Mount Aloysius trying to play spoilers, at least for now, but right off the bat, it is just all pressure again from Juniueta.
Oh my goodness, these guys just do not stop for anything. Ren nearly puts in the double of their life, but unfortunately doesn't go in. Mount Aloysius, though, will gladly take that. A bit of pressure here, pass, trying to go from the midfield, a second double tap off, and now a little bit of a shot opportunity. Rupus leaves this, but Sib isn't able to get a good shot on target. It's met immediately. Taking it back to their side, though, Rupus able to get a good hit, gets that double off of the sidewall, tries to get it around one. Ren control touch into the corner and gets it over Zekers, and now Sib has to go back to the drawing board into his own corner.
And in this corner here, Sib is touching it once, but unknown route already on them. And those challenges because of the speed, because of the reads, ran back down, but it actually missed that time. Sib counted as a blessing here. Juniueta is not going to miss that very many times. Now Rupus with this opportunity, ran already up for it in a hurry. And we'll get this off the corner, forcing Sib backwards and then beating him to the next touch. That's that speed right on full display here, Fiat.
Ooh, that's a dunk coming out immediately from unknown round. He's been a bit of the underdog, the unspoken hero of Juniueta, in my opinion, honestly, because he's just been holding down that third man position, holding down, being just behind his teammates, enabling his teammates to do something crazy, make those crazy plays, and it's really working out for them. Sometimes you don't got to be the playmaker, you just need to be assistance to the Magicians right there. Nearly another opportunity for Juniata, but a bit of a slower pace game for both of these teams. Mount Aloysius has held on, definitely not the same domination that we saw in game number 3.
Mount Aloysius has been more kind to the idea of slowing it down, gaining the possession game, and that's all great, right, until Ren's able to kind of jump on it and make that read. Another great pass. I mean, that is just a dish and a half. He's got dimes for days. Dimes for days. Chaser will finish this one, and Juniata, before you blink, again, another 1-0 lead.
That double tap, it's just so perfect. Like, genuinely, like, how do you eat? How are you? It's just beautiful, honestly. I'm lost for words. Juniata getting the first goal here of game number 4, but it doesn't feel like this is the first goal of the series. Definitely because it isn't. Juniata almost putting that shot on net, but it's going not necessarily in the right direction to get into the Mount Aloysius box. But now Sib up in the air with a fast hit, almost able to get this on net. Unknown route picks this up, gets a bit of possession, gets the flick. But now met again. Rupus has possession again, shooting on net, saved by Ren right there onto the side, floating down mid, and another shot towards the net, met again by Sib.
And the progress that Mount Aloysius has made has not quite gone away just yet in this game. They've been super close and keeping it to this 1-goal margin for quite a while. One big play from Ren. Well, you've seen that many times, but you've been able to find a solution in that first game. I don't see why they can't swing around and do it again, except for the fact that Ren back on it here is Rupus. Try to get past him, but Ren kills more time in the air, and there's the challenge they're looking for as well. Mount Aloysius able to make a little bit more progress forward. Zekers was caught fighting off Ren yet again there in the corner to try to keep the possession in the offensive zone. But eventually that's a thought that will die out, and a touch that will not be made from Sid.
Oh.
That'll force Zekers back for it, and respectably so. He's able to at least gain possession back with the demo.
Yeah, this isn't the worst position so far, actually, here for Mount Aloysius. You've seen their defense be a bit more compact in the past, but it looks like they're feeling that space a bit easier now. They're able to find some easier, more opportunistic saves right here off the backboard. Sib reads that immediately. Good plays coming out. Mount Aloysius still trying to keep their hopes up. Only a 1-goal lead here for Juniata. Definitely not safe, but the task of a reverse sweep is going to be so hard for this squad. Whiff shot, but met again by Sib. Zekers needs to get a clear, but it's Ren who meets him first, and now a hit off the backboard. It's going to be a touch. Rupus has a bit of a shot opportunity, not going to be able to put it in. It goes right.
And Ren with the patience to get back to it, always seems to be in the right spot. I mean, you kill it over in front of him, he's got it. Behind him, he's got it. And behind the defense, he goes. And Chaser, the one to tap it in yet again. Count on Ren for the solo plays. As he landed on that one, Rupus had no choice but to make a touch with the backside of his car, which gave him 0 options as far as where he could get to it. And Ren did the rest to again leave a ball on the doorstep. This guy is like DoorDash right now. Not a sponsored stream, by the way, but incredible work.
Unfortunately not, but still, it feels like Juniata is serving up something amazing here, just letting Ren cook, and it is working out right there. No heat on either of these opportunities right now necessarily, but there's a shot coming out. Rupus able to get that save again. Mount Aloysius gets that clear back into the Juniata corner. It's not going to mean much, though. They have 16 seconds left to work with. Zekers needs to score it right here, right now, but Chaser shuts it down because he knows that's all they needed. 8 seconds left, and this is going to be a hard opportunity to come back. Juniata nearly perfecting the perfect sweep here in the NECC Nationals, and now they will move on to the semifinals.
It's about as clinical as it can get, and we talked Ren all day long, but Ren, yes, he can pop up. He can carry. He really did put the team on his back in a lot of these occasions. He was the playmaker, he was the goal scorer, and he was the defensive menace as well. So he did have all 3 aspects check off the list as far as what he was able to do in this series. But you don't get there unless you have the support players necessary in order to listen to what Ren's trying to do and allow him to cook. Like you mentioned, Chaser was a large part of that as he was chasing down those bumps, demos to allow that space to be freed up, and Ren did the rest. What a performance all around. Mount Aloysius, congratulations and claps to them as they were able to make it this far, and which is no easy statement either, especially in the NECC at any any level, including this one too. Fiat, their dreams just coming up a little bit short this semester.
Yeah, and again, I just have to point out, Ren, that was honestly one of the best solo individual performances I have ever seen from, honestly, any collegiate player so far. It was perfect. It checked off everything on that list. But we still got more Rocket League action. We're going to go to a short break and get ready here for you. Don't go anywhere because we will be right back.
Welcome back to the NECC Network for the round of 8. It's the Elite 8 here in the Nationals, and Fiat joins me here, Bear Lights, and a few one-sided affairs, but listen, we're down to business with this next matchup as we've got the Waterloo Warriors facing off with Oklahoma City University.
Definitely a matchup to keep your eye on. I've been excited for this all day. Both of these teams very, very close in skill. We haven't seen a lot of them here on the mainstream, but this is their time to shine. And what a time to shine it is. You know, these Nationals have been going pretty well. We just had some amazing games previously, too. That Davenport game, really amazing to watch, you know. But, you know, we got some even more exciting series here. Oklahoma City University. Let's see what they can do against the Waterloo Warriors.
Yeah, OCU was a team that I got to see last week, and they were a force to be reckoned with. Between Miracle and Nickel, they made some big plays that were capturing the imagination. It reminded me of Ren of last series, where you make those dynamic plays that leave the other team scratching their heads. And so Waterloo needs to be careful with it. But they bring in quite a lineup themselves with Altima, Martian, and my Tyrannosaur, which is hands down my favorite. I know we had a couple of great team names, but that one's hands down favorite player name as well. And Waterloo Warriors are going to prove why they're here and named the Warriors after all.
Yeah, those are some solid names, my Tyrannosaur. I mean, I gotta say, that's probably one of my more favorites on here. But taking a look now at the Oklahoma City University squad, we got Nickel, Miracle, and Real Taterman, obviously, going in strong. Oklahoma City Spring went 7-0 undefeated in the regular season and got a first place playoff finish, securing their spot here in the Nationals, compared to the Waterloo Warriors, who went 4-3, a bit of a rockier regular season, but ended off with that second place finish. But now here, second place is just not going to do. Waterloo Warriors versus Oklahoma City University, battling it out.
And Tater finds Miracle, the pre-flip. Oklahoma City University trying to make a statement early with an opportunity, but Waterloo was able to shut it down last second. And Tater off the back wall with ease. Great find as a pass. And almost a tornado flick to send it in for OCU, but the Waterloo Warriors were able to battle out. But just for now, as a flip reset from Nickel, challenged the back wall, but the Warriors back out to midfield yet again.
There was some sauce on that flip reset. It just went flying. Fortunately, not towards the net, but they're going to be able to keep up this pressure here for Oklahoma City. Now, met in the middle. Miracle gets a good touch. Nickel takes the 50 right there, but XCS able to get a good touch into the air dribble. 50, though, in the midfield. And now both of these teams vying for that midfield possession. It's going to be up in the air, though. Oklahoma City able to get the first touch. Nickel trying to be there. 50 pinches right back down to the orange side. Miracle, light touch, but it gets demoed. And
Nickel right back on it too. Great reaction and in support there, positionally sound, and we'll bump off a member of Waterloo who was lingering around, but Miracle just wants to play it back here for a defender. And he's got Tater with plenty of space. That was a dangerous move to pull it back down because you had Warriors all over you left and right and still was able to find a way out. And now Miracle tapped down, but a little bit too hot to handle as Nickel got up quickly, but just couldn't quite find the angle there.
Back into the corner, and now it's Goblin Mode trying to go a bit crazy right here. Gets 50'd by Tater up in the air off the ceiling. XCS meets him there, and now it's just slowly floating back towards that orange box. Not what you want to see. Marshall not able to get a hit, just leading that for that second man right there. 2 up for Oklahoma City University, not on target. Back into the corner for the Warriors here. Tries to get over one. Nickel picks this up. Full boost, has the hit, gets it around one, tries to put it on net, but it's saved by XCS.
XCS in the perfect spot in order to dish that one out, and Houston recovers. B2 Martian tap it down. XCS a chance, a fake! Oh, it's still saved and fought off, but still not out. Chance and directed downwards, but Miracle will come across for the additional save, and OCU showing off that defensive prowess we've gotten to know and love.
Playing so far, possession has been pretty even so far in this game number 1. No team necessarily dominant over the other. Goblin gets a light touch into the corner, gets the dunk as well. Bit of a misplay coming out from Oklahoma City. Hopefully won't be the end. Miracle in a good position to get another touch. Safe hit. Martian, though, trying to put that center. Goblin gets 50 by Tater. Now now has a little bit of a catch. XCSP tries to get it here, but it's centered for Miracle. Shot not on target, just a bit too high, and it rolls back towards the orange side. Tater gets a good hit right before getting demoed.
CS stays on it to get an extra touch, but Nickel just caught it off the front of his car. Although it goes a little bit farther out than maybe anticipated, it still falls into a place where Oklahoma City University was able to get the next couple of touches, but those sequences died out as Waterloo continues to play on it. Nickel again, difficult touches that he's trying to make here. OCU, they're getting away with it because their skill level is so high, but if they make even a tiny mistake on some of these opportunities, they got to be careful because Waterloo would be able to just kind of tap it into the back of the net. So be wary of these touches. They need to simplify their gameplay if they want to find more success as you get later in this bracket.
Not too many passing plays coming out so far for either team. You saw that initial play coming out from Oklahoma City early on in this game one, but both teams really just playing the solo game, playing the 50s, you know, not trying to take too many risks here so far. Shot on target, Tater gets a good hit out of the box. Martian keeps this in, but it's met again. Nickel able to get a hit, gets the 52, but it's going a bit too high over the net right there. Goblin mode, catch behind him, and that's going to be another 50 in the corner. Shot possible here, but it's a bang back towards the corner. Martian now has a bit of possession, goes for the fake demo. Shot on target, almost forced in. XCSP not able to put it in. Goblin mode not able to either, and now Nickel with the clear back into the corners. Waterloo still for their shot. 27 seconds left on the clock right here.
Completely flip-flopped from what we saw in the last series. This time it's very difficult to find a goal. Both teams just trying to escape any kind of pressure that the other team has thrown on, but look out! Opportunity as Goblin mode is out early to challenge that one. OCU almost let him get behind the back line of defenses, and now they'll have one more chance to push out. Miracle off the ceiling, back down to Nickel, and XC has a great job to recognize, get the demo, but it'll hit the ground before they're able to put it into the open cage. Excuse me. We go to overtime for game number one.
That saw so close from Goblin, but it just hits the ground, unfortunately. But now Martian with a play of his own, and it's a double tap off the overtime, off the kickoff. Waterloo making a quick game off of that overtime. And oh, what a play from Martian. It is certainly out of this world.
Facts. Waterloo gets away game one with a victory here. Their defense bailed them out on multiple occasions, and they were able to string it together. OCU took a lot of risks in that game number one. To only see one go against them was very helpful for them until it wasn't there in overtime, where Martian, yeah, I mean, that adjustment was unreal, and to be able to pull that back down and adjust the way he did was huge. And in fact, 6 shots from XCS in Goblin mode in that one. Martian took 1 shot, and it was the only shot that he needed to take because it was the only goal in the entirety of game number one. The defense is to impress. It needed a goal of that magnitude in order to break through, and Waterloo, the beneficiary of that sequence there.
I mean, eventually, it was just at a point where one of those shots had to fall in, right? And the defense on both sides could only last for so long, and they got it all the way to overtime, which was crazy. But Martian, that play, that solo play, just to set up perfectly over one, and that open net double tap was a thing of beauty to watch. And now you got to start thinking Oklahoma City University, trying to find their response there. Not necessarily a bad game one for them, but not the position they necessarily wanted.
Again, yeah, those risks came back to haunt them at the tail end in overtime. I do like that they're taking them because it seems like they needed to keep up to some degree, but now that they've got their feet wet and we're able to keep it close in the entirety of that series, if they're able to clean it up just a touch, they start moving in the right direction, and it needs to start now. We know they're best of sevens in a long series, but at the end of the day, you know, if you don't start now, we've seen examples of how these series can get out of hand. The longer you play close games that are ones that you fall behind in, the tougher it'll be. But, I mean, there's no warning signs. There's no red flags I'm throwing up here at this point in time. OCU, we saw what they were able to accomplish last week, and they pulled that momentum into this next one to keep it close, and we'll look for a Game 2 victory as we begin now with 5 minutes on the clock. We crank it up. Let's go.
Bit of a back play here. Good hit from XCSP. Goblin Mode not able to get a touch, and now it's going to be Nickel with a bit of an offensive opportunity. Gets the flick over one. Not able to connect with the demo, though. Martian with a good save into the corner here so far. And now Waterloo trying to find the way to get out of their box. That's a clear, but it's met again. Vader putting that on net. Goblin Mode. Good save here. A 50 not going in the way. Pass back to Nickel. One more shot. Can you get the dribble? No. XCSP ready on the backboard.
Miracle watching it just fall down into the hands of Nickel, who's looking for Miracle with a quick pass, and he taps it backwards to Tater, and that ball control of OCU showing its head. And now an opportunity again, Martian able to just bank it off his own post there to keep it away from the strikers of Oklahoma City University. It'll fall back into their hands regardless. It doesn't matter. It seems like all roads lead to them. All roads lead to Nickel. Tries to throw a head fake as well. But the Martian using that extraterrestrial brain to figure out that passing lane and be able to fight it off here. And back into the hands of Martian yet again as Waterloo will start from their side.
Just gotta shout out the Team Liquid decal. You gotta love it. I don't know. I was a big Team Liquid fan when they were in the scene. Goblin's a fan of scoring, but almost puts it on the net. Just a bit too far. High hit into the midfield. It's floating next CSP with 2 touches and the dunk, but Miracle still gets the better of him right there. Good 50, and now a turnaround here for Oklahoma City University. What a bump going in reverse. I don't think I've ever seen a player do it quite like that. Goblin Mode's pretty unique. Almost a shot on target again, but now just floating on the Waterloo side. The clear from Martian is gonna do it almost, but Nickel keeping it in.
And the communication from OCU, if it was just a little bit cleaner there, it looked like Miracle had Nickel, or vice versa, rather. And when that pass came out, that extra touch, if you're just able to communicate that one, it allows your teammate to have a better read. But, oh, dangerous opportunity. OCU kind of leaves it here. Bounce shot is going to be saved. Martian to play it back to the corner here and allows it to come back down. Maybe waited a little bit too long as Tater able to join the conversation. But look out. Goblin Mode beat to it by Nickel. Shielded here by XCS, but right back down to Nickel. Shot taken! The 1-2 punch we were talking about. Oklahoma City University with their first lead of the series.
A crispy goal from Tater here. What a salad gets it over that one defender. And that is an open net immediately for OCU right here. Halfway through this game, their lead is not definite just yet. They're going to look for a few more, hopefully. That's floating in the corner. Martian has a good touch here on the side wall. Tries to get it a pass middle. No one's going to be there, though. Nickel trying to pick it up, but it's going to be Miracle who's going to have to intercept it. Shot on target. That's a high bounce here. Not able to read it. Nickel tries to come in. It's a bit too slow. XCSP keeps it out of the net, and Waterloo still staying alive here in game number 2.
I called out the lack of communication from OCU just a bit ago, but they were cleaning that up to perfection because Tater was well past that ball and stayed down and had the communication necessary in order to call in the next man who called them off in response. It was very coordinated in that effort to keep it close, and that allowed Tater to kind of swing around and get the extra challenge needed. Look out, demo mode, and around goes Martian, and Waterloo able to equalize here with 1:42 after the physicality comes out from the Warriors.
Getting a bit crazy here now for Waterloo. They tie it up here in this game off that demo, off the open space. It's what you love to see, but tie game here now. Both these teams very evenly matched so far, but Nickel now up in the air. Full boost, tries to get it around 1, does get it around 2. Go here for Waterloo. Light touch though onto the side. Goblin just tries to be a bit of the interference here for it, and that's a dunk. Oh my goodness, beautiful. Passing it straight through all those defenders. OCU regain the lead here.
In hockey, we have a thing called win the battles in the corners along the walls, and that's what Tater was able to do the dirty work, so that way you can allow your teammates to step up and get all the lovely stats that you like to see. Miracle, the beneficiary of that opportunity, and Oklahoma City University, instead of seeing their lead dissipate and then be victims to another Warriors lead, granted it was in overtime when they took the lead in that 1-0 close grindy game. In game number 1, we have another grindy game just like it. And look out, the demo was a smoke screen against Miracle, but he ends up being able to jump out just because it also kind of stunned the Warriors to a sense. And it'll head its way out to center field, and more time killed off the clock for OCU.
High in the air, XCPS, a bit of a flub right there. Almost gets a shot on target, but it's a bit too light. Tater able to keep that flick up there. XCSP now in the corner, tries to center that. Almost a shot for Martian, but just around him. Goblin mode in the corner right here. Shut down by Miracle. Local City trying to hold on. They just need it for 30 more seconds. Up in the air, Nickel 0 boost, just going to take this slow flow to sit down to Miracle, who pushed the shot, not on target though, just a bit far left. Shot opportunity again here, floating in front of the net. XCSP also whiffs it, now shot high hit, back into the corner. 10 seconds left. Goblin mode up in the air, looking for maybe one more. The pass close to Martian. 3 seconds left. XCSP's time to shine. Takes it high, down, straight down. Anyone there? No, he's not able to put it in. The slow roller, and OCU with the response tie up the series.
That was quite the effort to keep it up at that 0-second moment, but Goblin mode up top and had it drop down. They just couldn't quite control it. In Oklahoma City University, I mean, they did all the things right throughout the entirety of the game to at least maintain and establish a lead for longer than we've seen all series long, and continue into the next one at dead even grounds. Like I mentioned, no red flags for a reason. This team came out and packed a punch, and we're ready for the different schemes that were thrown at them the other way. OCU showing why they've been in here, and they're going to make this close. Waterloo still stuck around. They were a little bit pesky, but at the end of the day, Waterloo, even with that little bit at towards the end, it'll be now equal and even grounds for both teams to try to discover one another and figure this out in what will essentially be a best of 5 moving forward.
Yeah, and you can really notice that OCU was feeling comfortable adapting midway through the game instead of after the game, which is what a lot of teams would do. It's more comfortable just to focus on the game itself and try not to change things. But Oklahoma City took a bit of a different approach. You could see that they were trying to change up that rotation, change up the space in between the first and the second man, right? And just able to get some pretty decent plays, all things considered, especially in the position they were in. They were really low boost, which is something that Waterloo has done very, very well, is those boost stars and that resource starvation here. But game number 3, Oklahoma City University just took game number 2, and now Warriors looking to respond immediately. Goblin, and there it is, put the shot in off the kickoff.
Martian made the big play last time, and it was smart to just kind of let them challenge it off the hood of his car, knowing that Goblin mode was behind you in rotation. That's just plenty of hours played together. Maybe a little bit of communication, but it seemed like it happened very quickly, and yet Waterloo was keen to it and able to get on the board first here. As OCU, no stranger to being a little bit behind, but have had answers for the Warriors nonetheless, and an opportunity as Hater's going to take this off this side. Well, left it there too. Had some support from Nickel, but Martian able to shut it down. Martian has been the true focal point for this Warriors side, and has been a big reason why they've been able to keep with it. As he'll bank it off the corner yet again, but this will fall right back to him. Tater, a big dunk. This will be off the wall. Water falls down. But again, nobody there to strike for OCU. It'll be left on a table, on a platter, and the Warriors able to just march it back down the field.
Their corner XCPS with the pass. Goblin, high shot off the backboard, and just isn't able to put it in right now. And you can just tell Waterloo is just getting a bit angsty looking for that second goal right here, but they're keeping up the pressure well, and it's working out in their favor. Tater, though, gets a 50 and is pushing it down the field. Nickel gets read by Goblin mode with a great pre-jump, and now it's stuck on their side. That's going back midfield. Full boost for both Martian and Goblin mode, but an awkward play. It's just going to be XCSP with a shot, but easily saved by Nickel here. Miracle gets it around one and now has the possession. High hit off the backboard. XCSP 0 boost, but the shot isn't on target. Tater, no one on boost for OCU, and a missed opportunity. It's gonna sting.
Yeah, the way that Martian actually missed that challenge threw OCU off when they had an opportunity to step right up and have an open gauge, but you have to play on and regardless drop that. Unfortunate circumstances. Goblin mode with the touch, but it's backwards, and Tater already up for this one. Shot taken. Martian up for the task. Off the corner, it's banked yet again. This one's sent out here, and XCSP try to jump to it as well, but Tater, the man on the spot here. It'll be Goblin mode to tap it back down here. Waterloo trapped in this corner, loosely played out. Here's Nickel, a chance flip reset, tried to slow play it, but couldn't get the extra touch. But OCU not done yet. He'll play off back wall, but XCSP, a great job to hop up to the back wall in the exact right moment. And the Waterloo Warriors able to get out of dodge here, but still, it's Nickel bringing it right back in. OCU is relentless trying to get this back to even grounds.
You saw that attempt from some physicality from Tater. There's the shot, and Miracles is putting it in off the pass. In three-man play right there is perfect. Passing that mid, and the shot, even though it's not on target, it makes Waterloo panic a bit, and they are able to tie it up here in game number 3. But now it's back to the kickoff. As per usual, that hit's going to stall in the midfield. XCSP able to get it around one, but Tater has full boost and possession in the corner, taking it to the opposite side, looking for a pass. Martian shuts it down instantly in the corner. Bumps coming out now from Warriors Black, and now you can see the pressure is starting to mount.
It felt like it was a matter of time before the Warriors were going to break through, and they're still back on it again. Here's Nickel. Happy to gather that 100 boost before marching forward. Had plenty of room to do it before the challenge off the ceiling. We've seen Nickel do that once, and the fake actually serves it. A backflip as well. Awkward moment for the Warriors. As OCU, it didn't look very dangerous in a sense, but still they march into it. Here's Miracle off the corner, got the demo, but Tater could not anticipate it and had to stay back as the third man here. He'll let it hit his car. Back out, Miracle already up, shot taken a little bit wide. Follow up. T-Watt to handle so much velocity, came off the car of Miracle, and it almost worked.
Good little touch from Miracle right there. Unfortunately, XCSP read right through it. Goblin mode hitting this down midfield, but it's saved by Nickel. Miracle up fast too, but it's a high hit. It's going to have too much power on it to follow up. Another 50 in front of the Warriors net, and now Goblin mode with the breakaway has the shot opportunity, hits it low, and Miracle's able to get the touch now with a little bit of an opportunity of his own shot. Dunk nearly on it. Now it's floating in front of the net. 50 XCSP with 0 boost, and now it's in the corner past mid again, but the third man isn't able to read it in time. It's running back to the Oklahoma City side. Now XCSP, demo, Martian, hit, shot, and cleared by Miracle, and now the open net opportunity, but Warriors come back and save it in time.
Couple of great 150 IQ play from Miracle, not only from his defensive side, but when he stepped up in moments, he just knows to position his car and park it right out in front of the next challenge. When you don't have a shot, when you have two members of the defense of the Warriors just standing in front of you, you just allow them to 50 it off your car, and it will bounce out to a front in a place. When you have multiple defenders challenging you, auto double commit, he knew that, understood that, and gave them a chance, but now they're on their heels. The Warriors have pushed forward. They're into the zone here, but now it's transition out with 5 seconds left. A touch back in. X couldn't get it out. Miracle tried to turn it in. It'll be kept up in this 0-second opportunity from Tater. It's back out in front there, but nobody was there to challenge from OCU. So it loosely hits the ground. 1-1 in the series, 1-1 as we head into game number 3 overtime.
Pass right now, Oklahoma City finding the time to strike. That's a great clear down the field. Warriors Black have a bit of possession. It's high into that midfield though, and it's a shot back into the corner from Miracle. And now Oklahoma City University, not the best possession here. It's been pretty back and forth so far for both of these teams. Neither of them have had the best or easiest opportunities to score, but definitely have been there. And now it is time to make some of your own. Goblin trying to get that past the mid, but isn't able to. 3 defenders messing up that play coming out from Waterloo.
CSP back on it as well. It's Tater to challenge past him to use his ceiling. This one will pop high. Forward in a hurry as Miracle, but couldn't get above it, and so he just really tapped it up and down and back into the sight lines of where Martian had to stay put. Tater up for this one, gonna go for the bump demo combination, but ran out of boost in the process. So instead of Martian being in a sticky situation, he allowed himself the time to get back to it. And XCSP will do the rest as far as clearing this back out, and Nickel to try to do the same for OCU.
Awkward touch, and it's floating in front of the net. Goblin mode races in to save that, and Miracle nearly slots it in through the 50. Martian gonna pass this right though. XCSP, maybe a double tap hit opportunity, pinches in front of the net off the ceiling. It's floating towards, but Nickel's able to get a good touch into the corner right here. And now Oklahoma City University stuck on the defensive just a little bit. It's a hard opportunity to break out from Warriors, really keeping on the pressure so far in this play. That's a shot on net, saved again by Nickel, and that's going to be floating out back left. Good clear from Tater, and shot coming out from Nickel, saved by the Martian.
And that pass happened so far back that it allowed the chance for the Warriors to read it, but that was a tough read. Now another shot taken a little wide. Need a touch and two actually commit. Martian was heading forward, but Goblin Mode just wanted to take the safe bet and get a touch over the corner. It might cost them. Here's Nickel again, tried the dunk, but couldn't come up with it. Instead, he'll settle for a bump, and Miracle back at it too. That shot wide follow-up, it's saved somehow, but still finds its way through. All the work from OCU finally pays off. It's off the car of Nickel to win it for OCU in overtime, and they'll head up to 2-1 in this series.
What a good play, especially in overtime. Keeping that composure was super important there for Oklahoma City, right? You saw those defenders. You saw it was a savable opportunity, especially for Martian if he was just a bit quicker. But unfortunately, just doesn't work out in their favor. And Oklahoma City now, with a good amount of momentum, take game number 3 here in this series. And oh my gosh, look at that shot disparity as well coming out from Oklahoma.
Literally just saw that. 18 shots taken and registered in that one is absolute insanity. And I'll tell you what, Fiat, I think like at least 7 of those came in that last overtime sequence as they were just bombarding the net, and it was very difficult to keep up with. And at the tail end, I don't know if you caught that, but OCU with the synchronized dancing in the celebration mode, and we saw that last week. They continued the same good vibes into the next one, and of course they'll have the 2-1 lead here in the best of 7 series, so a chance to move up to match point should they win this next one. And right now with that head of momentum, it's very possible, but every single game has been incredibly close, Fiat.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like either team has an advantage over the other, honestly. And you see Oklahoma is really doing good so far in being able to score on the opportunities that they are getting, but still it feels like both of these schools are really able to put each other to the test, right? And just try to stretch out and make the most awkward plays for each other. And it's leading out to a bit of a slower pace game, maybe not the most flashiest of games, but it's a hard battle fought between both of those in terms of their positioning and in terms of their speed.
Waterloo needs an answer now. Able to kick off with the 1-0 lead in the series, but since then it's been a couple of wins for OCU, but XCS, are you kidding me? Finally goes in. Oh my goodness. That would have added injury to insult, but they are able to capitalize at the tail end of this as XCSP made that such a good read that you would have felt bad if that one stayed out.
And that was a close call there for Oklahoma. I mean, generally speaking, it was not a call, but it was a close opportunity for them to clear that out right there. But now the Warriors back in the lead here, and they're looking pretty comfortable doing so right now on the defense. It's a high pinch high, but XCSP able to get a good clear out back towards the Oklahoma City side. Still on the sidewall though, and there's still a bit of pressure mounting. Goblin Mode has to get this hit, but it's past mid from Tater. Nickel taking his time, has the full boost, has the flick, has the goal, and it is tied up in less than a minute.
That catch and flick was just so clinical. It's so natural, and so that clean nature, seeing XCSP rather jump down, and there's no way that you can control your car at that point besides boost, and even that wouldn't have done much. So the perfect timing to flick it over him as his car was coming down. So that's good awareness, way to stay calm in that situation, and a chance to move to the top 4 is easier said than done. And right now OCU has been able to chalk up a couple of those opportunities, and every time Waterloo gets a goal, it seems like OCU is right there to answer back and almost took the lead. In fact, it might come here. Nickel with the change up here, threw it behind the last defender, and OCU back on top.
That is a crazy sequence of events. Goblin had the full boost, but gets faked out with that weird shot. You expect a banger either like top left or maybe in the top bins area, but it's just a nice slow floater, and it works out so well in Oklahoma City's favor right now. But it's Goblin mode in the air, gets shut down by Nickel. It's floating high again. Tater has a bit of possession, has a bit of boost to work with. XCSP doesn't want to let that happen though, gets that second touch and pinches out mid. Not a great opportunity so far for Warriors back, but they're pressing on towards the Oklahoma City side, but now pass again. No one's there except for Goblin mode, who picks up the rebound right here, gets bumped and forced off the ball, and now Nickel counterattack coming out, air dribble, double tap, almost the dunk, and pinches again right back out there, and Warriors staying alive.
I was about to say, don't let them make that work. They call him Nickel for a reason, and apparently it's because he spends 5 seconds, full seconds, game seconds on the boost pad trying to grab it. I know you saw him on that far side. So if he was able to take that 100 boost after waiting so long for it and then be able to capitalize because he had that 100 boost, I would have been absolutely scratching my head saying, there's no way you can let this happen. Not like this.
Here's a good shot opportunity almost in. This is an open net for Nickel. Isn't able to slot it though. Goes a bit too slow, and Martian gets the hit into the corner right there. And now Warriors trying to find a bit of momentum themselves. They've been stuck on defense for a little bit more than they would like this game. Haven't found a good breakout opportunity. Oklahoma City just cutting in those corners, playing that save, and Tater with the 50 goes straight in, sees the opportunity and takes it. And now Oklahoma leading by 2.
Listed as real Tater on the NECC site, where the bracket lives, and there's a reason why, the League OS, if you will.
Yes.
And it's because he's
He's
real
so
one.
real.
That
He is
read
so
was
real.
That read was so real. Love the real potatoes, not the fake potatoes. This is all meat and potatoes, and it's all Nickel getting the rest of it done. OCU, they're dancing. They're feeling it. They're absolutely a complete vibe here, Fiat, and they've got a 3-goal lead, the biggest margin we've seen all series long.
Oh, if I had a nickel for every time I saw that play, I would definitely have him right here in my arsenal. And a beautiful shot coming out right there. Production was not a big fan of that one, great one. But I enjoyed it. But a 3-goal lead here for Oklahoma City. And now a good opportunity. XCSP hitting that up high, a shot opportunity coming out. Miracle gets a great touch right there. Demo's coming out, and now Warriors trying to get physical. But it's Nickel who's trying to put it in again, almost with a clean air dribble, but it's saved last second by Waterloo.
XCSP just equally as impressive of a save to get back to it. Hey, listen, Fiat, I will back you up here. That's not even the lowest hanging fruit on the field right now with the name Miracle also on OCU. So I'll give you credit for the joke, even though production doesn't like it. And Nickel's going to set him up right now. It's Tater shut down again. XCSP sees a 3-goal differential. He doesn't care. He wants to keep it as close as possible in case they can make a late push.
Demo's coming out again. Goblin mode trying to get physical here. 3-goal deficit for Waterloo, but that's a clear downfield and a awkward touch for Nickel. It's going to be going a bit too slow. XCSP right there opts to take the fake and get the boost instead, probably to assume that there's going to be some sustained pressure, but Oklahoma City just recovers so well off of that attacking opportunity that it doesn't really matter. And now back with an opportunity, Miracle hitting this back into the corner, keeping up this lead. 3 goals with a minute left is going to be a difficult position for the Warriors, but if anyone could do it, it's going to be them.
And now the passing play down to XCSP. It's how appropriate that it's XCSP that is the one to get the job done here. And Martian was pure speed. The way he was able to get up on that back wall as well and found his teammate crashing towards the Bucks. And that's what you got to do when you're down by 3. 44 seconds left and 2-goal deficit feels way more manageable in my eyes, Fiat.
Oh, completely, honestly, especially with 40 seconds left and with Martian on this hit. Oh, that could have been a great opportunity to get the third there, but unfortunately not scored. Warriors are going to have to take a bit more time in order to do that. Good pinch off the ceiling. It's going to be floating back towards the side, and open net opportunity, and he puts it in off of the most awkward recovery I've seen, but defying all odds. Now only a 1-goal lead left for Oklahoma.
Look out. He's heating up. He's cooking. Let him cook. XCSP now with a hat trick in this one has got all 3 goals for Waterloo and 24 seconds left to get something done. Needs to happen relatively quickly. You don't need a kickoff goal necessarily, but you do need to press forward. Step 1 accomplished. XCSP, what a feed! Martian is there! XCSP is playing at a whole different level, and so is Waterloo as the Warriors even it up late in game number 4.
Plan, prepare, and execute. That is the story for Waterloo so far in this game number 4, coming back from the 3-goal deficit, and now 17 seconds they just need to hold on to send this game to overtime. But it's Nickel in the air, not enough boost, gets the 50 with Goblin mode, nearly floats in, but a good touch from Martian, gonna leave it in a safe area now. 3 seconds left, clock is ticking, that's hitting low. Nickel has it up in the air, but it's a light touch and lets it go to the ground. Game 4 overtime. It's exactly what I wanted to see, Bearlight.
Oh man, the Warriors, now it feels like you gotta get this win, and they do get a demo to free up a little bit. Here's Martian, they'll push it forward. Tater has to touch this one backwards, and Martian's out in front to try and cause a little bit of chaos, but he's not able to abduct the back line. Now look out, Miracle crafty touch, back wall it goes, but a good tap away from guess who? XCSP again making big plays, and add a little bit of space off that demo. Left for Marshall, but Miracle able to sidestep that one, but XCSP, you can tell he's cooking and continues that same momentum into overtime.
Good control from Miracle. Unfortunately, doesn't go center to get sent from Waterloo to pick up that ball in the corner right there. The flick from Goblin mode is going to be good enough to keep up some pressure here. Looking for that second man. There he is. He's going to get a shot. It's not going to be on, though. Miracle gets a hit towards the right. Follow-up coming up from Martian. Not perfect, but Goblin mode is going to be there to keep it up. High hit, and now Tater has to jump for this. Floating towards the net. Almost in, but now Oklahoma City stuck a little bit in their box. Martian trying to box him in and gets a good hit. Nickel, though, off the backboard, has some time, has some space, trying to relieve that pressure. Plays enough for a little bit, almost a shot for Goblin, but it's shut down.
Tater now gonna find the other side of an XCSP challenge. And Tater took a second to get to it. I thought it was a wrong decision to turn away from that one. It's still free. Shot taken in Martian. Able to complete the comeback for the Waterloo Warriors here. And it's crazy but true. 44 seconds left. They scored 2 goals to force overtime and take this one to get us back to even ground.
What a game right there, honestly. I mean, just the comeback from Warriors in and of itself was completely worth it in this series, but the fact that they got the win is even better, and that's an odd point disparity, though. You see 78 points coming out from Goblin and 900 XCSP, but it didn't really feel in that series that was necessarily the narrative of how those games were. It felt like everyone on Warriors had a specific role that they were trying to stick to and had some goals that they were trying to accomplish, but eventually it worked.
Yeah, it is all because of the jump starting of XCSP, who completely took it, launched it into action, jump starting the cars that were out there. All the Phoenix apparently needed a new battery charge, and he got them rolling with the hat trick relatively early. Once they started cooking, it was just all momentum rode into that overtime sequence where it took them a little bit of time, but they were able to find it, and now into the game number 5, they'll roll with a clear advantage now. And you felt like if they didn't complete that win, that they might be lost into it because it'd be match point against after all that work had fallen flat, but they ensured that that was not going to be the case. And Martian, who's been really solid throughout, got the game winner and was a big portion of that. Him and XCSP has got to be shut down. Otherwise, Waterloo might be running away again with the ability to run to match point themselves if they're able to keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to jinx anything too early, but I have a feeling that this has to go to 7, honestly. These teams are so back and forth, nearly a shot on target. But yeah, these teams are so back and forth that it doesn't feel that necessarily either team is going to find that exact advantage. Oh my goodness, the redirect skim, that is beautiful coming out from Nickel.
And that sort of setup from Miracle going upside down after Nickel had set him up, the give and go, if you will. It's definitely not the most direct path forward, but Miracle launched one that the defense could not handle, and the velocity sent it off the wall where they couldn't handle it either. And OCU needed the answer, needed the hot start. Although they did gain momentum in that game number 3 as well, and they gave it away. Tater wants nothing to do with that again. OCU now up 2-0.
Now this is starting to get interesting. You can see OCU's playing a bit more aggressive here. They're just sending that second man really quickly into the play, but it's working out. It's caught Waterloo off guard so far. A 2-goal lead early on in this game number 5. Actually, make it number 3. What am I talking about? Of course Nickel's gonna score. He's been putting it on since the beginning of this series, and now an even better play. A strong start for Oklahoma City.
I believe Goblin Mode off that kickoff perhaps took the 100 boost and didn't use it, thought he had more time than he did. Nickel beat him to it flat out, which is kind of crazy to me. But OCU, you know, in their comms, they're saying, oh, we cannot let up. We remember what happened just a bit ago, just a few seconds ago, as the Warriors were able to make that comeback. Right now, 2-2 in this series. We will await the change from production in order to update that for you. But in the meantime, we're watching Tater again. Another double touch. OCU continue to roll into this one 4-0 now.
Wow, and this is just a different OCU than we've seen this entire series. Like, Tater getting in there, going with that confident double tap is working, and sometimes it's just one of those things where teams need some time to warm up to their opponent, you know. They need some time to really start cooking, you know. Rome wasn't built in one day, and this game won't be taken in one series, but now a little bit of an offensive pressure play coming out, a misplay from Nickel, and it's the own goal. Unfortunate, but Warriors will take it. Goblin Mode credited with the goal.
Is it tilting enough? You're already at 4-1, but it might be a little bit of a difficult pill to swallow here for Nickel, who's been so strong. I don't know, he just made so many big plays early in the series that I don't see it affecting him too much, but very unfortunate nonetheless. And the Warriors now at least have something to cheer about in this game number 5. With that passing again coming to life for OCU. Another late flick touch there from Tater to try to get past the last defender there, but they did not bite, and the Warriors with a couple of touches out of the zone.
Good opportunity for Goblin Mode. Miracle in an awkward spot, able to get it around 1 though, and now 50 with Nickel is going to roll up high towards that wall. Good hit down, maybe a passing opportunity, no connection for that second man in the field, and a monster clear from XCSP now hitting down off the backboard. Miracle with a beautiful read, able to keep that out of pressure, maybe a pinch opportunity almost. Good 50 with Goblin Mode, maybe a clear back center shot, possible, but not put on. 50 instead here for the Warriors.
Oh, bit of an awkward exchange. The Warriors should have been able to clear that one with ease, but instead we'll have to deal with Tater, who is up in a hurry. Goblin Mode, just enough boost in the tank to challenge it. Nickel got up just in time to get the touch past him. That'll nullify the effort there. Pass leading the charge from Goblin Mode was a good idea, but Nickel was in the right place, right time to be able to field that one away, and now he's got room to work with. We'll flick it off the top wall, realize nobody defending it. Oh, but XCSP showing the game 2 prowess that he had, and also the game 3 that he had, as he does big things in order to keep that one away and keep it within at least an arm's reach for Warriors, but they got a long way to go.
Half of the game over, but half of it left to go. 3-goal lead for Oklahoma City University, and all they're trying to do is keep it. Pressure from Goblin Mode with a shot on target. It's going to be saved, and a good clear from Nickel up to Tater, able to get the pass. But now Warriors, a bit of an awkward spot after that hit, and that's going to be a center. Unfortunate misplay coming out from Waterloo, and now a 4-goal lead for Oklahoma City University, looking quite secure.
The Stars have a good one in Nickel. Nickel, again, has been making these touches that Waterloo just flat out doesn't expect. And it's not that it's, you know, a situation where it's an easy read and they're making the mistake. No, Nickel gets up in a hurry, and when you catch the defense off guard, there's an easy way to be able to throw them off this level and be able to take a game like they have currently at this 5-1 mark. Again, I just keep summoning back the idea of how the Warriors were able to come back in the last one. OCU, they've been playing so effectively in this one that maybe I don't see it coming, but you never know. You got to keep the foot to the gas pedal here. Otherwise, the Warriors, you don't want to let them cook again.
Ooh, gets it around 1. Not going to be good enough, though, unfortunately. Goblin Mode takes this in the air. Can he cook? No, Miracle. Going to shut it down immediately, as per usual. But Oklahoma City University, they've just been looking really solid, honestly, overall on both defense and offense. You haven't seen them too much on defense, but their offense has really been able to make up for that, just keeping up that pressure and just finding those clears, finding that open space that the Warriors just aren't really closing in, has been the strength, and it's worked out so far here. That's almost a shot from Martian, saved by Nickel. A little bit of a rule 1 here for OCU, but they break it luckily, and now a 50 coming in, almost sent by Martian. Goblin Mode with a 50 towards the corner, and the shot from XCSP is going to put it in. 3-goal deficit. Hard, but definitely doable.
40 seconds left. OCU. Don't sweat too hard here. Waterloo might be on their way back again. It's a little bit of a longer way to go with a little less time, but the end of the day, they've gotten the job done once, and off the kickoff, they wanted to set up something crafty. This will kill a lot of time, and Miracle content with just rolling backwards here with its CSP. You eventually had the challenge to it, and that'll allow you to clear the zone here. And now I don't think the comeback is quite as doable. 24 seconds left. And OCU
you never know.
Continues to push in. Yeah, you never know. In fact, right on cue, Goblin Mode will make it interesting. 2-goal deficit with 19 seconds left.
You never know, lad. I'm telling you, this game is confusing. Sometimes things just happen because they're supposed to happen. And maybe it's supposed to be in the cards that the Warriors come back from this game as well. 19 seconds left. Definitely doable, but super hard. And they're going to need a little bit of a miracle of their own. But now a hit towards the right side. XCSP able to shut that down, but 9 seconds left. They need a good clear. Goblin Mode not able to make contact off the crossbar shot. Not on target, but it will do just what it needs to do. OCU take a game number 5 and are on match point.
Well, it felt like it was one game after maybe it should have happened when they blew the last lead, but the good news for OCU is that they were able to hold on to that one and add an extra one in the process. The Warriors were inching their way back, and it's all a story of you gotta start on time. Hey, you finally got to see the dance moves.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, that was awesome. I'm really happy that they do that. You never see that often, not in RLCS at least.
That's fair.
But
it was incredible to see the 2 hat tricks on the board here, and this shot count again. Pretty crazy, Fiat.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a good game. It felt like Oklahoma City really did find their footing towards, just the end of that game, right? Especially towards that beginning where they were just coming off with that 3 goals in less than a minute. That was really what set the precedent for them to win that game. It's just that confidence, and it kind of unnerved a bit Waterloo, right? They just didn't feel 100% comfortable on defense because they were afraid of that pop-up coming out from OCU. But they take the game in dominant fashion with a 6-3 win on match point now for their playoff hopes here at the NECC's Nationals. Will they be able to do it, or will Waterloo keep themselves in this fight?
I'll tell you what, I mean, that was the best, 3-player effort that I've seen from OCU, at least in this series. We saw it all the time in the first round. It's very difficult to do that against the Warriors, and they were able to handle it with ease. And that's the first time I saw Taterman really open up what we were able to see from him in the past. Miracle and Nickel have been doing a majority of the work, and it's not that Taterman was doing anything completely wrong through the first couple of games, just a little bit quiet. And so they felt and found a little bit more confidence, even though after a game where they give up a lead, plain and simple, to the Warriors, they were still able to inch their way back. And now OCU with their chance to close out, but I'll tell you this, the Warriors, they came back in the game. I can see them coming back in the series, especially the way they've been able to score in bunches, but they have to start faster in this game than they have in the past couple.
Ooh, XCSP had the flit reset there, actually. That would have been dangerous for OCU, but no one back in the net actually yet for the Warriors. Shot on target, and now Tater takes opportunity of that. A slow rotation coming out from Waterloo. Oklahoma City able to respond off the pass from Nickel. That was a great play, great communication to be able to coordinate such a hard angle to put on net.
Yeah, very, mindful and focus continues to play into this long series. Continues to be a storyline here, as has been the Warriors' ability to dig deep and try to get comebacks to develop here. But the difference is, now with their lives on the line, the last thing you want to do is have to craft a comeback. And yet Nickel gonna make it very difficult here, but OCU not prepared. They were a little bit too far centralized. Able to organize some time, but Nickel up for this one, gets past one. Flip reset once, tries to get the extra touch and does. What a shot to place it short side. And that was clinical from Nickel as he does it again.
Wow, his name might be Nickel, but that was certainly a dime right there for that second goal for OCU. A beautiful shot to keep that lead going for them, and they are looking confident. Nothing is going to stop them. Maybe a third for Nickel, almost rolls up the wall, luckily for the Warriors. Still in this game with the majority of it left on the clock here, and now you want to see some more creativity coming out from Warriors, maybe some physicality, and that's going to roll pinch straight back to the OCU side. Who's going to be able to respond to it? It's Miracle. Good light touch and gets it around one.
Nickel with the dime in the quarterfinals. Good luck, yes. Perhaps it is. OCU with that chance to pull away here as the Warriors left chasing. There's an opportunity for Martian to get there, but did not have the boost necessary. You can tell by the way he bailed out to grab that 100. That if they had boost, it might have been a little bit of a different story. Maybe Warriors would be able to charge in. Here they do. It's Goblin mode.
Ooh.
From the top of the box from the corner. What came in basically undetected as OCU had no idea he was there.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play, honestly, because you would think that defenders would have read bot mode rotating in so fast, but it looks like he was in the blind spot for both of those defenders right there. Just not the easiest opportunity to save, but now Waterloo clawing their way back in there like they've done, and nearly the double tap from Taylor trying to finish this off, but able to get it. Miracle picks it up off the rebound, keeping it on the side, but now in the corner still past midfield. Is anyone going to be there? Miracle tries to pinch with Nickel, but it just goes rolling back up the wall. Good fast hit off the ceiling, but Martian gets the possession, gets a 50, has a shot opportunity, but it's shut down by Miracle.
NECC was not there in time either. Usually he's the one to be able to turn, but now can he make a play here? Tap down, thought Goblin mode was going to be more in the center, but instead found himself on the sidelines here. Needs a big touch, or does he? At least does enough to serve as a fake. And OCU wasn't able to capitalize on that next touch, but now it's up to the Warriors. They need a couple of touches away, but instead a loose touch will allow Miracle to keep the pressure on here. Tater now left with it, backwards they go, and the Warriors able to clear, and now they'll look to push. But Miracle looks to stop and distract. He's got an air drag out.
50 center, and Nickel's coming in fast right there for a hit, but it's not going to work out well. Goblin Mode gets it off the backboard, is able to read it. That's a 50 as well, back into the corner. Same position here for OCU. What are they going to do with this ball, though? 50 again, floating low, slowly towards Tater. Gets that midfield boost, but it's XCSP with a shot. Almost on net. Miracle with the save, and now a bit of banger ball coming out from both sides here. Here's Nickel with some possession, though. Maybe a fake flip. Tries to get it around one. XCSP reached that all day, though, and now trying to go for something of his own. A little bit of a light touch. Tater with a good clear right here. Martian trying to find something that's high, and now again cleared back to the OCU side, back in their corner. Tater misplay. Fake shot coming out, maybe on target, not yet, but Martian, he slides it in there, and now we have a tie game.
Martian knew when to charge into the box here, even though you're the third man back and the last one had not rotated around towards that left side. It's a very risky move, but it's perfect when you see a rebound coming, when you know the bounce isn't going to be favorable for the defensive OCU, and the Warriors continue to just stick around in this series. No matter what OCU's been able to throw at them, they continue to find ways around it and find ways to keep them in, and with the minute 7, they position themselves as good as they can to try to challenge and force a game 7.
Goblin Mode staying in front of this ball, but it's read by Miracle again, and now OCU on their own side, on their defense. They've done pretty well so far, but here's Martian with some physicality here. Maybe a shot center, but it's a bit slow. The second man isn't able to put a shot on net just yet. 44 seconds left on the clock here, and now Warriors Black trying to push it back towards the side. Demo coming out again. Physicality, what you want to see, but Goblin Mode instantly sending that towards back to the OCU side, and OCU stuck in their own box a little bit. Low boost for Nickel, hard possession, and again kept in by Martian.
Tap down is Miracle, but he lost it in transition as his car was a little bit too quick to get a touch that was soft enough to place it on the front of his car a couple of times, and this will fall back down. Now to 10 seconds left and a chance to push here for OCU. They've got a little bit of space to work with, and Martian working backwards, trying to get a bump on XCSP. Needs a touch, it falls out of the box. The Goblin mode ready for it, and this one will go up and down. Does Nickel want to keep it alive? He does, but he went backwards with it. Not sure that was the right touch, but it will hit the ground ultimately. And overtime, one more goal for OCU ends it, or the Warriors of Waterloo has the potential to try to force the game 7. Tater looking at an open cage here. Now tops it off back wall, but Goblin mode and recovery mode as well to get the knock away and at least keep this game alive for now.
That was way too close for comfort right there for Waterloo. It was floating in front of the net. If Goblin mode was even a second slower, that would have been odd. Shot, nearly a pass coming out off of the rebound. So close, Tater in the right position. Unfortunately, just not able to slot it. And now, 34 seconds of this overtime. XCSP going for a double tap of his own. It's read by Tater off the backboard. Another touch for OCU, just passing the ball between each other, and it's working out so far. Try to push this down the field. Bump coming out from Nickel. Goblin mode in an awkward spot now. Saved off the backboard in a high hit, clearing back down the field.
And XCSP, I saw what you're doing. The flip reset, trying to get a bump. He got a demo when he got to the ground anyways. Didn't even need that flip. Marching back up to it. Challenged by Miracle. Easily taps it away from his car. Here's Goblin mode. He is going to take a shot as well, but Tater all over that chance as well. Everybody playing conservatively. Everybody not wanting to be the one to make the mistake here in overtime. That is super pivotal one way or another. Obviously, OCU wants to end it now. Otherwise, the Warriors, if they get a game 7, they got a head of steam coming to the next one. And Nickel will ensure that's not going to be the case, at least not now with the tap away. And Martian having to wait back for it will allow Tater a little bit of defense here. Punched right back in from XCSP. Now a couple of times as somebody's got to get up to make the touch at the far side post shot, just a little bit wide from Martian.
Ooh, bit of panic coming out from OCU. Miracle third whiff on the dot right there, but luckily Tater's there to bail him out. Shot, that's not going to be on target. Goblin's going to get a hit, but it's kind of a pass back. Miracle to Tater, but it's not going to be on. It's bouncing high. XCSP needs to get a touch, and he does in the air, taking this slow, looking for a 50 with anyone right here. Nickel, perfect read, awkward position for Martian, and it's a shot, and Miracle puts it in last second, and Oklahoma City University will take it in 6.
And Martian left at the speed of light after that one. After all the work that Waterloo Warriors were able to pull in, Warriors Black could not get it done. Oklahoma City, dance away because you've earned a spot in the Final Four for the NECC Nationals. And every single member of OCU getting on the gold column there. Fiat, it was a full team effort. We say that as cliche as it is. They do a great job to close out here, Fiat.
Yeah, I mean, those teams were just both so close to each other in terms of their skill, and it worked out very, very well at the end of the day. OCU just playing that teamwork right. They just played on each other's strengths, not trying to get too overzealous in terms of what they're trying to perform on offense, but it was working out, playing those simple plays and regaining off of those mistakes from University of Waterloo. A great series. Good luck to Oklahoma City University in the rest of their bracket.
No doubt about it. And also a shout out goes over to the Waterloo Warriors for making it thus far as well. We're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, more Rocket League on the other side of this one. Stay put. Welcome back to the NECC Network, where we have Rocket League. It's the Elite Eight, and we bring in Hail Monkey Man fresh off of his beautiful face, and excited to have you in for some Rocket League action for this next one. And again, Ithaca facing off with USM Gold, which will be a bid into this semifinal should they be able to make it this far.
There's a lot of thinning of the herd that's been happening over the last several weeks here, Bear. And of course, we saw that big 16 and now the Elite 8 today. Of course, the Great 8 as we go into it. It's going to be St. Mary's out of Kansas. And then on the other side, it's going to be Ithaca College. It's the Bombers and, of course, the Gales. And we go into the Navigators division. So we're changing things up. And, you know, it's a good showcase as we get Ithaca Blue with Weasley, Daddy Gort, and Green. So I got to see a showcase of these players. I've loved what I've seen out of both Daddy Gort and Weasley. Not to say anything less of Greens, but there's been some really big highlight moments for the squad.
Yeah, the touches from Weasley specifically in setting it up, and Daddy Gord is one of those players that likes to kind of stick back a little bit, but then challenges at exactly the right time. Keep eyes on Daddy Gord to push into the zone and really cause a little bit of chaos for USM Gold, which comes in with Lavendus, it's Fish Spirit, and Shoes with the Fur. Not boots, but Shoes with the Fur as they come in. I haven't seen a whole lot out of this squad, but there's a reason they've gotten this far, El Monkey Man. It'll be a challenge with Ithaca, but they've got the guts to be able to accomplish it.
If it's shoes with the fur and not boots, does that mean it would be like Crocs, like fuzzy Crocs or something? Or like what's or can you do flip flops?
The first shoes that you think of are Crocs.
Well, you know, because I have to think of the most heinous thing. If it's not boots, and it's got to be the worst. And I know people tell me Crocs are comfortable, but I've never worn them, and it just looks like something you'd wear to the shower so you don't get foot fungus. I mean, have you worn Crocs?
Never in my life have I worn Crocs.
See,
no.
I've been told they're comfy, but I don't think so. I don't know.
I'm just going to say to each their own, but that's just not the vibe for me, I suppose. No. But otherwise, we got a match to play here. Both teams in the lobby here momentarily. And going to kick off with a bid here. Navigators Division, I mean, we talk about, it's the quote-unquote lowest rank here in NECC. But what I've seen is the insane amount of improvement. We saw a flip reset from Weasley, I'm pretty sure. No, it was Greens. We were talking about how Greens can somehow sometimes be a little bit more quiet. I'm pretty sure he was the one that had an incredible flip reset goal in a game in the Navigators division that opened up my eyes and said, wow, how much talent is in the collegiate scene these days is absolutely shocking, and I'm here for it.
It's honestly one of those things where you see every division and it's divided based on where they have seen previous performances for these programs, as well as what's kind of known about ranks, and then just what kind of comes thereafter. And obviously there's mechanics that can just go exponential depending on how some of the extra time is coming through these students. And I've seen it through a bunch of different levels. You can have a diamond that is just double flip resetting onto you, and then you could have the same thing, no mechs, but there's good game sense. So it's really kind of pick your poison, as well as what these programs want to provide. So we're going to be going into our matchup here in just a moment. The biggest thing about this is that this is the Elite 8 and Ithaca Blue. Their previous matchup that they were taking the dub over was the Wildcats of CCAC. Then it was USM. They actually got a forfeit win. This is going to be their first big playoff combat, and that's going to be going up against Ithaca.
And USM Gold, their leader, Lavondis, is one you got to keep eyes on with. How do you lead? Do you lead by example? Do you rally the troops whenever you're in a tough situation? One thing that you have to have as a leader is make sure communication lines are there. But look at Greens. He's the one there. Off the crossbar and went. The save initially worked, but Weasley ensures that Ithaca Blue takes the 1-0 lead.
Who else but Weasley? It was an initial shot by Greens, and then Weasley, they were in that outside perimeter position. I already like where I get to see them, even if they didn't. They were literally just crashing the gate after what Greens set up. When you look for that means Greens was trying to, or rather, Weasley was extending the play off the initial attack. So good looks already from the veteranship out of Ithaca Blue. Both these teams, Bear, as well, they have an opportunity to go and fight the number 8 seed, because number 1 was already upset, so there's a lot of volatility here in this bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And in me and Fiat, just a series ago, we're talking about how, number 8 seed gets past the number 1. It's like, oh, we get the easier of the two teams. Or does that mean that this number 8 team is catching everybody by surprise and is actually hot coming in? We learned it from college basketball when we saw NC State make their run. But for those of you who are not into traditional sports, we see the same thing again with a lot of these teams coming in as lower seeds. You get underestimated, and sometimes you get wrecked. Plain and simple.
You know what? Regardless if you're playing Rocket League or if you're playing basketball, you gotta know ball. And that's what
right.
matters the most. And sometimes there is a bracket team, and sometimes there's a team that was good in the regular season and just has absolutely no way to play otherwise. Great challenge, Greens! They're gonna finally get their own goal as they challenge fourth, and that's the first 100 seconds.
Yeah, and you saw that Shoes believed that they had enough room, and Weasley, the way he's able to transition that as a touch to the back wall to bounce it out in front for Greens was an incredible read there for them, and Ithaca now up and running pretty strongly in this game, number 1, and will win this face-off back towards Weasley to try to press in once again. Daddy Gort's already on it, too. It'll be a sideways 50-50. Greens already on that 2-shot taken, a little high. And fought off USM Gold, spending a lot of times on their heels. And we'll need to find a transition period here to move forward.
It's really been leading by example from out of Greens, and of course, as the freshman for this group, they've really been finding massive value from it, and that really kind of spells out great success for future iterations of this program out of Ithaca. Bombers, wonderful position. This is going to be a challenge that's going to nearly find Pater Lavondis as they just jumped over. You saw that arc of the ball going right in front of the net. Ithaca Blue getting away with one.
And now they'll try to transition it here and make USM pay on the other side of things, but the transition goes more horizontal than it did vertical, to be honest. Daddy Gort will be challenged here to the corner. Got a touch just in time, able to beat one member of USM Gold. Lavondis just wanted to put one on target to cause any kind of issues for Ithaca, who hasn't been challenged at all defensively. So I don't blame them for taking the shot, but no velocity to give a real challenge here. Now an opportunity develops as USM was going for that back wall challenge. This will fall back down to Grace. He's got room to work with and had a pass, but just couldn't quite connect.
They were looking to do that quick pop and maybe travel after it, maybe even get to a bump. It was just enough to try and lift it over the defender, but they just kind of misconnect. So less than 2 minutes to go. There's been no disconnect. About at least fill in the back reserves here for Ithaca. That's a fantastic corner position, and I believe that was out of Green's. Daddy Gort put under pressure, and still an extra touch. That's a bit unfortunate if you are St. Mary's. They were looking to at least find some space, and instead it's Weasley that finds their second goal. And I mean, it's a little more than 9 seconds. This one didn't put it on ice early.
Yeah, that's a bit of a frustrating sequence, isn't it? St. Mary's just were able to march their way and sustain a little bit of offensive possession time. We're in that offensive zone for quite a while and had a couple of great chances. You know, sometimes you talk about teams struggling to find good chances. USM, they've been able to find them, but when they do, Ithaca's come back and answered with a goal of their own. They haven't let one by too. As the brick wall continues here for Ithaca, and now USM trying to find a way to translate, but Ithaca right back on it here and a chance to open up an offensive sequence of their own again.
High value and high quality mortar really setting the foundation here for Ithaca, and that's gonna be a nice set. Oh, it just ends up being outside wide of the post, and yet St. Mary's still directly under threat by a succession of 3 separate touches by the Bombers of Ithaca. And Weasley looking for one more time. It's going to arc all the way across, and that's a putback shot that buries them. Daddy Gort. Everyone getting involved. That's 4 up now for Ithaca.
Yeah, Wesley, with that extra touch that the defense sent them backwards into an awkward spot, the back door was the exact right place to go. It was the one that was unlocked. The front side was pretty locked down there too, so a great recognition and execution. More importantly from Weasley, the playmaker for Ithaca has been proven in the last series. The last time we saw the matchup, it continues into this one, and it continues to be a one-sided tilt in this game number 1.
What's been really cool to see is that, you know, everyone being involved for Ithaca. This is a junior for Daddy Gort, being the oldest for all this squad. And with as efficient as they've been, there's a fresh future for this freshman with Greens, but they can actually still be prominent in this division, maybe in the next one, going in for another whole year.
Yeah, we talked about this, and it might have been a little bit too early in the process when we talk about the top 16, where it was like, oh, Ithaca, they're up for a promotion. Like, it feels like they really could do some work, do some damage in the Emergence division, and that seems to be manifesting as true currently with the way they've been able to play Game 1. And St. Mary's haven't had quite an answer yet. They've had a couple of good looks. And you feel like once one falls, maybe the waterfall continues, and then maybe we see an explosion of goals here for St. Mary's. But right now, it's been an Ithaca domination, called Bombers for a reason, and they'll walk away with game number 1 with ease.
They were, and one point, going to a talking point, do that. They were in the Emergence division. They went 2-4. I don't know if it was the same composition when it came to the team, but they did miss the playoffs in that previous fall semester because of it. And so when they dropped to Navigators, that's when they're finding so much success. So sometimes you elevate and then it goes wrong, but then, you know, you go to a separate division, and then if it's the right fit. 2 for 5, everyone able to find multiples. It was 8 shots for the side of Ithaca, and they really just found massive value anytime they were turning out of the St. Mary's half. And St. Mary's, they had like maybe 2 solid looks, but nothing that made it through.
Yeah, that was, you know, more so solo plays too, where they're able to direct traffic for moments. And those one-on-one situations, Ithaca was handling with what seemed like ease. So even when you find good looks, it's shut down in an instant, and it gets frustrating to play against, especially when you're not able to break through. You see a donut on the board at the end of the day. So St. Mary's needs this prescription here, and that prescription is to get the first goal on the board here and get going in the right direction. Because if you see the Bombers come back out and land another one on you, and then suddenly it feels like it's very difficult to exist in this series, and can feel like you're chasing throughout. And so I really look for St. Mary's to get that first goal, get that going, and you look for nobody else but your leader to get you going in those situations.
The biggest boon about the playoffs as well is that you have a best of 7 to really kind of establish yourself, and so it's not exactly like you're out of it yet. You know, the first couple of games will set the overall tone and trend, but we got to go into game number 2. What will USM bring in that Ithaca Blue is just not ready for? And there's something to be said about you have to stop greens. I feel like a lot of at least the early offense was greens, but as soon as you start hard focusing greens, it will be instead Weasley that then fills the gap. Thank you so much to Awesome Production as we wait out game number 2. And I think either we're all just kind of waiting for everyone to join, or maybe we'll be switching things up here soon.
Oh man, apparently the bombers caused a little bit of a fire and they completely burned production there. That was kind of savage a little bit, but he had quick game and it came back to us because we should probably quit the game too. Let's be honest, Monkey Man.
GG. Hey, look, I still do 2s every now and then. Okay, I mostly do 2s because now my 3's rank has descended so far that I'm smurfing, and so I'm helping out my coworker in all of his ranked games. So it all works out. I still play the game. It's recreational more than competitive. Everyone's retiring. I just refuse to say the word as what I am. You know, I'm old. I got a gray hair on the actual head, not the beard this time. So I'm getting there. Okay.
I was about to say we can play some Boomer League. If anybody knows one, drop it in chat. But
please.
In the meantime, dropping bombs. Ithaca able to show off their offensive prowess here. Maybe even broke the server in the process of doing so. But St. Mary's will have their chance at redemption to kind of cleanse themselves from what was a one-sided affair. Only counts as one game at the end of the day against, and you just got to bounce back and come back even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's all one game. And in fact, this kind of server snafu situation can serve as a complete wind out of the sails situation. If you are St. Mary's, you're like, you know what? They ain't got nothing now. We reset everything. We're good to go. Wow, who died? Okay, game number 2, as we rock back into it. Who needs a timer? I sure don't.
Nope, no need at all. First 10 seconds flew by, I didn't even see it.
Nope.
But in the meantime, Greens, we saw a lot of the Greens as both teams left the pitch after the broken server, but now Greens looking to transition into even more assists like we saw in game number 1. But this time it's St. Mary's to get a clear. And it looked like they were giving away possession, but a great job to come across and get an additional touch, which will cause Ithaca to have to retreat instead of being able to push forward. But now it'll manifest. Here's Greens will work it from the corner. Across he goes. Chance Weasley fought off by the leader on the other side.
That was a big chance, and already they are still crashing straight into 1v2s. A no touch by Daddy Gord is going to allow at least this to impress upfield. And Lavandis to the backboard, but a fantastic under the cut read by Greens. First minute will come and go, and we don't have an early score. That is good news for the Gales of St. Mary's, but they have to actually come up with a score. So far, they've been shut out, and that's been for more than 6 minutes of Rocket League time. If you're a gamer, that's forever.
It is, honestly. It feels that way, for sure. So much can develop, so much can happen, so many decisions are made on a regular basis that if one even goes awry here for either of these teams, you find an early lead, especially for St. Mary's, that would be absolutely huge. And in fact, they're going to have an opportunity to do just that. Fish going to fake it as it fell back down. Whether he missed it or not, he's going to call it a fake, and it did throw Ithaca off. Now, if the corner, it'll go into the box. You have 2 members there for the Gales, but none of them can get it done. And Ithaca will just pop it high and shoes without boost. Can't get back to it. Oh my. Ithaca, all they had to do was clear the zone, and because of their boost control, they get a goal in the process.
You weather the storm, you don't overextend. You actually saw really upbeat communication happening between a couple players for Ithaca of when that ball was dropped into their left side corner defensively, and they did not bite too hard. Daddy Gort ended up getting that succeeding save, and then St. Mary's, after expending everything upfield, found nothing whenever they were then counterplayed on. So good looks by Ithaca playing the long game.
Made them successful in game number 1. Their patience. Got some gold, looking like they're chasing the game. That's a good pass, though. Shoes. I wish they had that one back, as that was a pass, but still on the offensive side of the pitch here. Lavandis will be demoed off the pitch here. Ithaca right back to it. Weasley going to try to get an extra touch on the way down. Although they accomplished that, it's right into the hands of Lavandis. But now shot taken, Greens! That's that stepping up I was talking about, crashing the box we saw from Daddy Gort in the last series. Well, now you see your other teammates step up and do exactly that. Ithaca, the Bombers, up 2.
Control C, Control V. I've seen that same shot 3 times out of greens. You know what? I guess when you're at the end of this your second semester of your freshman year, you're like, all right, I've seen it before. Let me just get the exam out of the way and get this 4.0 for my first year. Looking really stellar at this point in time, especially after Lavonda's found that challenge and they just bring it home. Daddy Gort, they were hoping there would be a big bump, and now Weasley looking to still keep this scoreless venture against St. Mary's alive. Off of the demo, they can't get it through the smoke screen, went up and above instead. Daddy Gort sent that in the open waters. That's actually a bad way, and they take a double commit. Greens to get a save, though.
No, but it's already in the corner, challenged by St. Mary's. But even when they get the challenges, it looks like they just try to send it into a place that's not really giving you a great offensive chance to take a shot. And so St. Mary's doing all this work and nothing to show for it. Green's going to try to strong arm it, but Fish Spirit just a little bit stronger in this sequence. And now we'll pop it high. It'll be difficult. Weasley tries to go to the back wall to fend it off. Does a great job of doing just that. But right back in the hands of the Gales here. Lavonda's tried to jump to it. Good control and dribble from Greens. We'll leave it for Weasley. And those little sequences where they hold on and keep possession is why the Bombers have found so much success early in the series.
That car has duct tape on it, and I can't be told otherwise because that ball was stuck. Hey, Weasley looking for the reactive position off of that backboard, and now Green's making sure not to get demoed. That's going to be a corner boost that's going to be highly contested because USM wants to stick into this offensive position, and look how they already challenged, even using up all the resources to do it. There's been some cherry-pick positioning out of the Ithaca Bombers that have found themselves at least motions for 1-2 combinations, but they've not been able to connect on either of the 2 that I've seen, and yet they're just winning the midfield space. This is going to be near side post. It's going to be a threat. Weasley drops into the box, but now, considering that we're up on a half-minute remaining, Bear, it's been a much more conservative rotation out of Ithaca.
Yeah, they allow St. Mary's to get these opportunities, and yet still, they're patient enough to let things develop on the other side. That's Green's, I believe, his 3rd. That might be his hat trick here. I know he had the 1 earlier on, but either way, it's 3 for Ithaca, whether it's his or not for all 3. And with 27 seconds left, St. Mary's, that is now a matter of 9 minutes and 35 seconds without a goal in this series.
That's got to be something that your first. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, fine. They got it.
I just had to say it. Yeah, I want to make that clear.
You had to say it out loud. I mean, I don't know if they scored this. Hold on. Let me see the tumble. Lavonda's great touch. And yeah, that's it. That's an oopsie daisy. That was playing it right there.
Ithaca still has all the goals. Just wrong.
That's true. Nothing. It was initially put there by Lavonda's, but yeah, they kind of helped out. All right, so defensive miscue allows the Gales to see pay dirt, and that's something that's been missing. So nearly 2 full games, but not to be the same. It will not be a shutout, and add asterisk regardless. Daddy Gort with control, but this one is going to be a 2-0 position as we go into game number 3. Ithaca Bombers, they're looking pretty good.
Certainly are. And okay, yeah, all seriousness, Lavonda's did put them in an awkward spot there, and I do credit them for being able to at least make it awkward for Ithaca and get one on the board. And more importantly, it's what does it do for the team, saying, now that we've got one on the board, we can get the monkey off the back of the sense of, hey, we're going to be perfect swept. And now we can focus on getting a goal of our own and perhaps rolling into it. But the way the Bombers have been acting here, their defense has been stout, their transition play has been stout, and Green's looking like Alex Ovechkin. This will be the last time that I bring up hockey. But shooting from the same spot, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, and having the same kind of good regular season, and then they drop out in the playoffs sort of situation too. I don't know. I actually don't know where they are in the Stanley Cup playoffs yet. So we're not going to talk about my Stars either. So going into game number 3, this is going to be the pivoting point. If you are Ross from Friends, you are yelling pivot to maybe turn this one the right direction for St. Mary's, because if they do not get this game 3, reverse sweeps of best of 7s, they 1, take a long time, and it's going to be a long night. 2, are often not acquired. So you got to get this dub right here to at least stop the showboat that is, at minimum, Greens, because that freshman is popping off.
I agree. And in the words of Michael Scott, they need to figure out how to turn tables here. They need an answer. They need to figure it out. There's been no solution on the offensive side to find great chances. Weasley's been locked down, shut the door. Even the chain link on top of just locking the door itself. Like, it's just double stacked the way they've been able to keep it away from St. Mary's. They gotta find a lockpick. Who's the one to open the door, open the space? I say it all the time, but you gotta figure out how you going. Game number 4. 3. I can count, I promise. As Ithaca tries to march to match point here.
It feels like, based on the amount of presence as well as dominance by Ithaca Blue, maybe you're just speaking early. It does feel like a sweep situation, but it will come down to math for that to matter. Daddy Gort will challenge early. By the way, I went and checked the Stanley Cup playoffs. Apparently, Washington is in fact 0-2, so I wasn't wrong.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. Well, they're playing the Rangers, I think. I said that was the last time I was going to bring up hockey, so. Yeah, I can't.
You're right.
And with Weasley back here, production needs to be out of our ears instantly. And Weasley will clear back out here. Lavandis gets that touch, but it was a bit of an awkward one. Nobody really wants possession here early. It kind of feels like Game 1 vibes as both teams kind of traded away.
It does, but in Game 1 vibes, Ithaca Blue had scored twice by now. So
that's true. Yeah.
It's kind of the throwaway. Also, Lavandis on that challenge is able to get a fat demo, which is something that's actually been missing from out of St. Mary's and something they really could benefit from. And Green's already looking for that sidewall pickup if they could get it. Boise has something in the tank, but they decided to play way back, and maybe it's just for the bait, trying to be too conservative. It looks like they are just passive in their push-up, but St. Mary's, are they going to give into the bait? Lavandis on the wait, but that's a great find by Daddy Gort.
Left here, Fish takes a shot. This one will find its way through. St. Mary's and the Gales finally break through Ithaca. Looked like one was back, but couldn't quite handle the hot shot.
Oh, Weasley. Okay.
Matrix.
I mean, it was very fast. I mean, 64 miles an hour, a pretty darn good pitch, but I thought they were going to be on target. That one caught me by surprise. So, for the first time here in this series, something has changed in the water and in the momentum. The Gales have, in fact, found a lead. They crashed through, and that one could have been 2.
Yeah, now it might still be. In the corner it was, but Greens able to make the clear. And more importantly, USM finally able to break through. It felt like their defense was everywhere. I mean, Greens has been locked down, just like I said. I called out Weasley for doing the same, and credit USM being able to get out to the early start. Daddy Gord way past this one, so he'll have to come back down to earth and work his way back in rotation, but can he get back in time? Lavandis tried to challenge from the corner, but it'll work its way out the center, and Greens will look to settle it down quite literally to a pause, to a stop, before a challenge from Fish will open things up. But Ithaca now with some room, they'll try to transition, but Shoes with the extra touch here. Ithaca trying to trap them, play this trap game in the corner, and right now St. Mary's scrambling for boost and scrambling for a clear.
They desperately wanted to reverse this field, and Lavandis made sure to just take it onto the nose, and they weren't being down-checked, so they got away from it. Greens on the redirect. Oh, what a passing play. They get bumped out of the way, too. Weasley is the finisher after Greens had the upfield command.
And that'll nullify any progress that might have been made from that first goal from the Gales. And Weasley, all 3 members at this point, they know when to charge in. And they're not afraid. They're never timid as a third man because they know their rotations can be a little bit quicker and be able to locate where USM wants to go, whose tendency is to find horizontal passes out of the zone. That allows you more time, gives you that confidence to step up in the zone. Great decision-making from the Bombers, and before you know it, it's equal. And the way things have been trending, Ithaca looking for another one here soon, but USM trying to make that false here as they continue to pressure in the corner.
I can feel the desperation out of the Gales from St. Mary's. There's a final 100 seconds here in game number 3. You're tied at 1. You had an opening goal. You had that lead, but you also have yourself down in the series. It has been a less than clean margin here for Ithaca. They have not gone into this game and accomplished everything smoothly. It's required a lot of gumption. That one sniffed out. Fish Spirit trying to at least put it to the backboard, maybe even to the crossbar if they can. That's going to be a shot on target. Lavandis finds it in stride.
silences Ithaca after their answer. They answered directly back. They picked up the phone and said, well, we're going to target that one. Bar down, essentially. I mean, that was upper cheese regardless. And now a late-term goal, a late-term lead for USM is not something that we've called out. And they can say they have it, but for how much longer? This one left available. And although Daddy Gort was trying to strong-arm it here, they left it on the table. Another shot taken, no velocity. It serves as a pass, though. This man was able to step up to the table here. And it feels like St. Mary's is going to have to basically hold on here for this last minute.
They are holding on, and they're strapped in as if this were a roller coaster ride. Lavonda's looking for the redirect, and Greens will be the first one to pick it up. If there's going to be anyone that digs Ithaca out of this one-goal hole, it will be Greens looking for the upfield flick, and that one will go off the collision of Lavonda's. It feels almost bittersweet to be given a credit for a save when it ends up banking in.
I know it does. I've had it happen far too many times that I want to admit. And just a touch. But you got to credit the pace of Ithaca in order to challenge it for USM in the first place. 39 seconds left. St. Mary's holding on. But sometimes when you play that timid style, the more conservative style, great teams, especially striking teams like the Bombers, will find a way around it.
Weasley from the floor, trying to get that bouncer out. The midfield has been dominated by the Gales, but that one's a big comet coming from the other direction in the form of a massive clear. Who plays boomer ball and who catches up to that streak? Daddy Gort puts it over. Weasley, oh man, that one's gonna go to the near side post. Daddy Gort on the challenge. Everyone's upfield for St. Mary's. 5 seconds to go. Greaves with a kill shot, and it goes through. Ithaca Blue takes the lead late.
Oh my, St. Mary's fans, if you're watching, it's definitely heartbreaking because you had the lead. You just had a few minutes to kill off and you couldn't get it done. Ithaca went atomic in this late stage here. Now they need to kick off a goal as soon as possible. That one's not going to make it. It's still up in the air because Ithaca decided to touch it. Interesting choice, but regardless, it'll hit the ground. Bombers to match point.
Ithaca Blue gonna be 3 up in this series. USM just a step behind there, and they actually were a step ahead a couple of different times. And unfortunately for them, there is a player in the name of Greens on the other side of the pitch. 2 of the 3 were assisted both by Greens and Daddy Gort. Greens is actually popping off in the series. That freshman really showcasing the depth of this program for the Bombers of Ithaca and what they're going to be doing if they, in fact, stay in this division and maybe even later term if they go to emergence and what promise there is. But St. Mary's, I mean, that's got to be not just a momentum killer, but a morale killer for them. How do you bounce back?
It's tough to do in any situation. We know the numbers of a best-of-7 reverse sweep. We know that it's darn near impossible to accomplish, especially the way the Bombers just like completely ate up all the energy that could have been earned by the Gales themselves. USM, it's all about swallowing it, forgetting about it. The goldfish mentality I talk about. You got to forget. You got to forgive, and you got to come back even stronger in this one. But, I mean, all their strength at this point, their stamina's got to be running dry. Again, an early goal, that's what they got in the last one. That didn't even serve them, Hail Monkey, man. It's got to be something creative. It's got to be something new. As far as drawing that up, man, I don't want to be responsible for that because it's very difficult to do.
There's a reason I'm not a coach, and it's because I'm like, well, I can inspire from the first, but I can't inspire for the entirety. So Gales, they got to find a Gale Force win that will carry them into at minimum a Game 4 dub. Everything from here on out is elimination point. Ithaca is a game away from qualifying into the semifinals here for this Navigators Nationals.
Ithaca don't want any life to be shown by the Gales, and Daddy Gort will try to be the first one to spoil their chances at a comeback. Ravondis already on it here against the initial touch. Will play into corner. Ithaca, watch as they play a little bit more methodical, a little bit farther back. They had the aggressive style early, but it won't necessarily serve them to some degree. You never want to change exactly how you play, but at this point in time, you'd be happy just killing some clock, maybe making it a low, grindy game, so that way USM can kind of get in their own heads here. Green's a chance, and they will finish. And Ithaca said, conservative, no thanks, we'll take a goal instead, 1-0.
Make it a low-scoring game. Cool. They're going to be the ones scoring 0. We're going to go high-flying scoring as fast as we can. What a theft by Greens, and immediately turning it into a punishable strike in the other direction. The first minute renders us a 1-0, and Ithaca is going to try and turn it into a second one immediately.
The Gales deflated. Weasley, a large portion of that one, as Daddy Gort off the kickoff made it very difficult to read. And once you're at this point in time when that has been deflated, the Gales make a little tiny mistake there. It's still a difficult read to make, but couldn't make the touch. And Ithaca will take advantage of that 9 times out of 10. It's Levandis. The time to rally the troops seems far-fetched at this point. 3:50 left is a lot of Rocket League, but I haven't seen a whole lot of offensive challenges from the Gales to say that it's going to spell out any differently than what we've seen.
We have lived in orange-tinted grass for this first minute and more. Finally, we crest over the blue horizon, but it's still with Daddy Gort right behind this possession. It's going to go from wall to wall, and I think they're actually going to have a crisscross of Greens and Weasley, and that turns into a big clear opportunity. Greens kind of sneaks into the defensive box of St. Mary's, and then when you have some of these mishandles, it will allow too many opportunities for Ithaca to strike. That's a great pickup by Levandis. They actually vie to opt out and try to rotate away.
If I'm USM Gold right now, you gotta get angry. Look at the chat right now and see the brooms coming out. The GG this is over from chat. I believe they're probably Ithaca supporters, so you gotta get some fire going. And you have to play with a little bit more pace that maybe Ithaca hasn't seen right now. This style of just trying to play the same way that you have. Sometimes that'll come in handy, but this time around, it's just Ithaca has been able to find ways around it. Greens again, up and over to the left side of it. Ithaca doesn't care about their feelings. All they care about is putting up more goals.
1v3. Wow, what a travel. Just up and down the pitch from end to end, corner to center. Greens really showcasing the promise of a great future here for Ithaca Blue. And they're still going to have tons to say. That's 4 up against the Gales. I mean, right now there's still an entire extra half of Rocket League to be played, but it feels like there is just a unstoppable force, and its name is Ithaca Blue.
Insurmountable. It feels that way now. It is a large brick wall standing in front of them. And USM Gold at this point, I mean, they need one here legitimately in the next minute, next second or so to feel any kind of comeback necessary. And that just does not seem to be the case. The Bombers continue to just bomb it down pitch and are very happy to do so. No shot taken. Weasley easily around for this one. And USM Gold now to challenge a bump here. Now shot opportunity, but even then, Daddy Gort's getting up to it.
Weasley easily should go in a t-shirt, by the way. That's so nice. 2 minutes to go. The Bombers have 4. St. Mary's is looking for at least 1. They kept it close in game number 3, and then, well, posting up a very authoritative situation against the Gales has really given them good looks. Everyone wearing luminosity on this squad, and they've really illuminated a great pathway for success, especially going into that semifinals. Inevitable it might be. 100 seconds, wombo combo, flip reset, looking for the extra dunk. Look at the pre-jump on that.
Oh, man. Daddy Gort still gonna get a touch away, even when USM in the box. Still cleared out. Weasley making it quite literally a victory lap, trying to corral it around that corner. But Fish Spirit trying to raise the spirits of USM. Greens looking to kill it. In the quarter, he'll go to bait Fish Spirit into a spot where he can't get to it. Shot taken. Daddy Gort again gonna deny. Fish Spirit tries to turn it back in. But it feels like all has been lost here for the Gales. They can celebrate how far they got, but unfortunately it looks like their road will end here.
It was a good run, honestly. This team has really kind of been posting up against some huge names, and in USM they were able to get by Green Bay Black, and you got to think that there's still unfinished business to be found. Weasley will in fact incur the 5th for the Bombers, and Ithaca Blue in front of them. As long as this stands and no miracles happen, they're going to be going into that next round of York Panthers, and really I think this is a statement in this match today.
All eyes on the Bombers. how do you avoid it? You need some anti-air technology in order to shoot the bombers out of the sky, but it's so difficult to do when their mechanics to get them up in the first place is so impactful. And with 30 seconds left, Ithaca, Daddy Gort, another one put on the board. Again, all three members of this team have been excellent. Weasley's been a large part of it. Grains with his breakout performance. I don't know if you noticed this, but maybe even an intimidation factor of tossing on the Season 10 SSL Tournament Champion. Might have gotten into the heads of USM. We can speculate all day, but what we do know is Ithaca's going to be a favorite in this bracket moving forward.
Yeah, it's, you know what, the mentals is in favor of Ithaca, and just everything's been in favor of them. You got Greens just really finding ways to just showcase everything they've got. Flip reset game, they don't even need it because they get the floor pinch out from the end of that flurry. And both these teams also, I mean, they should be proud. One is going to be moving on. The other, both these teams went from Emergence into Navigators, and both went into a 6-1 regular season and came first place from the division. This is just Ithaca Blue, though, finding their pace and really finding a moment for success. They're going to go top 4 in this Navigators Nationals, and it really has been shown as to why today.
Bombarded by the Bombers. We're to USM Gold. Ithaca moving on to the Final Four, rightfully so, as they will take their place as the favorites moving on in this bracket. Another 4-goal performance from Grains. Another plus 10 shots on the board for Ithaca. Ithaca Blue from the get-go did not let off the gas at all and hardly let any goals in as well. I believe that was 3 total from USM over the course of the series. Hail Monkey Man, and one of them was even an own goal. I mean, Ithaca just shows the dominance they had in every aspect of the series here.
It was a very end-to-end, very thorough and complete series. 4-0, and they just take this quarterfinal by storm. They will, in fact, be moving on to face against the Panthers of York University as we go into the later stages of that bracket. They'll be doing that semifinal next week, and then maybe as we kind of round out our top 8 from each of our separate divisions, will be finding themselves in a big final. So good job to them so far, and Bear, that really pulls us down to just one more match on the night.
That's right, and it's the Emergence Division where we'll get to see one of the best teams there is in the Emergence Division in George Fox University. Their challengers will be Oklahoma Wesleyan University after this quick break. Welcome back to the NECC for the final match of the Elite Eight here for the Nationals. Again, alongside Hail Monkey Man, my name is Baron Light, and we see one of the best teams in the Emergence Division. In fact, they are named the best team in the Emergence Division here for the next one, George Fox University, going against the pesky number 9 team of the Oklahoma Wesleyan University. And we've seen a lot of sweeps. We've seen a lot of one-sided tilts here tonight, Hail Monkey Man. This time, I believe it changes, but we'll have to see.
It very well could be a change-up. This is going to get into one of those positions where can the 8-9 come through and then subvert expectations and be able to get rid of the number 1 seed. We've already seen evidence to go with that direction. When it came to the Navigators Division, we upgrade into the Emergence Division. So can we actually find that? Let's beam up the rosters. That's the final one of the night and be able to see what these students are bringing to the plate. Here first, for George Fox University, it's going to be Love My Pancakes, Malfin, and Wrecked, which, if that's not the most Gale Force looking logo, I'll never know what it is. But this is a squad that's looking to take on greatness and see what they can do as the number 1 squad.
Breakfast is served. I love my pancakes as well. I love the way that George Fox has been playing, and we'll see if they continue that against this OKWU team, which comes in with an update in a moment, but it is Cole Franken, Mr. Slim, and Nuki as the typical 3. We'll see if those are the 3 that hit the pitch here tonight.
And as we go into this, you know, there's a lot of seniority as well as fresh faces. There's a couple of freshmen that actually are onto the squad for GFU. And I believe Maui Finn as well as Wrecked have been doing a lot of work alongside their junior of Love My Pancakes. And then the opposite end, you actually do have a senior if Cole Frankenpuff actually does join us. So they did face each other in the Emergence West quarterfinal in the spring, and OKWU, they won 3-0. So there's expectations here that it could go the same as what it was regular season, but this is bracket time, Bear, and you have to, as GFU, really take it by storm.
You do, and you know you take it with a grain of salt as well as far as the results in the regular season because of that pressure that you're talking about. It definitely is a whole different vibe coming in. We definitely don't want to see another one-sided tilt. But it's very possible George Fox, just one of those dangerous teams that you blink and they can put up goals in bunches. And if that's the case, that means that your defense has to be on point from the get-go, from the start, and throughout the entirety of every 5-minute game. If you relax for even a second, you got to make sure that's not the case. They're going to hit you with pretty hard with some attacks pretty quickly.
All right, so we're actually going to showcase the proper roster for you as we go over. It's OKWU. It will be Cole Frankenpuff, Mr. Slim, and Nuki. So those 3 that you thought would probably be the ones, in fact, are the ones. But we'll be the ones that bring home the dub. Last time around, it was a sweep. This time around, well, it's got to be a change of pace. So OKWU is going to be going off into this GFU matchup. So it's going to be a battle for that top 4 position. Winner of this one will be facing off against the winner of a well-known squad of Post, Eagles, and NMSU. Actually, you should know the outcome of that, Bear. Who will they be facing?
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know, man. My anticipation here is that George Fox gets through. It's what I said on the Post University channel. It's what I'll say here on the main channel as well. And I really do think that Post University has a chance to really make a wave against whoever gets on the other side. With Nasmith and what he's been accomplishing there, Karamik, that combination's always deadly, and Gotti from Post University holding it down as the glue. But again, you have to get there first, and one of these 2 teams has got to get through. If I were to predict here, which is what you're asking me for, I'd have to go with the George Fox side, not just because they're the number 1 seed, but because they've been doing it all season long, and typically when you start hot and you stay hot, there's rarely a chance where you're going to go cold, especially in this second round of the bracket already.
How was that matchup, by the way, with New Mexico State? I know because Fiat was probably crying at least a little bit after Post took it, but was it at least close-ish somewhat? No?
It's a 4-0. Post University
Okay.
pretty handily
Okay.
as well. I didn't want to get into the
Okay.
details of it, but yes, Post University did show up for their match. That's what I will leave it at there.
Unfortunate. Okay, so I love seeing the double-digit sway that some of these maybe Cinderella stories kind of bring in, because obviously that was the number 12 seed. And then you actually have a couple of them in here, is because even Carthage, they had faced off against Midway in the same bracket, but they came out on the lesser end of that in a game number 6, and that's actually another semifinal that is guaranteed to be happening, as they're facing off against Washington University in St. Louis. So now it's all up to this final matchup to give us our last one coming in. So it's going to be going GFU. I feel like they want to right some wrongs that happened to them during the regular season. Oklahoma Wesleyan, if the Eagles can really kind of soar high, I think they have a lot of momentum. I feel like there's an expected outcome of this total matchup, but I mean, we are simply waiting to get to the pitch to see how it's going to go. One best of 7 to end out a night here, Bear. And of course, there's so much pressure when it comes to the Nationals, regardless of division, because you want to perform, you want to make it from week to week to have a good note to end out your entire semester on.
And what better way to lead you into the next semester is by absolutely closing with a bang. We saw it from Ithaca already advancing in the last series, and we'll see it from one of these two teams moving forward. A big statement piece, again, if OKWU is able to move on and be the number 9 seed that does make that run. We've seen that far too many times to eliminate that as a possibility here. But GFU, again, with the advantageous, point of view coming into it. But I still think there's some vulnerability no matter who you are, especially at this level of play, especially in these high-stake moments. So you can't let the pressure get to you. It's just about being methodical, maybe even simplifying your gameplay when things get tough.
Oh, man. Okay. So, I thought we had both rosters here. Oklahoma Wesleyan apparently currently absent from this situation. So we'll be moving into that in just a moment. But for the time being, while we figured out what's going to be down for dinner, maybe you for breakfast, we're going to be taking a short snack. So don't go anywhere. NECC will return with this emergence quarterfinal in just a moment.
Welcome back. We head into game number 1 now as OKWU has found their way into the lobby. Will be finding themselves in a heated matchup against the number 1 team of GFU.
All right. So, final match of the day. It's going to be the Bruins, I believe it is at least known, of GFU Esports. And, of course, the Eagles of OK Wesleyan. And I want to see just a tantamount of control. I want to see who's ready to bring it into this first game. Of course, it is a starter kit matchup, as we just see, all right, who's ready from the rip. But okay, it seems that everything's been kind of sent to them passively. Out from George Fox. What a strike from distance. That's already a nuke from orbit out of Nuki.
Yeah, from such a distance as well. We just saw the Bombers go to work. How about Nuki? Keeping that same vibe going, keep the same theme going into this match here as OKWU has shut me right up. After saying George Fox was going to be a tough challenge and get out the gate pretty quickly. Okay, you and these Eagles flying pretty quickly here, and Mr. Slim wants to add to it as well. It took a minute for Pancakes to get up for it, but eventually we'll get that touch here, and Rec chases it down, but not before Nuki is able to get another couple of touches here to play down to Cole. Shot taken, but a little bit wide.
Gotta be careful because you do send two in the exact same zone. It looks like they're kind of trying to crash, send one person going for a bump onto a defender, and then if they can get rid of them, really operate from there. Oh man, Cole Frankenpuff electrified straight on the goal line.
That's actually Cole Frankenpuff is the monster. Is not the doctor. So.
Oh, that's true.
You know.
You're
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Okay,
But now
okay.
2-0 lead for the Eagles. Flying in, able to take the early lead, and chat seems to be leaning towards OKWU. We love to see the support in chat, so keep it up for who you're voting for. George Fox could use a little bit of support from their crowd, from their gang, from their posse, and see if they can get things going in an energy standpoint, because OKWU has been pretty suffocating thus far. Finally, they get to the box with George Fox. Even when they do, it was a very short stay, and even bumped to add injury to insult was wrecked.
They are welcome to receive all of these kind of bombing clears that George Fox has been throwing at them. Love my Pancakes trying to finally get at least a dive. That is going to be one of the first strikes that we've seen out of George Fox against Oklahoma Wesleyan. Maui Finn gets demoed out by Mr. Slim, or rather, opposite of that, Mr. Slim actually ends up going down by Maui. But Nuki upfield to the backboard, that's going to be a bit off, and they're not going to be able to adjust. And in fact, their teammate takes that opposite corner boost. It is a lopsided situation on that goal line, and honestly, George Fox got to be thinking their lucky stars that there was no one there to punish.
Yeah, and they haven't been exactly lucky in the first little bit. They haven't created much of their own luck as they've been hemmed in. But now they've got a little bit of space to work with. Here's Love Monkey Pancakes looking for Maui. Great pass and shot taken. Not a whole lot of velocity on it, but it was on target, forcing the defense up into a momentous type of save where they needed to use everything to get there. But they still were able to make the save, so GFU continues to be scoreless here, over halfway played in this game number 1.
Okay, Wesleyan simply chilling out from beyond the midfield line, and look how they are constantly resetting pace. That's a strike on target. They go underneath and then right back over. Cole Frankenpuff. I know it's Frankenstein's monster, but this player is still just looking pretty scary. Look at this strike down. No one expects the bouncer.
Yeah, and it took a lot of air rolls to get to where he was in order to kind of direct it in a way that he wanted to get around the defense there. And how they were structured, it's a bit of very calculated touches to get around the defense here. George Fox hasn't been able to quite find a solution. Maybe it's here. Shot taken, but it was definitely well handled here from Oklahoma Wesleyan. But Pancakes directly back on it here for George Fox. Want to break through, but there's no cracks, no chips in the armor of the Eagles. They continue to press forward. Here's Cole again. They'll go sky high, but waited for it on the wall, knowing he didn't have boost to try to force George Fox into a touch they didn't want. But the thing is, they did get the touch out, but lost possession in the process. And they'll need to gain a little bit more possession and string together a few more extra touches after just the initial one if they want to see more success.
I'm just imagining a battle eagle that has like armored barding on top of it, which sounds really
course.
freaking cool in a D&D concept. Make it happen, everyone. 80 seconds to go. And GFU so far just stands for good at finding the airport because they're being flown straight out of this stadium in a fast pace. That one's a challenge here by Maui Finn as we're approaching the final 60 seconds here of game number 1. It again is all of an opening test here for this best of 7, but Oklahoma Wesleyan has really been dominant. That's going to be in and out of the post.
Bounces around, GFU that close to getting it, and can be frustrating again that they're not able to bury it. Got to stick with it here. Still plenty of time here in this game, to be honest. I mean, 45 seconds, we've seen goals go up in bunches. They talked about that in the pre-show that we had. But they have to start it here and now. Malfin, able to do it. Nuki on target. What a recovery save as Pancakes dug that out somehow with all of his momentum going back towards the net.
Oh boy, looking for a drop down. And though that sequence looked promising, soft little kickback, love my Pancakes. Is not loving that this has become a short stack for them. 15 seconds to go. Oklahoma Wesleyan dominating and honestly looking like they're just kind of teasing George Fox in that stride. with 7 seconds remaining, a little bit kiss onto the goal line, and this is gonna have to be a full reset from out of George Fox if they want to find their footing, because Oklahoma Wesleyan has truly come to play. They're actually looking for a fourth one just to add an exclamation point to the end of the sentence, but instead of being a bomb the other way.
Okay, you're up 1-0 GFU. I thought it might spark some of the momentum to see that huge save from Pancakes to dig it out, and maybe it did, because OKWU wasn't able to put another goal on the board, but at the end of the day, they got to translate to some more offense. They were outshot by a decent margin, and OKWU were able to shut them out. Their defense on point since the get-go continued to string together good, rebounds and able to place it down the field themselves. I think those answers were everything for them. And once again, a one-sided tilt. It's been a theme of that all night long, and it's up to GFU to really break that streak here.
That's very true. I ignored the U, everyone. Gosh, I said good at finding, and I just made the airport happen. Regardless,
Good at finding the U-port, yes.
Yeah, I know. Hey, the U-port, I mean, they got a U-turn this entire concept around, because so far they've been unable to get proper offense going. They've had a few extra strikes, but not one that has gotten behind any defenders. Every time that they went downfield running, the campaign was stopped immediately by defenders from Oklahoma Wesleyan that was chilling just at the post. And so, all right, it was speedy. It was expeditious. It was all of a game number one. We get to see trends after initial tones were deciphered going to game number two. The most important game will truly be game number three in a best of 7, because we either pivot away into 2-1 or 3-0, and then it looks as bad as that Navigators we had a moment ago. Game number 2, coming right back at you. Oklahoma Wesleyan. Let's see if they get tested here.
George Fox didn't really test him the first time, but that shot will. Mr. Slim having to make a big save early. Hardly any sweat in game number 1. You see it right off the bat here in game 2. Kick things off with a little bit of a bang, but still no work to show for it, no goal to show for it, rather. Now a turn in OKWU almost to return the favor and almost got a goal of their own. Malfit now going to march it in. This will bounce off the wall. Awkward. Mr. Slim has to stay down. Maybe he didn't have to, but he did anyways and chose to. But George Fox couldn't take that extra room and make anything with it.
Mr. Slim saw the high-hanging ball, and that's going to be a very hot back pass to a sideways lateral teammate. Another step up to the plate as they are finding these 1-2 connections. Cole Frankenpuff from underneath. And the Eagles, I mean, they're stuck from the ground staring up. Usually it should be from the sky looking down if you're an Eagle.
From the sky come George Fox. Almost got him the Foxes. Don't do that, boys and girls.
Don't do that.
It's a mistake. It's off the corner, though, and Rect will be able to corral this one in. Get patience shown to step past one of the Eagles, but the others were ready and available in order to challenge them and shield him where it stood. Off the corner goes Malfin. Challenges here. Now Rect on it was up in a hurry. This one will waterfall down. Nobody gets a touch, but Pancakes was trusting the touch too heavily, but couldn't quite get to it. Now another shot, but a backflip is not enough in the velocity department to get things going.
Nearly 2 minutes completely burned off this clock, and so far we are still scoreless. Continuous and downfield. Wrecked! Finally breaks it open through the bank. GFU from distance as a hot challenge, and that ends up being a demo at the very end from all the way down. Oklahoma Wesleyan finally gives up first points over to GFU.
So it seems like, you know, I mentioned they should get an early goal. It wasn't exactly early. Almost took 2 minutes off the clock before they were able to get one done, but I think the most important thing was that they were able to strike first before the Eagles were on the board. So after getting shut out, they get one. Not only that, but it was under their own power, under their own creation of plays. And Rect, you know, sometimes you just got to strike from your own end. Maybe it's just the only opportunity that you get, especially when OKWU likes to play forward.
That's very true. Also, gold trim Finnick. Ew, gross. Come on, Cole. Pick it up. At the midway mark here of game number 2, it's been all of a single goal venture, but that's still allowing the Bruins to at least find a place of control. Rect responsible for at least that, and it's been a bunch of neutral 50s. That one's going to go and get popped away, but not before Rect has done much the same by an Oklahoma Wesleyan Eagle. A nice pickup. That one goes over from Mr. Slim over to Nuki, and then the final, no, Cole has to take a step away. That doesn't mean a drop off. Can they stick around just long enough inside of the box? Unfortunately for them, they don't come away with another strike as they found dwindling defenders on that focus push. No, the backboard just is not giving them any extra chances.
Oh, and they know this. They're able to tap it away. Dangerous plays, and NECC will make them pay. Bombing himself into the box when Rekt was ready for it. Cole set him up with a perfect 50-50, and NECC strong arms it into the net to equalize.
One apiece, and Oklahoma Wesleyan has been in far less control, but they did contain the Bruins into a stark cage for that latter minute. After it was GFU that finally got some extra pep in their step and spark into this fire. Last 100 may tell us even more about it. That's a massive 50. I think they came off of the fender of Rekt. And as they wreck and roll upfield, Oklahoma Wesleyan is finding it more difficult. And though there's congested traffic here, Bear, it really feels like OKWU has been, well, hold on, they've been pretty comfortable. That one goes off the near side post. Maui Finn almost comes up with a leading goal again.
And Pancakes try to create an additional chance, and that's what they've been missing. George Fox has really gotten one shot on and then rotates out, and they don't follow up on those rebounds. So George Fox almost able to accomplish another one, but look out, the Eagles on the doorstep. Not able to finish, though. Here's Rekt. Had a couple of the Eagles to deal with there. NECC jumped up even though he had support already, knowing that he had the better angle, and it was the right decision at the end of the day because they still hold on to position. Eventually, Malfin able to get past it, though, but just a little bit played and too far ahead of himself. Here's Rekt gonna challenge back wall. Cole will find a friendly touch from a teammate to get an extra touch on that wall shield, and we'll steal 100 boost in the process. They rotate out. This will make it dangerous for George Fox. They missed that challenge, but luckily OKWU thought he was going to hit it.
There's a lot of respect because GFU has actually found some great defensive touches, and that's actually going to be a call up for Love My Pancakes, and they force him to jump. It's Rekt finds both goals here for George Fox. It was, hey, go block for me, my guy. They just force him to stay, and that stall did just enough to give him the lead back.
I'm finding out why his name is Rekt, and it's because he makes those little tiny touches that I always talk about. I'm like the crafty moves. What does Bearlight mean by that? That little touch off the top of his car to fool the first one, but then pulled it back down, and instead of making a move right off the bat, allowed his teammates to get out and get that bomb. Again, great play at a great time, and that'll force the Eagles with just 5 seconds left to try to move down the pitch. Pancakes tries to stand in the way, but this one's going to be a bouncer. He gets an extra touch, but NECC will keep it up. Cole now finds Mr. Slim. Tries to keep in possession, but he's going to lose control of it, push it down to the ground, couldn't get under it. And George Fox will get on the board with a win of their own.
All right, now game number 3 is actually a little bit easier to swallow for at least GFU because they won't go down into a 2-1. In fact, that was a great stabilization from game 1 to game number 2. 7 shots to the 9 of GFU. In fact, OKWU did not have control for much of it, but this was an even venture for the most part defensively. Great job, especially from being able to just key up some of those plays and punish the Eagles on especially that turn where they're like, all right, Pancakes, we need you to stall ball anything up from the defender, and that's what Rekt was really weaponizing his teammates to get those open shots.
Exactly. The Eagles, we know they're one of the fastest aerial animals there is, and they really played to the name of their mascot for OKWU, and Rekt was able to use some of that speed against them with a couple of touches there. That patience, we're going to continue to see that out of George Fox. There's no way they don't. You know, when it works and you found a way around it, find Rekt with the ball. Try to make moves there. He'll teach the rest of his team his little antics. It'll be up to OKWU. How fast can you adjust to it? To not just use your speed, but use it in timely manners. Be able to match the speed, even if it's a slower pace to some degree, and then be able to play your style of pace, the quicker movements that you prefer as the Eagles moving forward as well.
And Wesleyan also knows how to play a deep series. They literally, in the round of 16, took down Huntington, and it was a game number 7. So this could very well go the distance, especially if we're looking to usurp a number 1 seed. But GFU, this is a great bounce back mentality as well as effort to be able to turn this one right around after what was a dominant win, 3-0 fashion by Wesleyan. So now, First half minute, we see ourselves upfield, but the Eagles, they also have to key each other up. Good communication to get that ball back.
Pancakes, big boom. So challenge back wall, but it does bounce into a place where Cole was able to read it. It was a nice read. And now possession gained, but Malfin, that quick challenge they just were not expecting, came out of basically nowhere. Definitely not in his POV. So he wasn't able to sidestep him. I don't think he would have had time anyways, but Malfin right back on it too. No breath taken, no space given. Until Nuki was able to get to it, a couple of touches. That's a great challenge to stick with it, to tilt his car backwards to get an additional 50-50 that'll keep the Eagles in striking position. Pancake's gonna try to eliminate that opportunity, and when Cole tries to punch it back in, there's Malfin again.
Small possession ball situations. Cole Frankenpuff actually stayed in the middle of the pitch, and now with the follow, you see Slim kind of in that no man's land zone for GFU. They don't want to advance too far whenever this midfield line has been held pretty squarely by Oklahoma Wesleyan. Off of the backboard. Oh boy, Slim could set it up. Great takeaway by Rect, and look at the commit by Cole Frankenpuff. That's still going to be a crash. That's going to be a speedball situation as well. OKWU, they have knocked at the door, and GFU have been answering with a slam of it in their faces.
OKW pens it off that back wall. The support was there, and it looked promising at first, but nothing to beat here. This one kind of left in the corner. You had a member of the Bruins that were up there, but they didn't want to challenge here, and so the Eagles try to tap it back down, but Rect, it's actually Pancakes with a demo this time, trading places. Usually it's Rect wrecking them up. This time, Pancake with the physicality, but it didn't matter because OKWU will regain possession. Here's Cole to step around it as well. He actually got that 100 boost from an attempt to steal it, and it falls back into the hands of the Bruins. They lose possession, though, and OKWU keeps punching it back in at him.
Drop on the corner. Maui Finn, this is a heavy congested corner at this point, so you knew you had to separate away. You get credited with a shot, but that was never really a threat, and Oklahoma Wesleyan has had the surplus of possession upfield, which for the first time we get to see GFU at least with a touch here in game number 3 on an orange half, but it is so short-lived. They in fact looked for a passing play there, Bear. That's a soft bump, but I want to see the numbers game. They get the numbers game. In fact, they full commit to the demo. They get rid of Cole, but then they don't have anyone to shoot.
You got to have those follow. You got to have the support. You've got to have the positioning. And when it's not to be, George Fox continues to edge it in here on OKWU, but this time now shot taking Malfin in the right place. Usually the midfield presence, but this time he's pulling it back. Full switch up here for George Fox. Oh, Pancakes needed to be up in that moment, and even though he got a little bit too ahead of himself in that opportunity. A uncharacteristic mistake, and now a demo will free up where Cole can get to it. Now pressing towards the back wall, he'll go, but great job from Malfin on the defensive side of the ball. He's been everywhere, been a nuisance to the Eagles. Finally, they step around him here. El Monkeyman counting down to a minute left, still scoreless.
On the Pancakes, the freshman looking to set up the double, and that's going to be a big pickup. Both the freshmen able to find that connection at the very end. Actually, that's the junior that was able to get it going, and they rock it and roll it into the hexagons, and it's just a great follow because both defenders of Oklahoma Wesleyan bit to the near side post. Just a second over a minute, GFU finally breaks the ice. We get our first score, and it's a very late term game 3.
There's a very long drop. If you're from George Fox, you may know what I'm talking about. The Bruins come back strong. Shot taken again, trying to make it 2-0 now. This is off that corner plate high, but Nuki gets it past Malfin. Now a punch directly back in from Pancakes. Wrecked here on it as well. Mr. Slim will punch it past one as well. He'll go out to center field. He's got Cole there as well for an extra touch. Trying to find the pass on the back doorstep, and Nuki was close. Now this aggression needs to continue. Slim tries to keep it on the gas. Pancakes just bounces it off the wall, and Malfin couldn't do enough to get it away. Here's another chance, but fought off again from George Fox, down to 15 seconds left.
Mr. Slim fully committed after Cole actually had half jump there. gotta get out of your back half. If you actually want a semblance of OT, they're gonna play for time, and then it's a great flip reset to extend it. That one's gonna be aired out, but can NECC actually get a chase? It's gonna be the junior. Now they try to drop it down for the kill. Rekt sends it to the ceiling. It's an awkward position, and then no one in position for the Eagles to be able to get it back. GFU, George Fox, they find 2 games in a row. They're stringing them together here, Bear, which means game number 4 is going to be wily. And look at the shot difference with George Fox coming up on top like that.
Never seen it. Never seen George Fox with 1 shot versus the 8 of OKWU.
Wow.
And 1 shot is all it takes to get a win, apparently. And the Bruins prove why. They have a thing called the Bruins Brawls. They love the close matchups. They thrive in a grindy matchup where Rekt can really get greasy and find some bumps, demos that make it a dirty game overall. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all fair and square. If you can take them off the pitch and find more advantages, and that shot count, yeah, you're right, it's completely different of what we ever see.
It's a wild exchange, honestly, because when we saw, I think it was the first, 2 minutes at minimum of that game, we saw the Bruins not leaving their back half. George Fox looks like they forgot that there's more to the pitch than this, just the tint of blue that's on their side. No, it ended up being, all right, 1 big counterplay, and then seeing what they can make the most of it. They actually could find 2 if that last demo had actually kind of panned through and they had to follow, but instead they simply got 1, and that's all they needed. But we go into game number 4. Again, match point not yet acquired. GFU will be in the lead. This is OKWU group that knows how to go the distance. They may be vying for that here.
Pancakes leaves it on the doorstep, and Maui Fan able to give George Fox another lead. 1-0 here in this game number 4, set up perfectly on a platter, quite literally, from Pancakes.
Just all the way into the deep end, too. Mr. Slim wasn't expecting the loss there and the no touch, hoping that a teammate would be able to at least slow it down, but instead, first 12 seconds. It took us a long, long time to be able to get our first goal in game number 3, and now we find it well before the half-minute mark. Cole Frankenpuff, all that senior, trying to find an extension. They get that corner boost. They are knocked aside. They were hoping to find another chance to pass it off.
A little bit of a funny exchange there from Pancakes and Cole as they mid-air. That one almost threading the needle from Mr. Slim, but it went a little bit off the mark and wide. And Pancakes will leave it for a teammate. Utilizing those new boost meters, it would seem. As Malfin had plenty in the tank, he did not. You saw him bail off and make a decision there. It might have been that, it might have been communication, but either way, it was the right choice. And Slim punched it back. Malfin trying to collect it here. We'll sidestep one, and then Mr. Slim got in the way. It's one of those times where you wish he stayed true to his name and became Slim. Another touch out will challenge for the Eagles, but JFU able to get the next touch, which was very crucial in that moment, but still free. Paint off back wall. Maui Finn will fin to it.
They were hoping to bend that near side post off an earlier touch than what they really felt comfortable as needed. So didn't quite grab it. NECC, no boost, no problem, except for when I love pancakes, or love my pancakes, in fact, is able to get the theft. So remember, GFU, they took game number 3 with just a 1-0 margin of difference, and with the way that some of these possessions have taken forever to manifest into a goal opportunity, it's looking like they can almost sit upon it. They want to get some insurance, maybe a soft tap and a slow recovery to it. Mr. Slim sees his teammate and NECC getting chased down, but everyone will stretch away.
And combining on a couple of passes here, leaves his zone, but only temporarily. Pancakes directly back to it now. Rekt eyeballing the ball to try to get to it, but the way he was on that little corner was not one that was in an opportune time to get a punch. Look at Pancakes, has some support from Rekt, but nothing happening there. That's when you usually see Rekt getting out there and getting to it, but he wasn't able to create any kind of chance here. Now, OKW here on the doorstep. The shot originally went a little bit wide, and the rebound also not able to find its way through.
it just barely banked off of the post, and then it just squirted across the goal line. That you got to feel for the Eagles that they have just sniffed the air of the goal more than they've actually been able to get back into it, considering how dominant their opening game of this set was. You'd think that there would be a lot more, but instead, Love My Pancakes off angle. It's going to be a save. No! Even off the touch, Recht is able to set him up, and they just do the rest of the work.
And Rex setting up Pancakes, saying thank you for the previous exchange, which went the other way. And you're right, Cole was so close, and it looked like he had it. Even looked like the game was trying to give it to him, but the physics of Rocket League denied him. And GFU up to the 2-0 lead, looking to perhaps make it 3. If Mr. Slim was not up for that one, Pancake was directly that on target. He knew it. Now Recht had a chance to beat Cole to it. Slim gonna try to turn it, but the pass way too hot to handle. As Cole wants that one back. Still a shot taken by GFU. Keen to it, able to make the save.
Ellie Finn just finds center mass on that sphere, and they're immediately back in this rotation. Cole, Frank, and Puff, they've been untimely on some of these box approaches, looking to challenge the defense, and GFU has actually been spread pretty laterally here recently whenever they're trying to defend, but Wesleyan just not exactly finding the best value out of it, even when they have just 1 and 2 and 3 and more of these shots over GFU. Remember, they had 8 shots to just the 1, and at this point, it's been a long scoreless drought for the Eagles. They got to come up with something here soon.
No solutions found. Instead, you find Recht on the defensive side of things. Malfin, who's been holding off the mid well. He's been holding off the defense well. He's just positioned well. And Pancakes has been setting up all offensive chances on the other side of the ball. And for 54 seconds left until GFU will go to match point. Recht wants to add a little bit of extra. Mr. Slam will trap it here. And now the extra touch again going to be read by Malfin. Cole directed back in. Trying to direct traffic here. The shot going to go a little bit off the mark again. Malfin on it too. OKW, you felt like that was a chance they needed to have.
It had to be right there, because I don't think that they're going to manifest much more here, because GFU, look how they're setting up onto an offense. They're going to be able to send one up, have a longer rotation, and then when they want to challenge, they have the leniency to do so because of that second goal and then some. Haven't been really told to believe otherwise, because Oklahoma Wesleyan has just been laissez-faire, being able to get some of these shots through. No extra demos, no extra pressure, and even as they find it, is just turning this team into diamonds. One touch pick up, Recht sends them away. That puts this on ice, and that puts GFU, George Fox University, they're gonna be on match point heading into game number 5.
Bruins chugging along while the Eagles watch on what feels like their front foot, and they still can't get it done. Credit where credit's due. GFU, they don't have to put up any shots at all. 2 shots in that one, 2 goals. Their efficiency is probably the best we've ever seen in NECC history, and we need somebody like D-Recht, appropriately enough because we have Recht on the field here, to figure out those numbers for us, because it's got to be close.
It's 1 for 1 in previous game, 2 for 2 in this game, and I guess the best of though that you could really kind of come up into this is that they go 3 for 3 and just kind of continue to build up. But they took what was a high-flying Eagles offensive and they muted it, just completely compressed it into nothing except maybe burnt feathers and afterthoughts. This is an Oklahoma Wesleyan group that needs to chill. They need to simply stifle out what is great counterplay out of GFU. But George Fox, play your game. You have ruined the antics that Oklahoma Wesleyan has brought to the table, and they continue to just, if they play that game, this is going to be their dub.
Burnt Feathers and Afterthoughts is my favorite post-hardcore album. That was such a great description. I'm sitting here in awe, and so are the Eagles as they watch their 1-0 lead in the series completely dissipate. But it is comeback season after all. We've seen it once in a while here on the NECC channel. It hasn't happened often on this broadcast, so it might be a little bit different. It's George Fox and the Bruins' chance to close out here in this game number 5.
All right. Maybe one more time. This quarterfinal will be going through. The 4th man came in live and large, crossbar and post-wise. Oh, the crash and the bash. It is a theft of the name. Love My Pancakes, pouring syrup all over the goal line.
Rec just slammed it off, trying to create a challenge, and you get that extra touch, and Pancakes was able to step up when it was made. Meowfin finding touches where, you know, you don't even think he's coming, but he's got a way about him where it seems like a spy, where he's just waiting in the waters, like a fox, some would say, but I wouldn't, because that joke is so terrible. Right now, George Fox not looking pretty terrible. They're looking pretty great. And they've got a lead here, and now it's going to force the Eagles to chase basically all game long unless they can get one quick.
First score comes up early, and you would think, you know, we often say, okay, well, there's plenty of time. Well, there was 3 minutes and 40 seconds the last time that there was an early score, and nothing was acquired by the Eagles. Gotta see what comes up next. 4 minutes, and now less, for possibly Oklahoma Wesleyan's last bit of play, depending on what they do for the next remaining game. GFU simply posturing. They steal that corner boost, and they've put it into an uncomfortable position for both Slim as well as Cole to the sidewall. And again, and Maui Finn, even if they don't make much of this, finding these touches just frustrates the Eagles to no end. But Rect is actually outside of net. They're going to try pressure it down, and they take advantage and punish and tie us up.
Oh, Nuki was just a recipient of what Cole was able to accomplish in that challenge. Rec did everything they could, but even in that one, their momentum pushed off it from what Cole was able to strong arm against him. And so OKWU is sticking around here. We'll make it interesting. We said they needed to strike quick, and they got it on the board.
Now, what was missing from the offense was scoring. So, you know, step one, acquired. Step two, doing it again. Because now you need a lead. It's been a while since Oklahoma Wesleyan has been able to acquire that. As we work through the remainder of this second minute, minute number 3 will be fast approaching. That's a great pickup by Maui Finn, who has been much more involved upfield. A lot of disruption play to set up opportunities by Love and Pancakes as well as their squad mates. So that one goes downfield, looking for a outside angle. Maui Finn from the backboard. That gives it back over. Wrecked is wrecked out by Nuki, as they find it on the demo, and now we move back upfield here for the Eagles. A fresh touch, soft pop over the crossbar, and put in by Nuki.
More work put in. This guy doesn't quit. Cole always digging out from the corner, and maybe lofted it a little bit high. I think it was relatively open, but he's not going to remember that. What we're going to remember is that the Eagles are finding some heart here late, and Cole was the one to set up his teammates in back-to-back chances to give OKWU this lead.
All right, it's been a while since we've seen Nuki in full form, because that was, what, game 1? Cole? Hello, Cole. A setup. The bulldozer that is Nuki. 3 opponents. Ha, that's enough.
Oh, man. Okay, you're building a nuclear warhead. Do you use Cole to get it done? Because now you do. I don't know if it's actually, you know, physics, but right now Cole has been setting up Nuke in every instant. It's been incredible to watch. And the Eagles now finding pace at the exact wrong time. If you're George Fox, you don't want them to get any kind of momentum going, and that's all that's been happening here. That's 3 in a row for this team.
That is a spark that was so needed for the Eagles, and now they're trying to build even greater heights upon it. 2 minutes to go. You can't get incomplacent. You cannot get out of sorts. You must still stay balanced, but you also need to let Nuki off the leash. 4 goals. Nuki, my man, where you been?
Nuki's got atomic. And I do mean it in the sense of the RLCS professional, because he's reminiscent of that to some degree. Obviously not to the greatness, maybe not yet at least, but he's sure putting on a show like Atomic has been doing in the RLCS for quite a while. 4-1 now the count here for the Eagles. And the chat has come alive. The Eagles fans in chat are excited to see a little bit of life sparked, and George Fox needs to take it away.
Nuki with the setup. Oh, Mr. Slam wants to get in the mix, but guess who's also still has 100% involvement? It's Nuki. Got it from the outside looking in, and they've got Mr. Slim that fits right between 2 defenders, threading that needle. Is this just a flukish blowout situation, Bear? It feels like game number 1, but this is the kind of fire that the Eagles need.
if you're the Bruins in communication with your team, that's what you're saying. This is one off. Hey, listen, they got all their goals out in one. We got to get back to our game play, our Bruins style of play. And, that's where you need to really attack the communications, how to be a leader. But I don't know. I'm not exactly convinced that this is a one-off fluke here. With the way that NECC has come alive, the way that they're able to share the ball and still create chances has been huge. But again, they got to do this a few more times because George Fox built the lead in the series. But right now, as it stands so far, the Eagles looking more than capable of at least being able to force a Game 5.
If this is anything for me, I feel like this is non-flukish, and I'm so sorry for even bringing that up because it feels like GFU has actually done a stellar job in the previous few games of neutralizing what this effort actually is. They had 2 goals in the previous, 1 goal and before that, and that's what they were able to win by. They were stifling out this offense, and that it requires you to play perfect. Now that they're in this position of leniency in a 3-1 lead, they're playing anything but. NECC finds 5 for 6.
That's insanity. Right now, NECC has done just about everything, and Cold has set them up. That's what I'm talking about. When you find patterns like this, it makes you less sure that it's a one-off situation, and it forces George Fox to address the situation, which is that these two are going to try to combine in multiple instances right now. They've done it multiple times, and they'll continue to do so. By the way, just got to correct myself from earlier. Didn't say Game 6 or Game 5. It is Game 6 that we'll be heading into, which means OKWU will be 1 game away from forcing a Game 7, which really feels like best case scenario after the last couple of games and the way that they went. And perhaps even to Brazil, trying to add some injury to insult and really get that confidence bowling if they can. You know they're after it. You know they're eyeballing it. Either way, it's an OKWU win. It'll be by the count of 6-1.
A mad dash to stay alive, and it comes in the full form of NECC just bringing it home. 13 shots to 2. Okay, yeah, GFU, you can keep your 2 shots because when Oklahoma Wesleyan finally opens things up, this is the kind of damage that can happen. 5 assists of the 6 goals that went through. That's a lot of damage. And that requires Oklahoma Wesleyan to play upticked and up-tempo. GFU had done a great job in the previous couple of games of containing that concept. And this time around, they're like, okay, we've got time. But if you let that happen more often, time is going to tick away fast.
I agree with you completely, and you know my stance of, I may not think it's a fluke. To play devil's advocate, though, slow and steady wins the race. The tortoise does win at the end of the day. And George Fox, again, 1 for 2 shooting. Their efficiency is 100% there. If they get back to playing Bruin-style defensive, make it ugly, make it an ugly game, defensive game, make it a defensive strategy, then I think George Fox has no other doubts than that they can close out this series in the next one. Because you know that if it goes to Game 7, it might be a different feeling, but I do feel good in the Bruins be able to bring it back. But can they get it done here in Game number 6?
Good news for the Eagles is that their home is in Game 7. They can go deep into these series and they can seriously take on any opponent, but it's about actually getting there. They've been able to take the first step in what is seemingly a long journey. First 20 seconds, going to be a 1-2 combination. Wrecked was a massive proponent for success.
Oh.
That's a chip shot. NECC can't miss.
We can't. And again, this time he sets himself up. Usually it was Cole diving into it. No, NECC has been outstanding. And it makes you wonder, where was he in the first couple of games? He would make it a little bit less interesting. Maybe they could walk away with this one for the Eagles. Especially when they took game number 1 and dropped 3 in a row. You look back, it's like, when could he have been available? But listen, he's alive and awake now. It doesn't matter when you come to life. The Eagles now have it.
Out from corner. Oh, that's an opportunity, but maybe it's all of a bait. Becomes Maui Finn responsible. And remember how much Maui Finn was actually doing a lot of just upfield, even if it's just touch damage, just forcing the defenders to have to take a step back. That has been a little bit missing, especially because OKWU has been able to walk away from it pretty freely. There's not a lot of boosts right now as Maui Finn takes up position. They at least have a half tank, and they're looking for the 50-50, but they kind of do so blindly. And Slim, oh, what a save! The crash of the gate! Cole friggin' Puff, that senior, finding Big Pater.
He can set him up, he can knock him down. And even the Wrecked with a valiant effort to get a couple of touches off of it, it just kind of loosely played out. You need a little bit more support if you're George Fox. OKWU is coming striking. Cole has come in hot and struck iron. And now they're rolling into it with a 2-0 lead. And now even when GFU is on the doorstep here in their own box here, now it's way up to the top shelf, and Nuki, who else? 3-0 now, Eagles.
Look at this power flick from the senior. Cole Frankenpuff isolates Love My Pancakes, takes the junior out, and then Nuki with the absolute follow. That is a heck of a way to put 3 up now. The Eagles have been on a rout against GFU. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they have scored 9 in a row since the previous game.
That's correct. 9 in a row now for OKWU. And they're not going to quit. They're going to keep putting on the goals, because the second you let off the gas, if you let GFU believe that they can continue what they're able to accomplish in those 3 wins in a row, well, then you've defeated yourself at this point. Now Love My Pancakes trying to get one back here. Still nothing doing. That number will stand, Hill Monkey Man. As Maui Finn will find the pass, try to find the connection. It was GFU that had the better connections in those 3 games that they won, but OKWU has made it a whole different story now as they continue to press in. GFU, if they don't get a goal soon, they're going to start sweating pretty hard.
If you're the program coach, or if you're just the designated captain or IGL for this team, you have to find, we were talking about a little bit of copium earlier, to be able to just tell them, hey, they can't walk away with all those goals, because if you don't get the morale, the mentality back and intact for GFU, I don't see a Game 7 going their way at all. Gamer Lean is probably here. They're in high competition mode, but they have simply not matched the pace at which the Eagles really found an earnest effort and spark to try and bring this fight back to them. That's going to be over the top, though. Rec did, I guess, enough from distance and found the angle.
And that's how George Fox got on the board at first. In game number 2 was wrecked from his own side of the field. So, you know, you find your opportunities. You know OKWU has been in your face consistently. Maybe launch some shots from your own and try something different. And Wrecked was doing that, and it was reminiscent of that goal that sparked them in game 2, sparked the 3-game win streak. And they're going to try to spark it here, but they got 2 minutes to get a couple goals.
Fire that is Nuki might have just gone out for all of a moment. Oklahoma Wesleyan, and try and keep up these downfield challenges. Love My Pancakes, when they isolate someone, it becomes curtains. They're looking for that air dribble bump, but that was great from ground, and it was a fantastic dodge. Otherwise, that would have gone through and narrowed this lead just down to 1. They still have insurance. Wrecked looking for another bump, but Nuki is going to deny that from happening, at least for the time being. Cole Frankenpuff will have to retreat. We're in that final 100-second stretch. Love My Pancakes. They take it down to 1.
Man, oh man. The corner slam was found backwards, and that extra touch, lack of communication there, because it seemed like you had a little bit of support. It seemed like Nuki was there to try to tap it away, but you tapped it past him. And GFU will take advantage of that every single time. Their efficiency, we talked about it in the shot percentage category, and it makes sense that it makes taking advantage of it basically every single time. And again, back within 1, much more manageable, and you broke the streak, more importantly, of the 9 goals, and you got a couple of in a row yourself.
Yet you feel it slipping. This is where the team really has to have high tempo comms. Nothing can suddenly go quiet. You have a job to finish. You're trying to work for a game number 7. GFU, though, you can be reminded that they're looking to finish out this series. They've been on match point, triple match point, and at this point, if they can rush it through, a late-term OT could actually just be enough to tilt the Eagles out of control. This is going to drop into the corner. Cole Frankenpuff keeping them honest on the defensive end, but they're actually going to have to rely on Nuki. They don't have much in the way of boost. A flip reset for Wrecked, and that could have been a different story.
Bowman Wesleyan trying to hold on. 38 seconds left. A good passing play to exit. Wrecked taps it to himself to grab 100 boost. Had a little bit of time, but maybe took a little bit too long. Doesn't matter because Pancake has it. Now he's just going to flip it off the bottom side of his car. Wreck looking to hook him up, but it's wide open the other side. Eagles will get a goal, a little bit of a cushion here with 23 seconds left. And just not the efficiency that we're used to from GFU and OKWU. It will take advantage of it.
Maui Fan was hoping to take a step forward and maybe do a rush downfield. They saw the timer and they're like, all right, someone's got to be able to win this from one of my teammates. And instead, OK Wesleyan, they are able to come away with it. That may be just enough to push them over the edge. That checker flag not quite waving as of yet. 10 seconds will be approaching. Cole Frankenpuff to the sidewall, and I think that this one is definitely going to 7. The Eagles not dead yet. 3-1 to 3-3. They came in with a fiery purpose. Now both these teams left with only one game to decide it.
Oklahoma Wesleyan could have very easily hung their heads after taking game 1 and watching 3 go off the board in the other direction. But instead, you have Cole and Nuki doing Cole and Nuki things. Their combination between one another has been absolutely insane. And Mr. Slim to add an assist to that very effort as well. And George Fox, they said, okay, the efficiency is great, but we need more shots on. They were able to muster 6. Only 2 went in out of those. So credit the Eagles' defense for being absolutely outstanding in the series.
What's the most amount of scores that George Fox has made in a single game? Is it 2?
It is. I'm telling
Wow.
you, slow and steady currently. Win the race? Now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure.
They've got to heat up. If they're going to get only 2 as a maximum amount of goals, they have to keep out the Eagles. And they did that pretty well in the latter portion of that game after they acquired 3. But I don't think you can win with just 2. Obviously, they did it with 1-0 and a 2-0. But with the way that this fire has been lit under Oklahoma Wesleyan, it's a completely different squad. Now, if they do mute them, there is a big chance that this game 7 could go that way. But there is a timeout being called. A little bit of nerves being racked on both sides. This will help both teams prep for that final game.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all. This is the perfect time to win it, or else you're going to use it. You can't take it with you. Go ahead and use it now. Let's discuss. Get the Bruins all in a huddle here and figure out how you can get back to it. You got a couple goals in that one. They were back-to-back. They found some offensive chances there. Their passes looked a lot sharper. So you have to summon that energy for a majority of the 5 minutes. You know, that's what I go over every single time. And yet they solid slip to the Eagles, who now have that full advantage coming through. Even when you take this timeout, you think it's going to pause the momentum of the Eagles. But it also allows them a chance to evaluate, recalibrate, and maybe even get back to the strongest version of themselves through games 4 and 5 like we saw.
Yeah, that's so true. But I mean, when we look at what this team is bringing to the table, I feel like it feels kind of default. You look to the seniority, both the senior and the junior. You have it with both Cole and Pancakes to really just get everyone into a talking point. You don't want any silence. This timeout, maybe you'll be able to cool heads and just kind of get ready for it. If you are GFU, you did find a couple of goals late, replicate that. What can be able to be found early to shut out the likes of Oklahoma Wesleyan? If you're the Eagles, run it down. Send it up to Nuki. Make sure that Nuki continues to run it tight. That sophomore has been just absolutely efficient at just pestering that backline defense of the Bruins. I mean, Bear, this is a 50-50 at this point. It's whoever's able to just kind of get ready, get fast, and get going. If it's going to be an efficient game, it will be the Bruins that take it. If it's going to be a high-flying game, the Eagles will soar. It just depends on which kind of makeup we're going to get, and we could have a tale of 2 different halves.
And when all else fails for a George Fox University, you got to find Cole and let him work. Let him work. Put him to work. Put him in the corner. There's where they found success. The Eagles have shut that down completely. And if Nuki gets going early, if Nuki gets the first couple of goals, you can call it for the Eagles. I think that George Fox will then at that point fall apart. This timeout is everything to them. Their communication, everything in this moment. It works for it because this is do or die now for both teams. You had 2 chances to close out. This will be the 3rd time for them to close out, and they still haven't been able to do it. And will this be any different is a conversation that maybe you don't want to have, that maybe you want to shy away from, but you got to do it. And we head in now. It is game number 7 on the line. Both of these teams get going. And now off the kickoff, GFU that close to make it a 1-0.
Don't let anything through for free. That counts for both sides. Make it a very difficult effort to be able to get through. It looks like we already see Nuki calling for a tech pause, and I think that actually is going to occur. So everyone just kind of flopped away and stopped with it because Nuki had a crash. So we're going to be going into a lobby reset in that moment, I think, question mark?
We're about to find out here.
I saw tech pause, I saw Nuki crash.
I did as well.
Yeah.
And sure enough, yeah, they had friendly agreement, it seems like. Oh, they're both hesitating.
Well,
they're going to play us live. We're going to figure out the details here for you and keep you in the loop here because
okay.
We'll figure it out.
All right, well, that's a different outcome. You don't want your grand final for that to be as it is, but, you know, here we are, still moving along. So first goal and first purchase is actually found by the Bruins, so we continue right along. No tech pause, no otherwise. So you do surrender a first goal. Oh, but this one will be eking its way through. Doesn't matter. Nah, we're back.
Was this a gentleman's agreement, or was it just Cole working harder? It was Cole just working harder. That was a fantastic touch. He was able to just kind of strong arm it towards the box and eliminate any of that conversation that we saw earlier. Even grounds now, 4-12. Let's get back to business.
Okay, all right, and also Cole apparently is just a barroom brawler. Brought the haymaker to that fist fight to guide their friendo in Nuki the right direction. So we go through the first minute, tied at 1, looking for an off-angle shot. Mr. Slim finds it in.
I said if Nuki gets on the board, Nuki's setting up Slim, and Slim was up in a hurry. Look at that angled shot. Ensures that it's off the right side of his car, not even the front side, to ensure that it goes a far side post instead, where there was wide open ground. And a 2-1 lead here for the Eagles as they start cooking.
Ringing the bars like it's a gong and trying to just sound off the end of GFU's time here in the bracket. But the Eagles, they get demoed out, looking for the putback play, trying to slow it away, but a great find by the senior. Cole, very patiently, gets the dig, gets the ceiling reset, looking for something off angle from the backboard, and instead, they're gonna have to go with a much wider push. Look how fast Cole is trying to play. You think that's by design. It looks like they're just trying to go oh so quick, and a bump was a separation play, but no, it's another save. The defense being tested, but Mr. Slim straight up don't care.
Mr. Slim makes himself big by jumping in the face, cutting off any kind of outlet angle, and just slammed it home past the last defender. 3-1 Eagles. And call it now, because George Fox hasn't been able to put up more than 2 goals, right, Yale Monkey Man? Right? Or do they have it in them to muster up a 3-goal performance? Might have had to have been 4 as the Eagles are after it again.
They're going to have to. We've not seen them crest over 2 goals, and when they have to force beyond a conservative approach, it never goes the right way. Huge demo. Mr. Slim barely is able to flip up the ball just before they give up their life to defend straight at the goal line. Less than 3 minutes to go. Cole Frankenpuff has gone oh so fast, let off the leash. This is a dangerous bounce, and it's still high hanging. Wrecked is going to be there. Mauifin as well. They send everyone and the kitchen sink, and they can't get through.
It feels like you have to do it at this point, El Monkey Man. I get it. 2:36 left, but George Fox, it's going to be the first time that we'll see them extremely aggressive. They like to play that calm style, but that has gone out the window as the Eagles have forced him. Definitely force their hands, forcing them into a style of play that they're not comfortable with. And Wrecked will be forced backwards as Cole now into the corner will look for a teammate. He's got a couple. A little tiny touch from Cole off this side of his car. Tried to set up a teammate there in the box, but Love My Pancakes able to translate it out, but really just tapped it away from a teammate, and OKWU will take possession directly back.
120 seconds for maybe the entirety of this season to rest with George Fox, and Cole Frankenpuff is gonna steal a few more from them. Wow, we haven't seen GFU get over 2. Now they have to get twice that.
Oh no, the Eagles mean business here in that one too. A bit of a miscue. Stepping into one another was GFU, and Eagle took full advantage of it, and now it's closer and closer. Now we feel no good passing play. Oh, huge save from Cole, who's been excellent in every aspect of the game, just continues to impress.
in stride, wagging their finger from the windshield. Nuh-uh, not today. GFU being marched out from the goal line. The Eagles of OKWU still trying to defend, and they find it so easy. Up, down, left, right, to the backboard. Maui Finn looking for the double touch. 80 seconds approaching. The Eagles came in soaring, and they could go out roaring.
And another passing play, another goal. Mr. Slim's hat trick, 3 for 3 shooting. The Eagles are running away with this one.
It is a full-on sprint. The marathon has turned into the final 100 meters, and GFU is tripping on the pavement, whereas the Eagles out of Oklahoma Wesleyan are in full stride. 5 goals. What a statement to be made. They're trying to punch their ticket to the semifinals.
Slim came out of basically nowhere. I know he was doing little things right, but it was the Nuki and Cole show for the last couple of games. And Oklahoma Wesleyan marching in. The number 9 versus number 8 upset, maybe a little bit less impressive. The number 9 versus the number 1 upset after being down 3-1, even more impressive. And there's 40 seconds left. GFU just can't muster up the offense necessary. Gonna try to get one back on the board. Impressive bump there. And it careens around. They do get and manage to break through here as Maui Finn will cut the lead to 3. 33 seconds to get 3 goals.
We have now gotten to the maximum number of goals that this George Fox University squad has gotten in any of the games in this series. If they want me to believe, they have to score 1 goal every 11 seconds, and they struggle to do that to get 2 in 4.5 minutes. Oklahoma Wesleyan simply need to put it on cruise control, send one up, and they get it right here. That's icing on the cake.
And Nuki, the goal scorer, we said back in the day, that's just classic Oklahoma Wesleyan right there. That is Cole in the corner doing work. That's Nuki finding the right spot and positioning to play it in. It has been no different since the beginning of game number 5, and they'll take game 5. They'll take game 6. And they dug in deep, and they continue to press in. 18 seconds left before Oklahoma Wesleyan can officially say that they're moving on to the next round.
It's a victory lap that the Eagles will be taking in full wingspan. Job well done. What a comeback. It was 3-1. 3 games in a row goes over to Oklahoma Wesleyan. They advance to the semifinals. And to GFU, George Fox University, it's still good kudos. They made it this far, but they just fell a little bit short.
Yeah, bad taste in the mouth for sure. George Fox had him the Eagles right where they wanted them, and then the Eagles took off out the window, and they weren't able to catch up since then. The Bruins coming a little bit short, and you got to give them all claps in chat, por favor. We saw a lot of fighting in chat from all the fans here, but at the end of the day, it was great competition since the get-go, so you got to show love, sportsmanship to both of these teams for making it thus far, and it kind of makes the Oklahoma Wesleyan upset just a little bit sweeter, at least in their eyes.
It really does. Someone said caca is the law. It's been a long broadcast.
There's no laws when you caca, all right? That's what I've heard.
That's y'all dorky. I love that. All right, so we get to see Oklahoma Wesleyan take that final top 4 position here in this Emergence Division Nationals playoff, and they're going to be going up against your post Eagles. It's an Eagle fight of all things, Bear. I need to know, after you've seen this full series, how do they measure up?
Against Nuki, might be a little bit nervous here. I know y'all were saying biased casters here in chat. I disagree with that here.
Nah.
But going into the next one, even as post-university as caster personally, I feel nervous because Nuki is absolutely deadly. Slim shows up out of nowhere and causes all sorts of chaos, and Cole is one of the most hardworking players I've seen on the pitch. I'm going to say it. I'm nervous, man. That's going to be a matchup to remember, and I can't wait to cover that.
It's going to be a wild one. And of course, we appreciate everyone that was here today to be able to witness this broadcast, as well as the producers and all of the observers. They're able to do the same thing. That's both Rare Adam as well as Reached At. That were able to put on a great show for y'all. And of course, everyone behind the scenes is able to do the same thing. I believe both Fiat, I think even Visionary was here as well before yourself,
Correct,
Bear. And it was great. It was awesome to be able to join you on the desk. Next week is going to be the grand finals. Semifinals for Rocket League at minimum will happen off stream, and then the grand finals for all of the divisions except for Legends will be on stream forthcoming. We'll be giving you all the details to that, but keep your eyes peeled because NECC is also going to be doing their Legends Divisions finals down in Texas. So there's a lot of streams forthcoming to be able to showcase all of the divisional national championships and make sure that everyone gets to see who's wearing the crown. But Bear, we have a lot of crowns to disperse, but it's finally the weekend. We'll do that next week.
And Hail Monkey Man, thank you for joining me, an absolute legend. You can follow him on Twitter, Hail_Monkey Man. Follow me at BearLightCast. We would love to be able to connect with you. Great programs that you've established here. You too, and basically anyone that's been in the NECC has really grown like crazy, and we love to see it. Until next time, again, Hail Monkey Man, Bear Lights, and all of you are beautiful people. Thank you so much. Take care. Good night.